Well, welcome. It's an honor to be hosting you here for the Atlantic Council Global Energy Center's 2024 Veterans Advanced Energy Summit. Those joining virtually, welcome. Those in person, it's great to see you this morning. One observation for a veterans event: if you host veterans, it seems that they show up on military time. This might be the earliest and largest crowd we have immediately joining us this morning. I'd also note that thinking back to the cadet days and ROTC, everybody's very warm and welcoming, so it's great to see everybody, and really glad to have you all here. Many of you know me as Senior Director of the Atlantic Council Global Energy Center. I'm Landon Darrence. I'm also the Morningstar Chair for Global Energy Security here at the Atlantic Council. But 20 years ago, I came to this city as Second Lieutenant Landon Darrence and was at Bolling Air Force Base, starting my career in the Air Force. Now, I was a humble staff officer. You'll hear from fighter pilots, from Special Forces and others today. But even in that role and with the exposure that I had, working for flag officer at Bolling Air Force Base, at Balad Air Force Base in Iraq, very formative moments in my career. And that set in motion the opportunity for me to connect two issues. Frankly, I would not be here today running Global Energy Center if I had not joined the military and come out to Washington, D.C. back in those days. And today, I'm really excited to be able to put those facets of my life, of the Global Energy Center's work, into process here, because we're connecting both energy, which is a passion project and something I've devoted my career to, with another component of my life, which is being a veteran, being in the military, and thinking through how these issues impact military affairs and the national security of our country. The Advanced Energy Project, developed under the leadership of Dan Meesh, Greg Duquette, and then Senior Director of the Global Energy Center, Randy Bell, is a historic project of the Global Energy Center. The program saw several successful summits in Chicago. We did a virtual platform when we were in the midst of COVID, and now we're really thrilled to be bringing the momentum of those events to Washington, D.C. It's a pivotal hub, as many know, for government, military, and industry, energy industry alike. So I think that the conversations we'll see today are going to be vibrant, impactful, and set the stage for a growing body of work on energy defense here at the Global Energy Center. I would note that this is evident. The value of being here in Washington, D.C. is evident in the crop of leaders that you're going to hear from today. We have no fewer than a half dozen current and former flag officers. We have a former national security advisor. We have a senator joining us today for virtual remarks. We have current national security staff, the Department of Defense, Department of Energy, Department of Navy. It is an exciting group of people coming together to talk about these issues. Convening this critical group speaks to how the energy and defense sectors are recognizing the need to work together as geopolitical tensions rise and energy demand and technology evolve. This will undoubtedly be highlighted in today's discussions as we explore themes spanning from sustainability and climate and national security planning, defense strategy to protect energy supply chains, the resilience of critical energy infrastructure, and how all of these are impacted in the face of evolving threats in the global landscape. But none of this would be possible without the continued support of our generous sponsors, a group of people that really care about the veterans community and energy issues. So I do want to take a moment to thank Invenergy, Dare Strategies LLC, DNV, E2, Monarch Private Capital, JERA Americas, Summit Ridge Energy, Duke Energy, FlexGen, Fluence, and Pattern Energy for your support of this incredible program and this incredible crop of rising veteran energy leaders. I'd also like to extend a special welcome in particular to our Veterans Fellows, who are the driving force behind the Atlantic Council's work in this space. I want to reiterate that this summit is dedicated to each of you and your contributions to the veteran community in building a more secure, clean, and resilient energy system. So thank you for being here. With that, I want to thank you for making the time today. We're excited to be hosting you. We're excited for these vibrant conversations. And now I have the distinct pleasure of introducing General James L. Jones, Jr. for opening remarks. General Jones is the Executive Chairman Emeritus of the Atlantic Council. and previously served as a 21st National Security Advisor to the President of the United States. During his 40-year career in the U.S. Marine Corps, he served as the 32nd Commandant and as Commander of United States European Command and Supreme Allied Commander Europe. That cannot think of somebody that has more practical, important, and global experience on these issues. So it's with great pleasure that I want to welcome General Jones to the stage. General Jones.
Thank you, Landon. I appreciate your kind introduction, and I'm glad you kept it short. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, and esteemed colleagues, and especially the veterans in the audience. I'm thrilled to be here this morning, and also to be reunited with a very old friend of mine. We started out together in the Navy Marine Corps Senate liaison, or Senate and House liaison offices back in the late 70s and early 80s. And so, Jim, it's good to see you here today. Thank you for doing this. So it's a privilege to open this year's Veterans Advanced Energy Summit. And Landon, let me start by thanking you for your outstanding leadership of the Atlantic Council's Global Energy Center. I'm excited by the center's expanded mission to examine energy security from every possible angle, including through initiatives like this summit, which highlights the critical intersection of energy, national security, and veterans' leadership in this space. Your work in convening this event is both timely and essential. Today's summit offers a unique opportunity to dive deep into the complex but critically important nexus of energy and national security, and the key role veterans play in bridging these two sectors. This is a subject that's been close to my heart throughout my career, from my time as a Marine to my service as National Security Advisor, and I can tell you the importance of energy in our national defense strategy has only grown more evident over time. So energy is not just an economic issue. It's a cornerstone of our national security. It powers our military capabilities, it drives our economic stability, and it shapes our diplomatic relationships. Whether it's powering operations in the field or ensuring the resilience and agility of our domestic critical infrastructure, reliable energy is critical. Throughout my own career and my time as National Security Advisor, I saw firsthand how energy dynamics influence global security. As a matter of fact, I think it was during the early days of the Obama administration that we brought the Secretary of Energy to the table on most national security issues. And we also believed that it was high time for the Secretary of Energy to become the Secretary of all energy, not just nuclear energy, which is what it had been for many, many years. So in the early 2000s, for example, our dependence on foreign oil from the Middle East played a significant role in shaping U.S. foreign and military policy. We faced price shocks, supply disruptions, and difficult strategic choices because of our dependence on unstable regions for energy resources. And since then, we've made really significant progress. We've reduced our dependence on foreign oil thanks to the advancement in domestic production and the growing role of renewable energy. But new challenges have emerged. The global energy landscape is changing rapidly, and so are the threats that we face. One of the clearest examples of this is the ongoing war in Ukraine. Russia's weaponization of energy has demonstrated just how vulnerable energy systems can be when they are used as a political instrument. By shutting off gas supplies to Europe, Russia has attempted to destabilize the region and divide our alliances. Meanwhile, China's control over global supplies of critical minerals, which are crucial inputs for clean energy technologies and advanced weapon systems, presents a similar risk. After conflict with the Japanese Coast Guard in disputed waters, China threatened to withhold shipments of rare earth elements, an egregious overreaction targeting Japan's clean energy and technology sectors. Beyond this, China has sought to expand its influence through the Belt and Road Initiative, creating energy dependencies in developing nations to secure strategic advantages. So the lesson here is that energy security is really tied to national security, and I would say international security. And any weakness in one is a vulnerability in the other. So in addition to geopolitical threats, we're facing increasing challenges from natural disasters, as we all know. Recent events such as Hurricane Helene have severely tested our energy infrastructure. We've seen how fragile our systems can be in the face of extreme weather. And we must invest in rebuilding and strengthening these systems in order to be more resilient. It's not just a matter of repairing what's broken. It's about fortifying our infrastructure for the future. But rather than just posing a challenge for the U.S. military and defense sector, the energy transition presents a unique opportunity to revolutionize military strategies and operations. By adopting advancements in energy efficiency and clean technologies such as electric vehicles and battery storage, the U.S. military can improve its agility and adaptability, reduce the logistical difficulties associated with operational energy supply chains, and power cutting-edge technologies that will define future battlefields. Additionally, as energy and security are deeply interconnected, this transformation provides an opportunity to strengthen alliances with global partners who share concerns about resource access and geopolitical stability. And frankly, this is an opportunity of global leadership that is available to our nation, and I hope that the future administrations fully understand and grasp the significance of that potential. Veterans have a vital role to play in addressing these challenges and maximizing these opportunities brought by the energy transformation. Veterans, having served on active duty at some point, understand better than anyone how critical energy is to national security. They've experienced firsthand the logistical demands of military operations, where energy is frequently a limiting factor. They know the importance of reliability and resilience when it comes to fuel, electricity, and other resources that support our missions. And that's why I'm very, very proud of the Veterans Advanced Energy Project at the Atlantic Council's Global Energy Center. This initiative isn't just about giving veterans opportunities in the energy sector. It's really about recognizing the unique skills and perspectives that veterans bring to these critical conversations around energy and around national security. The work they're doing is essential, and I want to offer a special welcome to the veteran fellows who are here today. Your leadership, experience, and dedication are crucial to driving the future of energy security forward, and I commend you for your continued service. So this summit could not be more timely if you just look at what's going on in the world. The conversations we have today will help shape how we approach the future of energy security, both here in the United States and, in fact, around the world. By underscoring the importance of integrating energy transformation into national security strategies to ensure long-term resilience and stability amidst evolving global challenges. What I hope will come out of these discussions is a commitment to action. The Atlantic Council's Global Energy Center is doing outstanding work in this space, but we need more than just ideas. We need solutions that can be implemented at scale. We must integrate energy security into every aspect of our national security planning. This means not only securing our current systems, but investing in the next generation of energy technologies that will drive our resilience and competitiveness in the years to come. Veterans will play a central role in this project. Their expertise in logistics and strategy and leadership uniquely positions them to lead in the energy sector. And I urge all veterans to take full advantage of the summit, and everybody here to take full advantage of the summit, to share your experiences, challenge the assumptions, and help drive the conversation forward. So I want to thank all of you for your time and commitment to this critical issue. The Veterans Advanced Energy Summit is not just a convening, it's really a call to action. The discussions that take place here will help lay the groundwork for a more secure, more resilient, and more sustainable energy future, and I'm confident that together we can rise to meet these challenges head on. As I said earlier, the potential that our country has to play a leading role globally on energy issues is beyond question. Thank you again for your attention and for the work you're doing to ensure that energy security remains a top priority in our national defense strategy. I look forward to seeing what comes out of the summit, and now I'll turn it back over to Landon. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right. Well, those in audience, I know I already introduced myself, Landon Darrence, Senior Director of Global Energy Center. Welcome to those joining us online. This is the part of the conversation that I actually enjoy a little bit more. Get me out from behind the podium and into a discussion. And for our start to the summit today, it's a really powerful discussion indeed. I'd like to welcome Admiral James Ellis Jr. for a discussion on the role of energy transformation and redefining defense and national security strategies. Admiral Ellis currently serves as the Annenberg Distinguished Fellow at Stanford's Hoover Institution. In this role, he oversees the Global Policy and Strategy Initiative, National Security for the 21st Century, and the George P. Shultz Energy Policy Working Group. He retired as President and Chief Executive Officer of the Institute of Nuclear Power Operations in 2012 and was elected as a member of the National Academy of Engineers in 2013. Of course, this comes on top of Admiral Ellis's distinguished 39-year career in the Navy, where he graduated from the Naval Academy, the Navy Test Pilot School, Navy Fighter Weapons School. You have many accomplishments here, Admiral, and completed U.S. Navy nuclear power training. I have a tremendous list of accomplishments, but I think it's worth also noting that Admiral Ellis' final assignment was as commander of U.S. Strategic Command, which gives him particular value and resonance in the conversation today. In that position, he was responsible for the global command and control of U.S. Strategic Space Forces, reporting directly to the Secretary of Defense. Admiral Ellis, it's an honor to have you this morning and really look forward to this conversation. At the top of the conversation, I will say I'm going to have a few discussion items here, but the audience and the veterans, both in person and online, you do have a resource to use judiciously. So I don't see many phones out right now, which is a nice change of pace. But askac.org, askac.org, if you do have a question. I have a little iPad up here for including you in the conversation as well. Admiral, let's kick off the dialogue. As a former fighter pilot and commander of U.S. Strategic Command, obviously your career has centered on defense and national security. But how did you enter into the energy space overall, and how did your experiences in the military shape your understanding of energy's role in national defense?
Well, thanks, Landon. And first, let me add my congratulations to those of General Jones on your leadership of this initiative for the Atlantic Council. I mean, there's nothing more fundamentally important to the national security of this nation than energy security. And increasingly at Hoover and elsewhere, we conflate the two intentionally. It's not a bolt-on additional consideration. It's central to the conversation about national security. So thanks for doing that. But yeah, like General Jones, I think most of us in the room that have a military background we grew to appreciate the resources and the logistics of energy supply early in our careers. I mean, as you noted, and thanks for not reading the entire CV, it would tell you two things. First, that I'm old, and second, that I can't hold a job, both of which are are true. But I did begin as a Navy fighter pilot, and one of the things they teach you at the Fighter Weapons School at Top Gun is you keep one eye on the bogey and you keep the other eye on the fuel gauge, because the F-14 would burn 2,000 pounds a minute in full afterburner and only carried 16,000 pounds. So that's 8 minutes worth of flight, and it doesn't do you any good to shoot down the Su-35 and then run out of gas on the way home and have to give the airplane back to the taxpayers. So anyways, so that began the understanding and the appreciation of it. But as through accidents of selection board malpractice, you get promoted, you begin to understand the criticality of energy to all of your operations. As a nuclear aircraft carrier commanding officer, for example, I refueled the ship every 20 years, which was nice, but unfortunately I had to be alongside a tanker every 3 days to take jet fuel for the airplanes that flew off that aircraft carrier, which reminded us of the importance of logistics. And as you know, that was followed by Battle Group Command, and then Jim and I were colleagues briefly in Europe, where I ran the southern half of NATO and did a war in Kosovo, and those kinds of things. It reminds you of the truths that we've heard for years, the aphorisms that are always out there. Most of us know the one about, you know, amateurs talk tactics, professionals talk logistics. The one I like is the one from Alexander the Great, who always said, "My logisticians are a humorless lot, for they know that if my campaign fails, they are the first ones I will slay." And so it brings the importance of logistics home to all of us. And so I grew up in that. And then when I retired from the Navy and moved into the nuclear sector, and then on the board of directors of energy companies that had both nuclear and natural gas, pipeline, LNG export capabilities, oil and coal resources and the like, you understand the complexities of all of this and how it all has to knit together. So again, like everyone else, I'm a product of my life and my environment and the things that I experienced getting to this point. So.
You know, it strikes me though in that career and in the span of time. Obviously, you talked and touched extensively on conventional energy, nuclear energy playing a huge role both in terms of the fleet and your role at Stratcom. But energy is evolving, and the energy space is evolving. There's a energy transition, new technologies. How is that impacting your perspective in terms of the appreciation and association of the evolution of energy in that career to where we are today, and how it's impacting national security?
Well, this again is an important thing to focus on, is the balance that we maintain as we work through the energy transition. I don't think there's anyone in the room that argues that the energy transition is not appropriate, but as General Jones noted in his remarks, I mean, there are issues with that. And the way George Shultz used to ask us to think about this at the Hoover Institution was, you know, fairly simplistically, but rather graphically, as a three-legged stool. So if you're thinking about energy policy, there are three legs to that. The first is economic. The costs of it, not just the costs of investment and creation and infrastructure, but who bears those costs in society? Are they fair? Are they borne by those that can least afford it? And how do you incentivize a process that attracts private investment and the like? So we can't subsidize our way out of these energy crises. There isn't enough government money to do that. And we have to create an ecosystem where people can make a fair profit while incentivizing the kinds of behaviors that we need going forward in energy conservation and energy transition. But it's a very complex issue. So the first leg of the stool is the economic piece. The second is the environmental piece. Thoughtful people can't argue about the impact on the environment of our energy policies over decades, and the need to change that and transition that. But again, how does one do that in a balanced way that doesn't trade the reliance on Middle Eastern oil, for example, for reliance on Chinese rare earth processing capabilities and the like, and trade one limitation for another? And then the final piece is national security. So those are the three legs of the stool. And national security is really broader than that, because it obviously implies economic security as well. If you don't have a robust economy, you're not going to have national security. So you need to think about it in those three elements going forward. And how do you keep those things in balance? There is no easy answer. Okay, I think it was Ronald Reagan that once said there are simple answers, there are just no easy answers. And so I always get a little nervous when people have declaratory policies that are going to solve everything for us, because in reality it's more complex than that. And that's why conversations like this are so important, because you bring people from industry together. You bring people with military backgrounds and backgrounds, important backgrounds in the environmental world, to understand how we can shape and trade this off in ways that contribute to the national security of the nation writ large.
You know, when I think about that three-legged stool, one feature that is predominant in the conversations here in Washington, D.C. right now is the fact that the United States itself in the last 2 decades has really transformed its energy landscape. And I'm curious your thoughts in terms of what does it mean for the United States to have such an abundance of energy, and how do we need to be thinking about that in the context of its impact both on allies and adversaries?
Well, I think that's the fundamental issue that's changed. I think it was Vladimir Lenin that once said there are decades when nothing happens, and there are weeks when decades happen. I think Richard Haas kind of modified that and said there were, centuries when nothing happened and decades when centuries happened. And I think the last decade has been one of those from an energy standpoint for the United States. I mean, we've gone, when you think about it, as General Jones again noted, from a culture of privation, a culture of shortage, a culture of long lines at the gas pump, and having to take into account OPEC policies and their impact, to now we have become an energy superpower. I mean, it's absolutely incredible the influence that the nation has and the ability that the nation has. And 8 years ago, I wrote a piece for Secretary Shultz on the need to really create a national energy strategy that's worthy of the name. In other words, that considers how can we do this, not to use as a cudgel to beat up enemies and adversaries, but to use as an enhancement and a tool by which we bring together like-minded nations in a global strategy, a global energy economic commons that acknowledges the differences. This is not about bringing everything, onshoring everything. We can't do that, quite frankly, and global trade is a fundamental underpinning of the prosperity of this nation, and we've got to maintain it. And energy is certainly a way in which we can do that, and we've now seen that with the support that we are able to supply to Europe as it attempts to wean itself from Russian gas, and it's certainly true in the Indo-Pacific if we get into that conversation. So this really has given us an opportunity to move in a different direction, and I would argue that we have not done as well as we might in bringing that together in a cohesive whole with a focus that, again, makes energy not just an ancillary piece of this conversation, but a central piece to the thematics. I mean, there are things that we can do, not just in national security, but for the good of the world. I mean, people forget that more than 20% of the world still doesn't have access to electricity, for heaven's sake. And so we need to think about this in terms of what we can bring to the world and use our energy to benefit mankind, as well as our partners and allies around the world.
So noting that we have clearly a bunch of components that are really healthy and that we need to kind of aggregate, I want to build on your point about the 8 years ago, you have the strategy you're thinking through. We need to have a more cohesive voice on these issues. Do you feel that is being incrementally adopted into the conversation in the national security at the strategic level? I know General Jones was pointing out his example on this was making sure that the Secretary of Energy was at the national security roundtables, right? And I think that there's other avenues for us to have a more vibrant voice on energy policy within these discussions. Curious if you have advice to the veterans here in the audience today about how we can kind of continue to push that forward, or if you feel it's being adequately addressed already.
Well, one of the challenges is, as my grandfather from South Carolina used to say, Jimmy, he always called me Jimmy, he said, it's easy to be a clown if you don't have to run the circus. So I don't want to sit here and criticize what has or has not been done by administrations or individuals. I think we're moving in the right direction, but I'm not satisfied with the pace of that change, Landon, to be perfectly honest. And I think there's an opportunity to do that in a more cohesive and integrated way. And one of the challenges we face, and we don't need to get into the politics of it, but the reality is the continuity that we don't seem to be able to sustain from one administration to the other. And when you sit here in Washington, where many of you sit, and that whooshing sound is the pendulum coming by with an administration change as we go in another direction, and we lack consistency of policy and the like. And you can understand that domestically. It's part of the challenges and the benefits of democracy. But politics used to end at the water's edge. end at the water's edge anymore. I mean, everything has an international dimension to it, and so we need to think about that. And the pace at which we're bringing these elements together, I'm not satisfied with. I think the nation can do better. There is nothing we can't do as a nation if we can resolve those issues and create a consistent vision and policy of America's future and role in the energy sector and writ large in terms of global prosperity and global security.
Well, I know that's some of the inspiration between our conversations, and hope that the Hoover Institute and the Atlantic Council Global Energy Center maybe can put a little bit more motivation behind that progress. You raised our allies. You raised Europe, obviously, in the examples of what's happening in the context of supplementing energy security in that continent, given Russia's ill-advised and unprovoked attack on Ukraine. But you also raised Taiwan and the Indo-Pacific. And so I want to turn really quick to contested theaters. I know and I understand that you've just returned from Taiwan, and many U.S. allies like Japan and Taiwan are heavily dependent on energy imports. So it's not just a feature of a conflict like it is in Russia invading Ukraine, but this is a systemic challenge for those island nations in particular. How does this impact how the U.S. is thinking through logistics and defense planning, and how do we modernize that thinking to keep pace with the transformation of our energy systems?
Well, it's a great point, and at the strategic level, when you think about it from an Indo-Pacific focus, the irony is that both our largest rival and our most important allies both have poor energy security. I mean, China imports 55% of its energy right now, and by 2025 is projected to consume 1/3 of the global energy supply each year. So, I mean, they're hugely reliant on that. And, Xi Jinping's predecessor, Hu Jintao, talked about his Malacca problem. How do you get that resource through the Straits of Malacca? And as a result, now Xi Jinping is trying to set up pipelines to the east, to the Caucasus and Central Asia, to eliminate or at least mitigate that reliance on maritime trade, so that the first island chain doesn't become a containment barrier should there be a conflict and crisis. But our allies in the region are even more dependent on energy. Taiwan, and you're right, I just returned from there, and we had a lot of conversations with the president and his national security team about the criticality of their energy situation. They import 98% of their energy. They have a 12-day supply of natural gas, about a 30-day supply of oil, and about a 45 to 50-day supply of coal. 300 oil tankers and 100 LNG tankers call on Taiwan every year to keep their energy going. And yet they have aspirations to increase their participation in the new AI technologies, which is going to continue to drive up their energy consumption. And so how they deal with that going forward, and at the same time they're shutting down their nuclear plants. There's only one remaining. They shut down the next to last one this spring. They'll shut down the final one next year is their plan. So, and they have a net zero goal in 2050. So how do these trends all mitigate? Where's the Boolean overlap in all of that, where there's a sweet spot that they can do all of that and still meet their energy goals? And there are real challenges associated with that. Japan is increasingly, or is hugely reliant on energy imports, as you know. Even more so after the Fukushima tragedy, though they are restarting their nuclear reactors slowly and deliberately, as well they should. They import 90% of their energy. South Korea has similar challenges. So the irony is we find both our potential adversaries and our allies have energy independence, and at the strategic level, we need to think about how this can all work. Right. And we can perhaps talk at some point, if we want to, about the tactical and operational challenges that we would face in the theater. But there are huge opportunities to build relationships with other countries with whom we don't have as robust an interaction. Indonesia, for example, and others. How do we ensure the security of the Indian Ocean and bring Indian partners into that as we look at logistics supply chains that might have to come out of around the tip of India and Sri Lanka and Ceylon through the Bab el Mandeb and the like. So lots of issues to deal with here.
Admiral Ellis, I think I do want to turn in a second to the more pragmatic operational logistics aspects. But before I do that, you raised something I think is really interesting regarding Taiwan's net zero goals. And it raises a conversation here that I'm seeing from a question from the audience. Thank you, Kevin, for bringing this to our attention. you know, net zero goals also highlight a growing confluence of energy and climate policy. My career is much shorter, but in my time in the U.S. government at the Department of Energy, State Department, and the White House, I watched energy and climate verticals become parallel institutions into a really singular program of thought leadership. But I don't know that that is matched externally, right? There are still very strong environmental groups. There's the energy industry. And I feel that politics, as you noted, used to end at the water's edge. How do we bridge the environmental movement into these conversations, and what's their role in enhancing and impacting energy policy and progress? How can we engage to make sure that we're thinking through the security and defense applications, but also really being thoughtful about very real trajectories towards net zero that the vast majority of the global economy is pursuing at this point?
Well, you know, you raised the fundamental point of how do you integrate a national approach, and how do you have meaningful conversations that, as General Jones mentioned, lead to action and outcomes, not just conversations. But I do think we need to find an ability and a venue to have conversations, and your efforts here certainly can contribute to that, and hopefully ours at the Hoover Institution can as well, where you bring those people on board and make them part of the conversation. Again, quoting George Shultz, he said, if you want people aboard at the landing, you need to have them aboard at the takeoff. And so if you're going to shape policies and you're going to make demands and you're going to decide what will be done and what won't be done, where the allocation of the national treasure is going to go and what that prioritization looks like, and how you're going to adjust the rheostats to you know, fairly and equitably deal with all of these three legs of the three-legged stool, then you've got to have a venue for having that conversation. I would argue that we have not had that consistently in the past, and we need to enable that. And that, too, is one that can be subject to the vagaries of politics, and we need to get beyond that. We need to have credible institutions like the Atlantic Council that can convene those kinds of people in a not-for-attribution way that allows candid conversations. And I think when you can do that, when people roll up their sleeves and are put in that room and say, "Hey, we need solutions out of this, not policy and pundits and punditry, but real solutions," you'd be amazed what you can get, and you can have help in making priorities. And not saying we're never going to do that, but we're not going to do that now. We can't do that now, and increasingly, as I was talking with some of our colleagues here at the conference. We're a very rich and powerful nation. We can afford some of these things. I mean, you and I can afford to pay a premium for green energy and our utility bills and the like. There are a lot of folks who are living paycheck to paycheck that don't have that capability. We need to understand what the implications of these things are more broadly. But the important thing is to bring people into the conversation. And I think when you do that, thoughtful people are beginning to understand the limitations. I mean, you've seen that in a subtle shift in the environmental community's views on nuclear. I mean, there's a reality that if you care about the climate, you care about global warming in the near term, you're not going to be able to get there with a wholesale doing away with nuclear power. It just simply isn't going to happen. And one can make a compelling case, and many independent analysts have, that you're going to have that as part of the equation, at least for the near term. Maybe not forever, but until the maturation of grid-scale, season-long storage technology for renewable energy, the kinds of things that we know about, because every one of these things has second and third order implications. I mean, you talk about grid-scale storage, and when I talked to the German ambassador after they made their decision about shutting down their nuclear plants, I said, "How are you going to store your renewable energy?" First off, he told me they weren't going to increase their reliance on Russian oil, which didn't prove to be possible. And he said, "Well, we're going to do pumped storage." And I said, "Pumped storage? How are you going to do that? Do you have the topography for that?" He says, "No, we don't, but we're going to use Switzerland." And I thought to myself, you guys got into trouble in 1939. Have you told the Swiss that you're going to do this? But I mean, the point is there are these trade-offs and these things that have to be balanced. And I'm not joking about it or trivializing it. I'm just saying there has to be a level of conversation that understands the criticality of this, no nuclear pun intended, and the need for action. And I think that's what we need to get on with, and then translate that into viable policies that have a consistent application from one administration to another.
I think your point about the nuclear industry and the enthusiasm around that's actually really interesting in this conversation, because it points out And something I've seen more the longer I've done this, the climate conversations, energy security, these aren't monolithic communities, right? There's a growing body of work to think through how do we, what are the solution sets? And as you get more familiar with how complex the energy system is, I think both the environmental movement and the energy sector are adapting to have a diversified set of responses. I do want to, you talked about the operational challenges, and so I do want to go back to our conversation on the Indo-Pacific, where fuel logistics are particularly quite constrained. And then I want to build this into maybe a future-looking aspect. You know, at the Global Energy Center, we're really keen on making sure that we understand the vulnerabilities of the system that is existing and how that impacts geopolitics. You talked about the Straits of Malacca. Also want to be thinking about how that transforms over a horizon. But let's start with where we're at today. What are the major vulnerabilities you see currently in fuel supply chains for U.S. forces? What needs to be done to ensure reliable fuel availability? These are issues, and we can broaden this out to a larger thought about not just Indo-Pacific, but obviously fuel security continues to be a predominant feature of national defense. And how are you thinking about that in the context today?
Well, you know, I'll look at it from a maritime perspective, but there are others from other branches of service in the room that fully appreciate that. You know, it's just as true in the Army and the Marine Corps and the Air Force as it is in the Navy. So in no way am I diminishing or trivializing the logistics challenges for anybody that's fighting or dealing with a crisis in an AOR that covers 100 million square miles of ocean. So, but the fact of the matter is, we haven't thought about contested logistics for decades in the military in a way, and it's now been brought home in the Ukrainian situation to some degree. We've not faced it, but the Ukrainians certainly have, and you know, through our crises in the Gulf and even the minor dust-up that I was a part of in Europe and in Kosovo and the like, and the Afghan campaign, we've been able to build secure facilities from which we operate, and you know, we bring in Pizza Huts and things like that, and we deal with the logistics vulnerabilities that come with you know, the vulnerability of fuel convoys to IEDs and the things that are significant and have proven to be significant. But we managed to get our way through that. That's going to be a much different situation in a maritime-focused conflict in the Indo-Pacific. I mean, the unclassified analyses that I've seen say that you know, for a confrontation, even not a conflict in the Western Pacific, the Navy's going to need 100 tankers, for example. Right now, through our agreements and the like, we have access to fewer than 10. And so, how do you deal with the realities of that? I think is something that we have to wrestle with. And it's broader than that. Many of the critical parts to supply our ships on deployment arrive in regional supports by FedEx and then get transferred out to the ships by helicopter or carrier onboard delivery aircraft, or ships come into port, replenishment ships, and take them out. You know, you have to ask yourself, in a contested logistics environment, is that supply chain going to be there going forward? And you can make an argument that it may not be. And even if it exists, are your allies and partners going to be willing to give you access as they get coerced by a dominant China, for example, in the region? Just to use that as a hypothetical. And so those kinds of things are hugely important. How do you rearm and resupply ships is important. Do you have enough logistics ships to come alongside and the like? You can't reload currently VLS canisters, the vertical launch canisters on Navy ships at sea. And so if you're off Taiwan and you need to rearm, where are you going to go? If you've got maybe Japan as the closest one, but Guam is a long way away. You know, many days transit and the like, and so the whole context of this needs to be rethought with a focus on logistics broadly, but energy specifically. And you know, one of my colleagues at Stanford has done an analysis, and you know, within 500 air miles, unrefueled air miles of Taiwan, China has 35 airfields. We have 2. And both of them are in Japan. And so, you know, the question then becomes, how does logistics work in this? And we need to begin to think through that and take action to deal with those realities. And I'm not implying that it's not being done or being addressed. I'm just implying that, hey, I don't know what timeline you believe we're on for this. I hope we're on a deterrent timeline where the conflict and confrontation never happens. But you know, a big part of that, as we know, deterrence is defined as capability and will. We may have the will, but we need the capability. Otherwise, you get into the old line that they fed Maverick in the first Top Gun. You know, Maverick, your mouth is writing checks your body can't cash, and we need to make sure that we've got those capabilities in hand.
Well, you mentioned one capability would be increasing, for example, the tanker fleet. So like a very literal aspect of the ships and the infrastructure of the fleet itself. You know, in the context of the Veterans Advanced Energy Summit, I'd also like to bring in the role of alternative energy technologies, because we can eliminate some of the fuel use in different ways as well. So how can the U.S. military mitigate these risks through alternative energy technologies, whether that be renewable energy, electrification, nuclear, and how can that play a role in overcoming some of these fuel supply challenges?
Well, you've got a lot of talent here at the Atlantic Council. Denny McGinn was sitting in the front row over here, and he's done a lot of work in that, and was a part of some of our efforts early on, about 8 years ago at Hoover, as we looked at what George Shultz used to call the energy transformation or game-changing technologies for the military, and certainly they're out there. We talked about the reliance on fuel, but you know, we also now have a situation where, you know, your marine company is humping, you know, hundreds of pounds of batteries to make night vision goggles and radios work and the like. And so first we need to, obviously there needs to be an energy efficiency component to this, and that can be with some of our battery technologies, the rapid recharging capabilities, the multiple ways in which you can do that, even if it's raining and you can't use a solar panel. What else can you use to recharge the batteries, and much more quickly, and how do you increase the energy density and not the weight and the like? So there's an efficiency piece to that, and the efficiency goes to ship size stuff. I mean, they've done explorations of or investigations of putting flaps on ships that reduce on the stern, that reduce the drag and therefore reduce the fuel consumption. And so we need to think about how we do things more efficiently with better performing jet engines and the like. You know, can we reduce the cost and increase the availability of synthetic fuels that draw on capabilities that don't have environmental impact? So there's lots of dimensions to this. There isn't anything that's being pursued in the technical sector now that does not have a national security implication. Whether it's small modular reactors to power remote basing options, so that you don't have to truck in that fuel oil that I spoke of earlier. You know, there's lots of elements to it, and great opportunities. You know, when I talk to veterans, and we have a number of them in the Bay Area that are associated with the business school and Stanford and the like, or you know, exploring other opportunities that they leave the service. There's lots of startups that are heavily engaged in this exploitation and enhancement of these new technologies. You know, whether it's all the way down to the high-tech end of, you know, the role of graphite supply chains in battery anodes and those kinds of things, to the broader, as I say, small modular reactor kind of things. There's lots of opportunities here. All of those things are going to be translatable into a national security element. But again, at what cost? I mean, here again, it's another one of those trade-offs you have to make. At the end of the day, combat effectiveness is what you have to have. That's why you have a military, and so you can't diminish that. But I would argue, and I think Denny and others have powerfully, that you can have both in this case if the technology continues to mature, and we need to keep that being integrated into our military, and the veterans are going to be a huge part of that. They bring an awareness of technology, they bring a sensitivity to the need, and they bring a passion to its solution that you know, startups across the country are snapping up those kinds of talent, that kind of talent, if you want to be a part of this.
I do want to come back to the talent pool and what veterans can really offer to some of these conversations. But thematically, I think our conversations inspired quite a few data points on nuclear in particular. And I just want to build on some of your roots here in your career. You know, as I look through the feed of questions, there's aspects of financing nuclear, about the role of policy and legislation in helping enable nuclear. There's also conversations in terms of, you know, tackling some of the harder issues in spent fuel and how we leverage the full nuclear life cycle for impact in this space. Can I just get your reflections on those
Yeah,
comments?
no, all of those are legitimate, and indeed they color the conversation wherever you have it. I mean, I heard had a lot of these conversations in Taiwan 2 weeks ago with the president and his national security advisor, who, you know, the DPP, the elected party from the president, which the president of Taiwan is a part of, had a plank in their platform against nuclear energy and have been leading the shutdown. And they too are concerned about, you know, what do we do with the spent fuel? And as the nuclear physicists in the room will know, there are some, aren't there? No, I'm sure there are. Anyway, you know, when you have spent fuel, even though it's no longer usable in a nuclear reactor, 98% of the energy is still in it. Okay, if you can reprocess it as the French do, and the Russians and the Japanese and others, you can get that energy back. It's not a perpetual motion machine, but it's close. You know, if you can get 98% of the energy back. Now you still have to deal with the actinides, the heat, and the radioactivity of that, and long-term storage, and will continue to be a challenge. But you know, we have to have a broader understanding, and I'm not, you know, trivializing this at all. The nuclear piece has to be considered, but we also put, you know, over 200 million metric tons of stuff into the atmosphere every year in this country, burning fossil fuels to create electricity, and that too is a waste issue. And so, how do you deal with the carbon dioxide and you know, is sequestration a part of that? I mean, so there's each of the energy chains has its own challenges. Even renewables, we know about the problems with hydro, for example, and its impact on ecological systems and the like. You know, solar panels cover huge amounts of acreage, 50 square miles, to give you the equivalent output of a single nuclear plant that occupies 1 square mile, and that has environmental impact. Not to mention the rare earths and materials that have to go into it that have their own carbon footprint. So, you know, if we can come up with a model that everyone can agree to, the interesting piece in the energy sector, as you would know, is that every area of interest has its own models. If you're a renewables person, you've got your own model. Solar, if you're a wind person, you've got your model that shows that you can do it all. Nuclear is the same way. Where's the model that fairly puts everything into the mix and allows us to dial the rheostats in what my wife, the engineer, would tell me is an optimization problem, to get this balance right so that we can optimize it and then adjust as things evolve and the technologies deliver? I think those are the kinds of conversations, getting back to my earlier point, that we need to have. But on the nuclear side, again, I didn't run an advocacy agency for nuclear, but obviously I believe in its capabilities when well and safely done. I think the waste issue is a political problem much more so than it is a technical problem. In other words, we have now capabilities for dry cask storage that we're using in a commercial nuclear industry in this country that can serve us for another 100 years. And I think, you know, technology being what it is, I think we can figure this out. Reprocessing is an option. It's expensive. But if we value that and want to price that in, and the government wants to get into that, we made a choice not to do that, again, because of the economics. It's much more expensive to reprocess spent fuel than it is simply to buy new uranium and use new fuel. And so from an economic standpoint, a utility that's based on shareholder interest and making money isn't going to fund a reprocessing facility. That's a potential role for the government. We've chosen not to do that in this country, but other countries have done that quite comfortably. So there are solutions. President Obama did a blue ribbon panel some years ago on this, and they produced it was a bipartisan effort. Actually, it was a nonpartisan effort, which is even better. And they produced a blueprint for dealing with nuclear spent fuel, which included the creation of a TVA-like agency and consensus storage in regions in the United States. And we've not done as much in implementing those recommendations as we might. So I think we know what the answers are, at least as the technology exists now. We just have not made a lot of progress, nonpartisan progress in advancing them.
Well, I find the idea of a balanced proposal intriguing, and I think that probably does need to emanate from a nonpartisan community thinking through those issues. It also is a reflection on the diversity of energy resources. And I was in Europe for the Partnership on Transatlantic Energy and Climate Cooperation, led by the Department of Energy a few months back in Bucharest. The Romanians hosted it. And a feature that was very expansive in some of the dialogue with the Europeans was this focus on indigenous resources. And obviously, we talked about how some are deficient on that. But as we go through the makeup of an energy system that is kind of all of the above and balanced, it's important to reflect on the fact that each of our allies has a different set of how they're prioritizing and going back to those models, because they're probably based on a different outlook on energy security. How do we tie those together, at a moment when we're talking about overcoming supply chains and influence from the Chinese and future adversaries in a much more complex energy system? How do we bridge the gap of such a diverse energy makeup between our allies and partners and turn some of these vulnerabilities into strategic opportunities as well?
Wow. Well, as the poet famously said, man's reach must exceed his grasp, or what's a heaven for? In other words, these are aspirational goals, and those kinds of conversations I think they're more readily available now. I think there's more of a sensitivity to where we are and literally the inflection point at which we find ourselves in terms of global energy. For a while, we were perhaps too optimistic that we could have it all. That this was the 80s coming back, you can have it all, and we're finding we can't, that there are difficult trade-offs that have to be made, and some of them involve, national economies and national interests and the like. And so, again, the important part is to begin that conversation. There can be, I think, opportunities. The supranational organizations have kind of fallen in repute over in recent years, and there's a lot of criticism about everything from the World Bank to the UN to the World Health Organization these days. But I do think there's an opportunity to think collectively about that, and that gets us back to the energy conversation with which we began, Landon, and is how do we bring like-minded allies and partners into a conversation in which energy is no longer a peripheral issue, it's a central issue. And I think bringing in the enlightened self-interest that you talk about, I think that's fair. I mean, you have to bring that into the conversation. But there are also, realities that have to be brought to bear as well. We can't do it the way we've always done it. And we're finding that as nations, unfortunately, are finding they have to back away a bit from their global zero commitments because they realize that using current technologies and the economic pressures and national security pressures they're under, that they're not executable at quite the same timeline they had hoped. And so I think George Shultz used to call that getting mugged by reality. And so I think there's a lot of that going around. I think that makes us more open to these conversations and more important that they begin now. But ultimately, we're going to have to craft relationships and partnerships that can find that win-win-win situation. You may not get everything you want or you need in terms of enlightened self-interest, but you get a significant share. And as long as the perception is that process is equitable, that it's fair, that their interests were considered moving forward, I think we may have an opportunity. But it's not going to be an easy journey, which is even more reason to get started.
Well, I have two final questions here, and one I promise will be at least a softball. We've spent a lot of time talking about the global complex energy system. Yeah. I've been very seized personally by the modern warfare that we're seeing in the context of Israel and Lebanon, the pagers that went off, and having the ability to cause that kind of chaos in a country. I have to imagine that can be deployed to other technologies as well. Yeah. And so, do you feel confident that strategic defense officials and national security experts are adequately thinking about that in the context of our domestic energy system as well?
Yeah, I think I do, and Jim can talk to this certainly better than I. But DHS, Department of Homeland Security, has critical infrastructure projects. They're very much aware and sensitive to this. There have been a few reports in the press about intervention into SCADA systems, the automated controls for electric grids, and even in some cases small hydroelectric plants and the like. And so there are vulnerabilities there that are the next step for your classic cyber attack, not just denial of service, but have the ability to turn things off. I mean, in a previous life in a classified domain. I at Stratcom worked, cyber capabilities and the like, and they can be hugely impactful, but as we've seen from Ukraine, they can be mitigated as well. And it's important that you bring resilience in this, because you can't build your firewalls high enough or thick enough to keep the adversaries out, particularly if that adversary happens to be an insider threat. And so there's lots of ways to look at this thing, and I do think there's an awareness of that. Some of our colleagues years ago worked on that, on the chemical bio end of that too, as we look at CRISPR and the ability to craft, pandemics, tailor-made pandemics for the future. There's lots of scary scenarios out there, and I do believe that our national security elements are very much aware of that. But that is being democratized. That's now you can do gene splicing technology in your kitchen with something you order over Amazon, and so the availability of that, I think, is the biggest concern now, and it no longer has to be a powerful state actor that drives these kinds of things. You can have disaffected folks, either internal to your society or external to your society, that decide they want to send a powerful signal and do so. So our vigilance has to be there. It has to continue and be ratcheted up appropriately. But we can't live in a fortress mentality. I mean, part of the greatness of democracies are the freedoms that we enjoy, and so we rely on our national security element to do that. But it does highlight the point you're making, that those of us in the energy sector, and I, perhaps too arrogantly consider myself still to be a part of that, even though I'm not on the boards and oversight roles, we have an obligation to consider that as well. And because it's that ensures our security. I mean, this is not something that's inconvenient. Yeah, it'll bug you if you can't get the news or you can't recharge your cell phone. But when these things could happen and reduce your access to satellite communications, cut off electricity that's keeping ventilators and premature baby incubators at hospitals running, and when these kinds of things have societal effects, you have to think about it in those terms and decide how you're going to mitigate this going forward, and we can do that. Early in the Ukrainian war, I had a conversation with some folks at the, believe it or not, the Kyiv School of Economics, who were running their university from a basement as the Russian attack was underway. And I talked with the young woman who was in charge of their cybersecurity, and her advice to me was, Admiral, she said, don't talk about robustness, talk about resilience, because they're going to find a way to get at you, and you just have to have an alternate path in order to ensure that you still have access to these critical elements. And most critical of those, of course, is our energy supply.
Admiral Ellis, we covered a lot of ground today. I know I said I was going to have an easy one, but I think we'll end it there. Really appreciate the conversation and you making the time to join us for the Veterans Advanced Energy Summit this year.
Delighted to have a small role in it all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Landon, and thank you, Admiral Ellis and General Jones, for kicking us off with some fantastic thought leadership as we open up the 2024 Veterans Advanced Energy Summit. My name is Reed Blakemore. I'm the Director of Research and Programs at the Global Energy Center, and I'll be delighted to serve as some kind of MC throughout the day today as we do stage changes, but also try and craft some sort of narrative arc throughout the series of panels as we move from the overarching strategic context under which we're talking about energy, defense, and national security to deep diving and double clicking on some very, very specific and interesting issues that will guide the rest of our session. So with that, it's my pleasure to introduce for our first panel the Honorable Sherry Goodman, who will be moderating a session on sustainability and climate considerations in national security planning. Sherry has been a leader in environmental, energy, and climate security since she first served as the first Deputy Undersecretary of Defense for Environmental Security. She currently serves as the Secretary General of the International Military Council on Climate and Security and is a board director at the Atlantic Council. I should also mention that Sherry recently published her new book on the topic, Threat Multiplier, Climate, Military Leadership, and the Fight for Global Security. That book will be available for y'all to pick up during our lunch session. So please do. She has a copy. There we go. So please do check that out. But for now, Sherry, welcome, and the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Reed. Can you all hear me? Yes. Okay, hey, great. Thank you. Reed, that was lovely. Landon, you just do an outstanding job here. So really, I want to hats off to you. Really excellent. Admiral Ellis, really terrific to have you here. This is really a spectacular conference. I've been involved with the Veterans Advanced Energy Conference really since its launch. I've been on the board here at the Atlantic Council for quite a long time, and you all, many of you are my heroes, and I tell your stories in my book. So I hope you will buy it. So we have 3 panelists today who are in my book: Admiral McGinn and Meredith Berger and Joe Bryan. Of course, Jake and Roger merit being in the book, but that'll be maybe the next book. And then 3 of the former Veterans Advanced Energy Fellows, their stories about energy and climate on the front lines of warfighting today is all about, this is the story. And why I love this conference is because it really reflects, as Fred Kemp likes to say, the inflection point that is the convergence of national security, climate, and energy. And that's been the story of both my career, and I think many of you who are now working in this space want to see a better world, want to see a more secure future as we confront a variety of threats around the world, including climate as a threat multiplier and moving toward energy resilience and reliability. And nobody better than this panel to really kick it off on sustainability and climate considerations in national security planning. So I'm going to give just a little brief intro on each one as I ask them to sort of kick off the first question, but really I really want to start with the Honorable Meredith Berger, because she's now serving as the Assistant Secretary of Navy for Energy, Installations, and Environment. We love having Meredith. Meredith and I do a lot of things together now, and she's been a great leader in the Navy in a variety of ways. But I actually think the most spectacular thing you need to know about Meredith is that she just threw out the first pitch at the Yankees game during Climate Week. Okay, wouldn't we all like to do that? And they said climate readiness is mission readiness. So that is really a hallmark of where we are today. So I'm going to kick it off. Meredith, can you first talk to us about how you think about climate and sustainability and national security planning in the Navy today?
Absolutely, and Sherry, thank you for the shout out. And I have to say, this is one of the best panels. So kudos to Landon, because these are people I have learned from, worked with, and continue to yield outcomes together with. So it is pretty cool to be sitting in the middle of this group. Sherry, climate readiness is mission readiness is what we talk about at the Department of the Navy, teeing off of climate as a threat multiplier. And so we think about how we engage this across the continuum. And so you talked about being at New York City Climate Week, but I'll put it in context briefly, and I know we'll have more of a chance to speak, but especially being at Climate Week New York City last week, there are a lot of places where we were talking about profits and losses, quarterly earnings statements, how we're going to meet goals. And as I sat among other chief sustainability officers, I had the chance to tell them, and this is going to resonate with this group, I think, that we speak in a different currency when we talk about sustainability in the Department of the Navy. This is life and death. This is who comes home and how and why. In Iraq and Afghanistan, for every 50 convoys of fuel, we had a Marine that was killed or wounded. This is logistics, and this is warfighting advantage. And so that is why we are making investments in energy and water, making sure that we are taking climate action by making sustainable choices and investments, because it's looking out for the next sailor or Marine. And I'll include my sister services here. It is the next soldier, airman, guardsman. Those are the people that we're looking out for. And so that's what it means to incorporate sustainability into mission. It's mission first and mission success. And as I know there are a lot of veterans in the audience here today, it's how we see people create that foundational connection to what it means to assure mission first, and even as you go out and do other things post-service, it's how you keep your stake and tie to a personal investment in national security as we look at some of the actions that we can take. So I'll pause there, but that's how we're thinking about it.
Thank you very much, Meredith. Admiral McGinn, Denny, You both held the position that Meredith now held in a prior administration. You had a long career in the Navy, but can I say your most important job was you were one of the early members of the CNA Military Advisory Board on Climate Change and National Security, which really launched this field connecting climate, energy, and national security. So could you sort of explain to the audience kind of the through line between that connection and your own career in that? Thank you.
Sherry. I just want to start with a shout out to Dan Mish. Dan got this whole thing started, Veterans Advanced Energy. I remember being up at Boston University, however many years ago, 5 or 6 years ago, when we had the first kickoff, and Dan was and he did it pretty much pro bono, based on how strongly he felt about this initiative, and it has grown into this partnership with the Atlantic Council. It's really fantastic. So, Dan, if you're watching over there in España, well done. Thank you. Our energy security, and we can think of this nationally and also internationally, but our energy security, our economic security, and our environmental security are inextricably linked. You can't do anything really in any one of those without really carefully considering the effects on the other. Wouldn't it be wonderful if we didn't have to worry about climate change? Hey, drill, baby, drill, get the shovels going on pulling that coal out of the ground. Economically fantastic, energy security, great. But there's this little thing called climate change. And oh, by the way, it's not just global climate change and warming, it is regional and local environmental quality as well. So if you think about energy security, economic security, and environmental security as pillars that underpin our overall national security, quality of life, and literally our societal, family, and individual health, it's a good way to think about it. And it gives you the context in which you want to do things like advance the speed of and the scale up of transitioning off of an economy that's primarily dependent on fossil fuels. I've had many discussions with folks that are in the fossil fuel business, and I always make sure I say, this is not a bunch of bad people. The United States security and our economic wealth are very much dependent upon what fossil fuels have done with us. So we can't forget that. But at the same time, enter the phenomenon of climate change and global warming, greenhouse gases. It's past time, in fact, to change. So the challenge then becomes, how do we advance our energy portfolio, change it in ways that take into consideration the absolute need for economic viability and security, and do it in a way that is affordable, reliable, resilient, and something that can not be so disruptive that we end up becoming warring tribes inside the nation as well as internationally. We need to figure out ways, and I think Admiral Ellis pointed this out very well in his remarks. You get people in a room and they talk about various things like environmental security, energy security, economic security. They can get some things done very, very effectively. This isn't a zero-sum game. You can, in fact, address the most pressing challenges of climate change and do it in a way that is absolutely wonderful for economic security. We're seeing some initial phases of this in the IRA and the basic creation of industries, clean energy industries, and IT industries in this country that are going to benefit economic development throughout the states, true globally as well. So that's a little bit of context that we need to consider all of these factors, environment, energy, and economy, in a broad sense, and as we try to accelerate and scale up our transition to new forms of energy.
Thank you so much, Denny. And I want to move to Jake now, who has just joined the White House as the National Security Council's Senior Director for Climate and Energy. He's held many jobs in government, including most recently at DFC and many other portfolios. And right now, Jake, you're at the crucible of energy and climate planning for national security. So can you say a little bit about what that portfolio means, particularly for these veterans? And if you want to talk about how you're dealing with the Ukraine energy challenge too, I think this audience would be particularly interested.
Thanks, Sherry. Thanks a lot. At the Crucible in the White House and in pole position for book number 2 with Roger. I think that we have the right of first refusal here, and I am really thrilled about the book, and congratulations, and I can't wait to pick one up. I will definitely circle back to your question. I want to just say thank you to you, Sherry, for your leadership, to Admiral McGinn. One of my first experiences in government was serving in the White House Office of Energy and Climate Change during the first term of the Obama administration, which was sort of the first iteration of something that has now become a much more robust operation inside the White House that extends into nearly every single office when you think about these inextricable linkages of climate, energy, security that you spoke about. And it's just been remarkable to see the recognition of that concept as it has become built into the structure of our government and the way that our security architecture works. That is because of your leadership and because you had the courage to raise your hand early on, when both of you, when it wasn't necessarily in the mainstream. So, well, thank you. It's just such an honor to be here today among such a wonderful group of veterans. I feel completely awed and humbled by your service. And now, having had 6 weeks to sit in the Crucible, having a new appreciation for what that really means. So thank you. When I took this job, I came to the White House from an investment and a finance perspective, thinking about sort of how to bring U.S. government public finance to bear on some of the most challenging and strategic markets around the world. That remains an enormous area of our focus, because I think that in addition to sort of the real comparative advantage that the United States has around the world in terms of projecting its military power, the other critical comparative advantage that we bring is the innovation and the scale and the speed of our private sector. And when you look at so many of the challenges that we're facing today, sort of within the context of geopolitical competition, but also these types of transnational challenges that we have, including climate change, we can't achieve our goals without doing that in partnership with the private sector, with companies like GE, that is literally there on the front lines of so many of the most fragile and conflict areas around the world, providing infrastructure, stability, security into those markets, in addition to, as Meredith put it, the profit-seeking motive of trying to drive revenue and sales and growth. I think one of the areas where this has really come into view for all of us is in the context of energy security in Ukraine. I had the opportunity when I was at DFC to travel to Kyiv and meet with the private sector as well as the Ukrainian state-owned enterprises that are working to keep its grid up and running. And I will never forget when you, first of all, to get to Kyiv, you take a 10-hour train overnight from Poland. You arrive in the morning. And I'll never forget landing at the train station, making our way to the grid company, a company called Ukrenergo. And after 10 minutes in the boardroom, very nice boardroom with the CEO of the company, the air raid sirens started to sound. And we decided a few minutes later, I think some of us thought that took a little while to make that decision to go down into the bunker, where hundreds of employees from Ukrenergo were doing the daily work of keeping the lights on. Ukrenergo was a target of Russian drones and missiles because of the fact that it was providing an essential security service. It was keeping the grid up and running, keeping the economy up and running, keeping revenues, tax bases, jobs, people warm at home. And the Russians know this. That's why over the last 9 to 12 months, they have taken out 50% of Ukraine's grid. 9 gigawatts of generating capacity has come offline. We received intelligence from the Ukrainians a couple of weeks ago that now the Russians are looking at the substations and the switch yards that connect the nuclear power stations to the grid. The nuclear power stations, which are, of course, the main source of stabilizing voltage, frequency, and ancillary services to the entire grid. So when you think about the question of energy, climate security, it comes into view in Ukraine. And the last thing that I'll just note here, turn it back to you, Sherry, is that among the very inspiring parts of meeting with the Ukrainians to talk about how to keep things up and running at a basic level is the fact that they are also focused on building out a clean energy grid that is decentralized and decarbonized and is built for the future of Europe, that is in line with their vision for an integration into not just the European grid, but into the European Union, so that they can become energy exporters of clean energy to the West, so they can power all of the new industry that we're gonna see coming out of Poland and Bulgaria and Germany in building not just the clean energy components and the electric vehicles, but also the critical minerals that we need to power all of that. And Ukraine sees itself as squarely within that vision, partially because a decentralized, decarbonized grid is one that is less vulnerable to attack from Russians who still have the maps of the Soviet Union era grid of Ukraine and are able to identify the places to target next. So I think it was an education for all of us in terms of the grit and the creativity of the Ukrainians. Now it's just an all-out, nonstop job to keep these structures protected, to keep new resources coming online, and it's a commitment that in this crucible that we revisit hourly and daily.
Wow. Well, Jake, if that isn't a story of inspiration out of the ashes of war comes a decarbonized, a decentralized, more sustainable energy grid. So that is really remarkable. We hope that happens. We hope that we're there, and this group is there, among others, to help see that future through, and that's exciting. Thank you for sharing that. And thank you then also, you really kind of teed up Roger next, the important role of the private sector. Now, I do have to say here to all our veterans, Roger was at EPA when I was at DOD in the 90s, and he reminded me he was one of those nice lawyers over there. We actually liked him. He didn't take us to court all the time, and he partnered with us as we were in that era of cleaning up military bases and doing all the environmental things we were doing in DOD in the 1990s. But Roger, you've had a very diverse and varied career yourself in many different sectors, and now you're at GE, and you're right at the forefront of helping supply that innovative clean energy for the future. So talk about how that's working and how you're working with federal partners in that space, please.
Well, Sherry, thank you very much. And I was proud of the work that I tried to do running defense for the Department of Defense at EPA and trying to help them get things done, things that they were trying to do very well intentioned. And it was an honor that they recognized that I do not have a military background. So it's a real privilege and honor for me to be here. My career has been on environmentalism, climate change, energy, sustainability. And I think one of the proudest moments or days I've ever had was the Department of Defense offered to take me out to an aircraft carrier, flew me out, let me spend a few days with them so I could really see and appreciate what you do. And I always walked away from that so inspired, and it's why it's such a privilege for me to be here, that just really from an outsider appreciating your commitment, your mission, your talents, your skills, has always made me want to fight for this cause. So it's a real privilege to be here. And I want to maybe from the private sector perspective, go back to your opening comment about the confluence of energy security, climate change, and national security. Because from our perspective, the company that helps produce 25% of the world's energy, we are the most diverse portfolio of energy technologies all around the world and breakthrough technologies for the future. That's exactly what we're seeing. I said I've spent my 30-year careers kind of on the environmental side of things, climate change and energy. My last 3 years have been in liaison with the White House, the National Security Council, Department of Defense, our friends in the UK and the EU on national security. And if someone had told me a few years ago, like my job description would include national security, I wouldn't have believed it. But now it's kind of the driving force for what I do, and this intersection of energy and national security has really been a game changer, I think, and something I really admire this administration for really elevating people like Jake, elevating this intersection, because I've come to appreciate how important it is. And there's 3 things I've seen that really drives this, and it's kind of themes we've already talked about, but maybe bringing in with a little private sector perspective. The first is the push for energy security. So we've known that climate change is an important thing to address. We haven't quite kept up with the pace of the urgency. It's been moving along, but not quite at the pace we all probably would want. But energy security the last few years has been a fundamental game changer towards innovation and investments that address climate change. And I think Jake hit on what kind of was the catalyst. It was Ukraine. We were very proud of our role in Ukraine. As Jake said, Russia tragically has targeted civilian energy infrastructure. So when kids can't turn the lights on and parents can't access their jobs or healthcare, we're going to take that really seriously. So we've been partnering with the Ukraine energy minister on how we can place strategic assets across the country that make the grid more resilient and less vulnerable. So we make turbines that you can put on a trailer. They can power about 100,000 homes. You can move them around strategically. Russia doesn't know where they are. You can move them around, and you can see the strategic advantage there. So we've been thinking, I've been working with his energy secretary who acts like a Department of Defense secretary, because that's what he has to do. But beyond Ukraine, this was a real wake-up call for the rest of the world. And this is where the calls started to come in from the White House with the blocked caller ID and so on, because we wanted to get as much equipment to Ukraine as we could. It was our biggest priority, but even we were surprised. We don't have this sitting on shelves. We don't have transformer equipment sitting around in inventory somewhere in a warehouse or turbines. We have years and years of backlog because of this electrification imperative. So it was a wake-up call for us, I think for the administration, for the UK, for the EU. Like, we need a strategic imperative here to have energy security and a resilient supply chain. So we've been working in very close collaboration in that, and that is something that is a priority day to day on how we solve for this. And it's not just war, it's energy, it's weather events like we saw in North Carolina, it's the growing demand for electrification, and how can we think from an energy security perspective. The second thing is also something Jake touched on, which is this administration has really embraced the concept of public partnerships and private partnerships. And that has been a game changer, just this notion of working together in the same direction towards accelerating the types of investments we're making. So going back to energy security, we have a factory in Shreveport, Louisiana, that produces critical grid equipment. The DOE's helped us with a $28 million grant to increase capacity there, which is good for energy security, national security. We have a factory in Pensacola, I'd love to tell you about it, where 20% of our workforce is veterans. And the Inflation Reduction Act has helped us make $20 million in investments to hire more veterans to produce onshore wind turbines that we use here in the US. Again, energy security, national security, helping veterans. So that's only been because of the partnership, would not have happened without the partnership with the public sector. And then the third thing goes to the core of national security. And this is where it gets really interesting, because what we have seen is where climate change used to be seen as a competitive disadvantage, now countries see it as a competitive opportunity. It's their Silicon Valley. So all these countries are betting on investing in climate change technology and innovation as their future. And we're effectively, I think, in a once-in-a-generation space race on who's going to innovate this technology. The world needs energy. The world needs this technology. The question is, who's going to do it? Small modular nuclear reactors, carbon capture, sequestration, all the energy that's required to keep up with artificial intelligence, to onshore semiconductor manufacturing. So this is a here and now issue of urgency, being able to meet the demands of energy for national security, because someone's going to do it. who's going to do it, who's going to lead here, and who's going to innovate the next generation of technologies that are ultimately going to solve this. So that's the confluence we're seeing. It's all good for climate change. I didn't talk much about climate because all these three things get you towards climate change solutions, but it's coming out of energy security, the catalyst of private-public partnership, and the increasing focus on national security. And very thankful for this administration and, again, our friends elsewhere who have been willing to kind of work with us with this lens to solve for these like geopolitical problems.
Thank you. That was brilliant, Roger. What a great master class there. So thank you so much. Joe, and I have a follow-up question, but I want to get to Joe, who, among many hats you've worn, you served as the Secretary of Defense Climate Advisor. You were also in the Navy. We got like a critical mass of Navy here. What when we say we are purple, we love all the services. But you also had previously served in the Department of Navy, Joe, and you have really been working to align climate, energy, national security goals in the Department of Defense, reflected in some of the work that we've just already discussed. But reflect on that and kind of where you see the critical innovations happening in the future that we should be aware of. Excuse me.
Sure. Well, thanks, Sherry, and thanks for writing the book, too. I think it's a great contribution to thinking around this. You know, I guess I'm betting cleanup will carry forward the Yankees analogy. Aaron Judge is having a great year. Aaron Rodgers not having such a great year. Aaron Judge is having a great year. So my year isn't quite as good, so lower your expectations for the cleanup here. I guess where I'd start is where both Jake and Roger left off, and this is, I think you said something, Sherry, about the change in thinking in Ukraine around the importance of distributed generation, addressing risk in the grid by changing your approach to thinking around what assets you might use and where you might put them and how you might configure your grid. That is remarkable. But the truth is, it also just kind of makes sense, right? That's actually where we are. There's an inclination by some these days, and I think we see it in the public discourse quite a bit, to suggest that there's somehow competition between what's good for military capability and what's good for climate. And that somehow this is, I think Denny referred to it as a zero-sum game. And I think what we know, and what many folks in this room know, and what we believe is that's fundamentally flawed way of looking at the problem. Fundamentally flawed, and frankly wrong. And I think many of us believe that, but I think the belief is less important than the fact. And the fact is that the things we do to improve combat capability within the Department of Defense, and the things we do to improve, mitigate our contribution to climate change and also mitigate some of the risk that we carry because of climate change, those two things are exceptionally well aligned. And I'll just give you a couple examples and then we can continue the conversation with the group. I mean, you think about something like blended wing body aircraft. And I do some work in this space. Blended wing body, the Air Force issued a contract for the development of blended wing body aircraft, fundamentally changing the way aircraft are built. That aircraft, possibly tanker or cargo, and also a huge commercial application opportunity for it, 50% less fuel burn. So when we think about military capability, that airplane, if it's successfully built and flown, can deliver twice the capability, twice the payload at the same range, or twice the range with the same payload. Now, I just ask us, does that matter? It certainly matters in the commercial sector because airlines pay a lot of money for fuel, but does it matter to DoD when you think about the tyranny of distance in the Pacific? I think so, and the Air Force thinks so. And advancing that technology and being a leader, the United States being a leader on that is critical for our military capability, also critical for our industrial competitiveness as China pursues some of these same platforms. So that really matters. And you don't have to talk about climate to care about the United States taking a lead on that technology. Hybridization, electrification of tactical vehicles. Does that matter? Well, I don't know. Last time I checked, hybrid tactical vehicles bring with them silent watch, low heat signature, super impressive torque. Look, many of us, I don't know, I've driven a lot of electric vehicles. I assume folks in the room have. Do those things matter on the battlefield? I kind of think they do. And everyone who we've taken out from DoD and the services to drive one out at GM or elsewhere thinks they matter too and have a place in to build our military capability. And the fundamental technology underpinning that capability is energy storage, is batteries. And what we know now is we're in a global competition for who's going to dominate the battery industry of the future. And the United States, because of the IRA and because of bipartisan infrastructure law, is doing better than we were a few years ago. But we are still in a competition for our lives on this technology, and this will define the future. And it matters not just for the climate, because electrification, I think, has underlying climate benefit, but it matters for our ability to deploy combat capability for our soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines. And it matters for the U.S. industrial competitiveness, in particular with China. So I think that, notwithstanding the current political debate, I think it's important to recognize that we can do two things at one time, right? These two things are not incompatible, and in fact, they're self-reinforcing. And I think we need to recognize that, and our politics and our policies should reflect that reality.
That was a great brief. And apologies for coughing in the interlude. But we've got a couple of really good questions here, so I want to get to those. And Kevin Doffing, and thank you, Kevin, for your leadership here. You ask, how is the Defense Department procurement and financing being leveraged to provide financial security for private sector manufacturers to expand or restore production? And what obstacles need to be overcome for the department to accelerate private industry and defense partnerships? One of you guys want to take that?
Could you say that question one more time?
I'm
I see the question?
I'm going to let
Okay.
somebody else read. Excuse me.
All right. It's the top one, right?
The bottom one.
Bottom one. Okay.
So I can speak a little bit to the procurement side. Look, I think one of the things that the bipartisan infrastructure law and the IRA have done really well is incentivize. I'll talk about this in the context of batteries. I do some work in the battery space. We've done a really good job of injecting capital into important markets like batteries, upstream and downstream. And I think we're seeing now already some of the results of that in our industrial development out in the States. And we're going to see more in the coming years. I mean, DOE just announced another round of battery grants. And that's great to build the capacity here to compete. I think on the defense side, in order to keep a business in business, you got to procure, right? You have to buy things. So companies love undiluted capital, but they love sales more. And if you're going to raise money in the private sector to build your next factory, you can rely on DOE and government money, but you're also going to have to raise private money. And those private sector funders want to see you sell stuff. So I think the Department of Defense and the U.S. government has to figure out a way to make sure that the things we're building have markets to sell into. And I think that's critical to our ability to compete globally in clean technologies. And that's just one example in the battery space. I think that DoD, we've done a good job in government to fund things and to provide support to grow industries, but I do think we have to procure. I think GE can't stay in business, no one buying their engines.
And if I may say, I think we're off to a good start. We're appreciative of the momentum we've had in a short amount of time. I think DoD, DOE, the administration, they've been very helpful in implementing these acts and these funding sources, one, to help us build factories. I talked about the capacity we're already seeing, and also the innovation side. You know, we can't build everything today. Some days we have to be in the labs innovating small modular reactors, carbon capture. These are all national defense imperatives. So the partnership has been good. I would say we're in early days, and so we're just getting started. We need kind of, I said something one time in one of our internal meetings about Ukraine, and it kind of surprised people, but we need a war set mentality when it comes to strategic reserves of transformers and critical grid equipment. We have to approach it with that lens. I think the government gets that. The private sector needs to do it as well. Part of the question asked about what are some of the obstacles. Now, I'll go back to my EPA days. The reality is it's permitting, it's the ecosystem, it's jobs, and so that's where veterans are a huge help. Like we love hiring as many veterans as possible because they jump right in and they're able to help us with the jobs and the upskilling and so able to do so many different things and kind of reinvent themselves to do what we need. So I'm confident that the veterans can help us on the jobs, but permitting and that kind of regulatory infrastructure continues, I think, to be, I think everybody would agree, the #1 obstacle to really moving at the pace that we need to do to address these issues.
The phrase comes to mind, dual-use technology. We've been doing commercial off-the-shelf technology use in the military for decades, literally. I am reminded of Marines in remote forward operating bases in Afghanistan using commercial off-the-shelf solar panels and batteries to do things like silent watch and to reduce somewhat the long supply chain for diesel oil. I think that a mindset of, on both sides, public and private, where can we develop technology that has dual use to create the markets that Joe was talking about, to make that demand pull. And I think that really is important, to get beyond the not invented here mindset, if it exists anywhere, and say, hey, what can we do that is mutually beneficial to our national security in a military sense, but also has great market potential as well.
And I'll just add, Sherry, quickly, to bring some specificity to it. The Department of Defense is traditionally a market driver, and so please look to us for requirements. Keep your eyes peeled for an interesting RFI coming from the Department of Navy next week, everybody. Also, please respond and help us know where we can work together. We've got a lot of authorities that we can use. Land is one of our richest assets, and so as we look to drive energy forward, it is with that dual use in mind. And so we are not looking to be the only ones with the lights on, but if we've got to respond to a mission necessity, we want to have the lights first. And so that's how we are driving towards making sure that we've got defense community resilience all of the time, and should we deviate from normal, that we have the resources that we need to respond and assure our national security mission. Something that I know everyone is very familiar with, but energy performance contracts, enhanced use leases, other transactional authority allows us to move with more speed to get to the output and outcomes that we are trying to drive towards, which is that integrated energy resilience. This is a place where, as Jake and others alluded to, if we have a disruption in our civilian energy sector, then we have a disruption in our national security mission. And so it is one and the same, and I'll add that this starts broader than these authorities and opportunities as well, because as Joe was talking about, it is how we're taking every single harm off the table. And so starting at biodiversity and ending at institutional ethos, that's how we make sure that we are combating that climate threat and actually assuring mission at the end of the day and creating the advantage, as several people noted as well. But it really is a continuum of opportunities, but please help us by listening to our requirements, because those are going to be requirements that set the pace for what needs to be done.
Well, thank you. That was great. And since you talked about defense setting requirements for future energy, and I think it's come up already in this conversation about the call at the climate conference last year was to triple global nuclear power by 2050. And that would require a substantial increase in civilian nuclear energy. And right now, China and Russia are right out there selling nuclear power around the world. I know the Department of Defense is already leading in some of those, in testing out some advanced and microreactor technologies. But can you speak a little bit to the demand signal and need for the next generation of nuclear to align with mission needs, and how that will help with American energy security?
This is carbon-free electricity, and that is what we are trying to make sure we are including to the maximum. If we can draw down those emissions, then we secure both our climate future and our energy future, and so certainly that is in the mix for the entirety of DoD. My sister services have moved forward. Keep your eyes out for us. And then otherwise, it is certainly a place that we can do joint efforts, make sure that we're integrating what that looks like across the Department of Defense, each bringing kind of the best expertise and making sure that we are including that as part of our energy security and energy future. So
For
absolutely in the
about
mix.
60 years, the Department of the Navy has been hiding small modular reactors. They wrap them in things called submarines and aircraft carriers. And I think that dual use certainly may not be exactly the same design, but this idea of joint use, working with utilities, for example, TVA, Dominion, Southern Company, to push this technology forward and to spread the risk and also spread the reward for getting small modular reactors up to a scale that provides clean energy base load.
An important distinction there, actually. So not the same technology that we can push forward. So I just want to make sure that while there is a tremendous history of stewardship and safety with naval propulsion and reactors, want to make sure that the technology approach, manning, resourcing, and the infrastructure that will come along with it is distinct, but certainly blended in source. I just want to make sure we don't mix the technology.
Absolutely. We can't take them off the shelf or out of the submarines and aircraft carriers.
Roger, I know you're working in this space as well. And
Super optimistic here. This is a technology, thanks to the collaboration with DoD, DOE, we're going to lead on small modular reactors. We share the same goal that we have to lead, we will lead. We will have our first small modular reactor commercialized this decade. And it's not just an issue for the United States, it's an issue for Europe, for the UK, which is working in close collaboration, and other strategic partners globally. So everybody gets the stakes here are high, and this is one of the areas where I'm the most optimistic.
okay, Jake, you get the last word.
Okay, well, I'll just come in on this because I had the opportunity to visit the GE small modular reactor virtual model that they have in Wilmington, North Carolina, which is connected to GE's nuclear fuel production facility. In addition to getting completely blown away by the technology and the prospect of its proliferation for civil nuclear power all over the world, one thing that I learned is that a small modular reactor is actually not small. It's enormous. You look in this virtual reactor, and you're looking at something akin to a medium-sized high-rise. But the thing that I do want to point out, not to end on a down note, but I do think that we all need to be a little bit sober about the issue that came up in a separate part of this discussion, which is how do you think about the convergence of this sort of new clean energy industrial base that is creating jobs and economic competitiveness and export capacity for the United States, and our defense industrial base to power that and to help jumpstart and catalyze it? Because right now, it's really hard to sell a small modular reactor to a place like Poland or Romania or South Africa or Indonesia. It doesn't compete on the commercial market with a solar panel or a series of wind turbines. I think one of the things that I learned in this visit, which was quite compelling, is that when you look at the levelized cost of new nuclear power, not at the first of its kind, but at the nth of its kind, and you pair that with renewable energy, recognizing the significance of baseload nuclear power generation capacity for reliability and resource adequacy, then you can start bringing the overall systems costs down. And I thought that type of creativity that GE in this case was bringing into the discussion about how to think about a systems approach to pricing and cost competitiveness was really important, but it's not the kind of thing that you hear every day in the commercial conversation. So I think we still have a little bit of a ways to go to sort of tell that story and deliver that message so that we can drive contracts and sales and bring costs down. And we're excited to bring U.S. government resources to bear on this, whether it's DFC or XM or others. I'm really excited to get a coffee with Joe and Meredith so that we can think about how to bring the defense aspects of that to bear, because I think there's clearly and obviously a role for that as well.
And to close on an optimistic note, I think you've heard from all the panelists that there's going to be a lot of opportunities for veterans to work in and advance the clean energy transition as it advances our own national security. So let me thank all of our panelists for joining us today, and thank you all.
How you feeling, okay?
Yeah, sorry.
All righty, thank you, Sherry. We are going to take our first coffee break of the day today, so we'll break briefly and be back here at 11 for our next panel on critical energy supply chains. Thank you all.
People give us such a hard time. We're not advocating enough. I'm going to send them the video and have them watch your comments.
All right, welcome back, everyone, and welcome back to our virtual audience for our next panel here at the 2024 Veterans Advanced Energy Summit, Securing Energy Resources, the Role of Defense Planning in Protecting Energy Supply Chains. My name's Reed Blakemore with the Atlantic Council's Global Energy Center, and it's a thrill to do this session because it touches on an issue that is close to my heart, but also critical to all of the conversations we're going to be having today. I think as our first three sessions, frankly, articulated, national security is a function of energy security, which is a function of logistics, which is a function of value and supply chains, right? So if we take that lesson forward and understand that we're in a moment of energy transition where our resource base is expanding dramatically. The resource needs we need for energy, but also for the global economy is diversifying and causing new supply side constraints that we need to address if we want that transition or that economic future to be secure, but also, frankly, not inflationary, because the more of this stuff we need, the more it's going to cost over the long term. But then finally, a third point I think that's worth drawing into this conversation is something Landon expressed in a previous session, which is as our demands on componentry, as our demands on supply chains increase, how do we think through the new security needs and demands associated with vulnerabilities that may be on the horizon as those technologies begin to permeate our economic and national security? So to that end, it's my pleasure to be joined by 4 panelists who we can have a robust conversation with on the subject. Dr. Morgan Bazilian, the director of the Payne Institute and professor of public policy at the Colorado School of Mines. Dr. Danielle Merfeld, Global Chief Technology Officer at Hanwha Qcells. Julia Sicardo, Director of the Office of Manufacturing and Energy Supply Chains at the U.S. Department of Energy, and Vice Admiral John Miller, Chief Executive Officer at VX Marine, founder, president, and CEO of the Fawzi Miller Group, and also, importantly, a former commander of U.S. Naval Forces, the Central Command of the U.S. Fifth Fleet. Thank you all for joining us. To frame the conversation a bit, I'm going to throw out 4 discussion questions that I think should be the core challenge that we're trying to answer as we go through our discussion today. 1, as energy supply chains become more complex and vulnerable due to global conflicts and geopolitical shifts, how should U.S. defense planning evolve to ensure the security and resilience of critical energy resources? What new regions, or question 2, what regions or choke points are emerging as strategic priorities for U.S. defense efforts as we think about transforming global energy flows? 3, with the energy transition increasing demand for critical minerals, how can the U.S. and its allies mitigate supply chain risk, and what role should the Department of Defense play in that? And 4, how have recent conflicts, such as the war in Ukraine, tensions in the Middle East, heightened our sense of the vulnerabilities in these supply chains? So those 4 questions in mind. Morgan, I might start with you, because I think I want to start with the resource base and work our way up to these big strategic questions. Can you elaborate a little bit on the critical need for improved U.S. supply chains for rare and critical minerals in particular? And also, what are the solution sets that you think we have available to us to address those needs?
Thanks, Reed, and thanks for the Atlantic Council and the Veterans Advanced Energy Project for having me here. I would say that the Veterans Advanced Energy Project has been a real thrill to work with and important, and I've engaged since its inception. Look, Reed, that's a big set of questions. The Vice Admiral can speak much more coherently than I can about what's happened with the Fifth Fleet and why the Fifth Fleet went to where it went initially. And I think, so it's Jimmy Carter's, 100th birthday yesterday. That Carter Doctrine and the energy policies that came during his presidency have set energy security policies since that time. And they've mostly been supply side focused. So your question was on the supply side. They've mostly been supply side focused, right? We send the Fifth Fleet to the Strait of Hormuz and we protect the supply. And so now we're in this paradigm where a lot of people are thinking about the different metals and minerals and materials that we need for society. And the focus is again on the supply side. So when we calculate, which is a very simple calculation, what's on that critical minerals list from the USGS, it's all supply side focus. It's where it comes from, but since the Carter Doctrine and since the late 70s, our understanding of energy security has become much more sophisticated. And so I think we need to move some of that sophistication into the critical minerals thinking. So we know that there are rocks in the ground that have important metals in them, and we roughly know where those things are, but no one needs rocks. And so what you need is either chemicals or metals from those rocks. And so when we're thinking through this problem, if you don't think through the supply chain security issues, the trade implications, the market implications related to inflation or whatever, then you're missing most of the picture. And so I'll just say that we've created this priority in government, and Julia and her team are doing an amazing job at it. And others across the government, we've created this tension with China as the not just the elephant in the room, but the enemy in this critical minerals space. And while they do dominate, using that popular phrase now, this space, not just at the supply side, but all the way through the supply chain through to advanced manufacturing, how we fight them, or how we get through these trade wars, or how we look at the economic security, will likely have a bigger set of implications for the United States than it will for China. And so I think we have to thoughtfully think through, only to go back to your original question, just thinking from a supply side is myopic, and we will get the wrong answers by doing it. And Danielle next to me, any photovoltaic manufacturer can see that, those set of issues very clearly, and it's probably the best analogy for this space, and we can get into that later. I'll stop there.
Daniel, I think it's a natural opportunity to turn to you as we move kind of up the value chain of some of these things. One of the kind of instincts associated with supply chain security is to localize and reshore, and that's reshoring, friendshoring has become a rhetorical device we've heard more and more frequently here in DC in recent years. Can you walk us through a bit, kind of what are the benefits of thinking through reshoring, particularly given some of the challenges that we've seen with regard to reliance on foreign suppliers? And particularly, I think we'd be interested in learning, your experience at Qcells. What are you doing, and how are you thinking through your own supply chains to ensure the resiliency of your value chains?
Thanks, Reed. That's a great question, and I also just want to start by thanking the Atlantic Council for having me here. This is a very important topic around supply chains generally, and specifically for solar. It might be helpful for me to give everyone just a grounding in where we are, not because you don't have your finger on the pulse of solar, but because things are changing so fast. Unless you're in the mix, you'll blink and it's different. So just to catch us up, solar is the fastest growing energy resource on the planet in terms of installs every year. That's because it's also the lowest cost in almost every region of the planet where people live, and it's accessible everywhere people live. And what that's done is here in the US, it's created a dynamic where not only is solar our fastest growing energy resource, it's also more than half of the energy installations every year. So last year was the first year that we crossed 50% for solar. It's very, very typical in other countries as well. And it's also feeding the fastest growing jobs market out of all the different jobs sectors in the US. So it's a pretty important part of our economy, not just our energy network. And part of that is driven by low costs. And I will say the elephant in the room, as Morgan already mentioned, is China. So China has had a very deliberate and very transparent industrial policy now for more than almost 2 decades. But in the last decade, it's become quite more visible and transparent to us that they are using certain aspects of trade like solar, EV, battery to become dominant politically, economically, technically around the world. And it's working. 80% of solar panels around the world are made in or by companies controlled by China or funded by China. And if you go up the value chain a bit more, let's say you go to the wafers that are made into solar cells, which are put into modules, 99% of the world's wafers are made by companies controlled by China. Top 10 companies that make solar equipment are Chinese companies. So if you think about a country like ours that has a growing demand for low-cost energy that's distributed and can help us withstand cyber issues, national security issues, or even climate issues, to have that is something will be very important for us. And by 2050, it's estimated that to reach our climate goals, 50% of our energy in this country will come from solar. So we can't be too careless about how we set up the access to that resource. So back to the question of what is my company, Qcells, what are we doing about it, and how have we partnered with our customers and the government here in the US, is we've expanded our footprint manufacturing-wise, and actually we're building, for the first time outside of China, an end-to-end full supply chain suite for silicon-based solar manufacturing here in the US. It's just outside Atlanta, 3.3 gigawatts of ingot, wafer, cell, and module, all under one roof. That will help provide this domestic capability. Frankly, it will bring back domestic manufacturing in a way that not just helps with these pinch points and supply challenges, but also creates a learning lab for us to create and utilize more resources domestically from a talent pool perspective. We can innovate the next generation of technology that will come from this because we effectively are doing the work. So this investment is, I think you can look at it from so many different dimensions of sort of an energy security angle, but also an economic development angle and a talent and workforce development angle. Mm-hmm. And this is in the mix. The wafer or the module part is up and running already. The wafer and ingot pieces will be up this year, and the cell part at the end of the year, in the first quarter of next year. And it'll be very exciting to see how this works and to see how we can start to build, once again in the US, this solar competency that today is dominated outside.
You mentioned that part of this is private sector led, but policy has a huge part of this. And Julia, I think I'll turn to you to help us think through a little bit of what is the U.S. government doing to both enable companies like Hanwha Qcells to participate in domestically resource supply chains, domestic manufacturing, et cetera. But also there's an important role for partners and allies in this conversation. So a two-part question for you, really. One, how are you at DOE approaching this issue of supply chain security? And then how are you balancing the necessary interaction between what you need to have domestically versus what you should be relying on partners and allies for?
Thank you, Reid, for the question. And first off, thank you so much to the Atlantic Council, and particularly special for me to be here. My husband is an active duty Green Beret, and so it is an honor to get to address this group on this topic. I'll back up a little bit and share our mission as the Manufacturing and Energy Supply Chains Office at DOE. And I will first note we are a new office. We're a startup within DOE. We have been around for a sum total of about 2 years. And our mission is energy security and supply chain security. And so we tackle that very important mission by working very closely with the private sector to enable the deployment of capital into these particularly important energy verticals. We, over the past many decades, have really had a decline in manufacturing in the U.S., a deindustrialization of our U.S. economy, and that has not only led to a lot of jobs being shipped overseas, it has brought our energy supply chains to a precarious state. Where investments on behalf of industrial policies of other nations leave us quite vulnerable in very important segments of the supply chain, not only at the energy product level. So the way that we're structured at the MESC office is around 3 pillars. One, we're investing in manufacturing capacity across clean energy products. We start from critical minerals processing and go all the way up through to finished products, whether they be solar panels, batteries, cars, and the like, and everything in between. And our focus there is on partnering with providers of private capital to stand up manufacturing facilities. Because we have not been investing in manufacturing in the US for such a long time, there's a lot of risk associated with these projects. And when we're talking about a billion-dollar, multi-billion-dollar gigascale manufacturing facility, the private sector, even established infrastructure funds can be reticent to move forward with that kind of project in the US. So what we do is we come forward and invest at the project level and bring capital to the tune of $100 million or sometimes more to be able to de-risk these projects and enable them to go forward. We're on track right now to deploy about $20 billion of capital, largely through these project level grants, by the end of this year. And that has catalyzed a much broader amount of private capital. Just 2 weeks ago, we announced a series of grants focused on the critical minerals and battery manufacturing space. And that was $3 billion on behalf of the government, but in total it was a $10 billion public-private capital volume that was announced in across 25 different projects in this battery manufacturing space. And so I think that really represents our philosophy around the role that government can play in reshoring these energy supply chains, which is to enable, but really have the private sector to lead, to bring forward these projects. They can't be fully bankrolled and pushed forward by the government. There needs to be that demand pull, and there needs to be private sector financing that is also coming forward. Our second building block, which is really important and hopefully we'll have a chance to chat more about, is around workforce and ensuring that we also have the manufacturing workforce, the operating workforce in these clean energy sectors. There is a huge need for new jobs and more training. Every year we need to be adding over 80,000 electricians just to keep pace with our workforce needs. And we are partnering with skilling institutions, from four-year institutions to vocational schools and community colleges, to fund programs to increase more training in this facility, in this area. We've got 150 different training facilities that we're partnered with across the US, and we're looking to add more. And then importantly, our third building block is really around analysis. We take apart supply chains going all the way up to their critical minerals components and understand where those choke points are. And that informs not only where we're investing the dollars that we have, but also how we're thinking about new policy needs, how we're thinking about sharing information with the private sector where there may be important investment opportunities that can go forward without public support. And that really underpins a lot of our work with the National Security Council and also with colleagues at DOD.
That's fantastic answer, and I'm glad you touched on workforce because it's a continued thread that keeps popping up in the conversations today. Before I turn to Vice Admiral Miller, I do want to remind everyone, as we are starting to get questions in the chat, please use askac.org if you would like to ask a question. I'll begin working those into our conversation shortly. But first, Vice Admiral Miller, I'd like to turn to you to kind of bring us back out to this strategic picture. Ultimately, when we're talking about supply chain risk, the interest in reshoring, nearshoring, allied shoring, we're talking about the security risk associated with getting stuff from point A to point B. And that's both a problem of the energy transition we're conducting right now, but also has been a long-standing problem associated with fuel supply chains. And the reason why we've cared about the Strait of Hormuz for so long is because these value chains for our energy system have been long and extended and warranted the attention of strategic planners in the defense community in particular. I would ask you to reflect a little bit, given your firsthand experience at Central Command. Walk us through the importance of strategic choke points. How are we thinking about them now with regard to Houthi attacks on cargo ships in the Red Sea, et cetera? But how should we be thinking about them in an over-the-horizon setting as energy transition changes our resource flows, our manufacturing flows, et cetera?
Thanks, Reed, and thanks to the Atlantic Council for having me. Julia, thanks to you and your husband for your service. We're entirely grateful for it. So let me start with just talking about what's the purpose of the Navy, and it's codified in Title 10 of the U.S. Code. And it says that in peacetime, the Navy is charged with being organized, trained, and equipped in order to contribute to the national defense and the security of the United States, and to ensure economic prosperity. So we know right from the beginning that guarding sea lanes of communication, which connect the choke points of the world, and ensuring the free flow of commerce through those choke points is critically important, and a Navy mission. There are 6 big choke points in the world, maritime choke points. There are more, and I'll talk about a couple of them, but there are 6 currently, and it's Gibraltar, Suez, Bab el-Mandeb at the southern end of the Red Sea, Strait of Malacca, which connects the Indian Ocean and the Pacific, and the Panama Canal. In 2021, motor vessel Evergreen was transiting the Suez Canal. They had an accident, and they got stuck in the canal. They were stuck for nearly a week. And it could have been terrorism. It could have been operator error. Turns out it was operator error. But that closed the Suez Canal for almost a week. The cost of that to the global economy was $400 million an hour. And so we can see how just one choke point being cut off can have a significant impact on what's happening. Looking at what's going on today, we look at what the Houthis are doing, and the Suez and Bab el-Mandeb at either end of the Red Sea are really interesting to me because it's a pipe that connects different bodies of water. And if you clog up one end of the pipe, the Suez, we see what happens. If you clog up the other end, you have a similar sort of outcome. And so it's important that all of them are kept free, open, and clear. And that is a U.S. Navy mission. A number of our friends and allies have that same mission, and we work with them, and we're working with them in the southern Red Sea at Bab el-Mandeb and in the Gulf of Aden. But we're not being effective, and so I think we'll have a chance later on to talk a little more about that. We also have to think, given the energy transition that we're undergoing, about other bodies of water. And the one that really strikes me as being most important and not talked about enough is through the Arctic. So there are some scientists that estimate that by 2030, in the summertime, there'll be ice-free transits available, either the Northwest Passage around Canada or the Northern Passage around Russia. And so given the fact that we are going to other places to find different sources of energy, the Navy has to be, and all navies have to be, limber enough and agile enough to be able to move to those in order to provide the kind of protections that's needed.
I think you've set a stage for us where we understand that these choke points, the energy transition won't necessarily alleviate our dependence on these choke points. As much as we can make an effort to begin to reshore, to offer some resiliency, right? But as far as the role of the United States, its partners and allies in securing the global economy, we'll need to think about these choke points thoughtfully. They'll continue to be an issue in our minds moving forward. When you look at the threat landscape right now, and I think I'll use this as a follow-up to you, Vice Admiral Miller, there are any number of global conflicts which are forcing us to be very, very thoughtful about any number of these choke points. We're having an escalation in the Middle East right now, it appears this week, where fears around the Strait of Hormuz abound, kind of tensions in that region. We still you mentioned the Arctic, our relationship with Russia following its unprovoked invasion of Ukraine has forced it to be a little more ambitious in the Arctic as it looks for places to send its LNG, et cetera. In your mind, how is the threat landscape right now reshaping where we should be prioritizing our attention on these global choke points?
Well, let's start. It's a great question, Reed. Let's start with what's happening down with the Houthis. I'll give you an example. Just last week, we had 3 U.S. Navy warships transiting the Bab el-Mandeb Strait. The Houthis fired about a dozen different cruise missiles and drones at these U.S. warships, and the U.S. warships were able to shoot down the ones that were actually headed to ships and ensure the other ones splashed harmlessly into the water. There was no response to that from the United States. There hasn't been a response yet. Right after that, the Houthis launched a ballistic missile into Tel Aviv. The following day, the Israelis struck, and it's quite a long round trip to do this via F-15s or other airplanes, they struck the port of Hodeidah, which is the primary supply point, not only for the Houthis, but really for the country of Yemen. And so there was an immediate response to that. The current national defense strategy calls on us to conduct integrated deterrence, meaning we integrate at all levels of the government, diplomatically, economically, in the information space and militarily, but we also integrate with allies and partners. We're not doing that today in the Strait of Bab el-Mandeb. So if we're going to deter anyone, then we have to be willing to have the capability, the credibility, and whoever it is we're trying to deter needs to understand that we have the desire and the willpower to actually respond to that. And so those are the things we need to do. If you look at what's happening in the Gulf right now, the Houthis basically control the Suez Canal and the Bab el-Mandeb Strait. Thousands of ships go thousands of miles around Africa. On average, the price of going from Shanghai to Rotterdam is about 3.5 times what it was just last year. And so that's not really sustainable over time. More importantly, the Iranians can close the Strait of Hormuz, and they don't necessarily do that at the Strait. They could begin mining activities in the Arabian Gulf tomorrow, and we wouldn't know the mines were there in all likelihood until the first one blew up. So having a deterrent effect, we have a high number of ships and aircraft in the Gulf region right now. But if we're just willing to let them sail through the Bab el-Mandeb Strait and defend themselves, that's not effective deterrence. And that's what we need to establish as long-term, and we have the strategy in place to support it.
So I think we've sufficiently covered. We care about these global choke points. We need an effective deterrent strategy in order to continue to protect them. But nonetheless, we would be wise as we move through energy transition to continue to explore these local resiliency measures that we can. And two ideas come to mind. One, we've talked about nearshoring, but Morgan, one of the other areas that you've mentioned, and you've done some writing for the Atlantic Council on this issue, is the idea of stockpiling. And we've mentioned this in earlier sessions, whether it's stockpiling critical componentry, but also when we think about stockpiling critical minerals, et cetera. Walk us through a little bit, what does stockpiling look like in practice, and how can it be beneficial to our resiliency goals, but also our nearshoring, friendshoring goals?
Yeah, thanks very much. I think as you think through security policy, it's become the case in the U.S. that everything is national security policy, and when you make everything under one definition, you lose the ability to focus in, and I think that's why it's so powerful what some of the DOE investments have done, because they're making targeted investments. In 2008, I wrote a book about energy security, and the second sentence of that book, or third sentence of that book, says we should be wary of relying too much on, Europe should be wary of relying too much on Russian natural gas. No one read that book, and it was published as an academic book. It cost too much money. But I think as we think through, what the book was about is about diversity of supply, diversity of demand, and so you can't just have it on the supply side again. Diversity of institutional responses, right? In energy, we often think of these things through hardware, software, and orgware. And if you miss the org, which is organizational, you have a hard time doing the other things. And so, yeah, of late, this idea of stockpiling for minerals has gained some political traction. Let's keep in mind that a lot of these things get their motivation not from some fancy mathematics or multi-optimization problems, but just because of politics. That's how the vast majority of policy gets done, right? And if you're under the impression, I say this to the fellows in the Veterans Advanced Program, if you're under the impression that we're just doing really great, elegant math and that's making policy, you're wrong. So it's something like 90% politics at least. And so why do we all of a sudden care about stockpiling critical minerals? Well, we care about it because it's politically attractive and it sounds really cool. We have an SPR for oil, as everyone or most of the people in the room know, and it helped us a couple times draw down, and you use it economically or use it for security reasons. And so why don't we do that for critical minerals? So that idea has some legs, and we did write it up for the Atlantic Council a month ago, and then I wrote something else specifically about how China stockpiles, because that was not in the conversation. But of course, they're not. I guess this battle between the United States and China in DC, there's an impression that China is really happy that we've come to the notion that we have to do something on critical minerals and manufacturing and domestic onshoring, and they're just going to wait for us to catch up, and they're just happy about that. So that, of course, is wrong. They're moving at a faster pace than we are in these things, and they've had these things in place for, that dominance of the solar supply chain has been, you said 20 years, at least 20 years, but there's benefits too to it, right? The only reason solar photovoltaics are anywhere near the scale that Danielle just explained to us is why? Because the US did R&D in the 50s, 60s, and 70s. Germany put up tariffs, great tariffs. Japan put up great tariffs. No, none of those reasons. It's just, at least the modern one, is because China made it cheap. And the quality is not bad either. So the quality is fine. The quality is as good as ours. That's why no one noticed that when you put up solar on your roof, there was a problem. It was just cheap and nice. And I think we have to hone in. So when we're talking about stockpiling, what do you want to stockpile? Do you care about the photovoltaic device, the solar panel on my roof, where it's made, or where the ignits came from, or where the wafers came from, where the cells came from? Or do you care about the photovoltaic device on a DoD satellite? So let's say we care about the DoD satellite more than the panel on my roof. So if you don't make the problem smaller in this case, then you can't do very much. Because if you had to somehow take all the sand you need and silver you need for a photovoltaic device, for my roof, you're going to be stockpiling more sand. It'll take up the entire continental United States. So I think there's a few things you could say about these stockpiles. One, you have to hone it in for some kind of mission critical thing. That's the first. And that means, again, I don't care what goes into I don't have one, but my Tesla's cockpit, but I do care what goes into an F-35 cockpit, the minerals and metals, and the systems. So there's a lot of hemming and hawing right now about the Chinese knowing everything about us if we let them drive our autonomous vehicles. Who cares if they know my data? But I do care if they know the data coming out of a fighter jet. And so let's hone down the system boundary for the stockpile. And the last thing I'll say on the stockpile is the analogy with energy is useful and instructive and incomplete. And so it's not the same thing. Again, we do not need rocks. We need processed goods. And sometimes those processed goods you can't keep for long periods of time. We've seen this kind of lesson in the SPR, the crude oil versus diesel and gasoline. So that's one thing. And we also, we need a secure one so the DoD can take X metal out of it and use it for those uses I've already said. But we also want to provide some sort of help or backup for the economics. So Julia's team is making all these great investments. Where can we sort of help support the market transparency, the market price stability, the market price discovery, the market fluidity, liquidity of those products with a stockpile? So I think it has to have those dual uses, and we just have to be careful about making everything trying to catch up with the Chinese.
I want to pull on 3 threads that you mentioned there when we think about this resiliency push. One is the precision of our understanding of the problem, whether that, we apply that to list making, stockpiling, et cetera. And so that's one piece I want to, Julia, I think the work that you're doing with kind of your analytical division is really, really important. But I think, Morgan, the other piece that you mentioned is this idea of how we make ourselves competitive vis-a-vis China's production of these goods. And a huge part of that, frankly, is capital inputs. And Danielle, I'm going to turn to you on this question because I'm going to fold in a question we have from the audience, Ben Byboth, which is one of the biggest capital inputs is the availability of energy and firm generation to power a nearshored manufacturing. We're in an environment where this year we've suddenly awoken to the fact that U.S. energy demand might be rising based on data centers and AI. At the same time, we're trying to bring back a lot more manufacturing. At Hanwha Qcells, how are you thinking about this idea of energy availability, energy scarcity, energy prices as a capital input into your competitiveness overall?
Yeah, well, I think you certainly can't dispute that we have load growth in the U.S. for the first time, significant load growth for the first time in a long time. And I would say there's a lot of commentary about AI being a big driver for it. I would say electrification is the big driver for it. And we should not expect that that's going to change in the short term, given the benefits of electrified devices, whether it's in transportation or in the home, or in business or industry even. So it absolutely is a challenge if we want to onshore more manufacturing of any industry in any sector, we will need more power. And as the world electrifies, more of our power will be electric power. So I think every manufacturing sector, every growth area in the country will be challenged for getting firm, clean, reliable, low-cost power. So that's part of, it's a bit of a chicken and an egg when you think about it from a solar manufacturing perspective, because as I said earlier, if you have the ability to create a very low-cost, sustainable, relatively fast product, in terms of bringing it to market, leaving the gate of the factory and entering a field or a rooftop and being in service, this is the shortest cycle for any energy product that we have. So if you think about how do we grow fast, or how do you respond to a disaster, or how do you start creating more of that firm, clean, affordable, reliable energy, we're kind of right in the sweet spot for both of it. So it's a good problem to have, but I will not say it's trivial because we still have to power our factories. We need to work with our local utilities and ensure that we have the power to fire those ingots. This is not an insignificant amount of heat and power that it takes to create these materials into manufactured products. So, there's not a really good answer except for to say that this is a good challenge to have. And we shouldn't expect that our competitors outside the U.S. are going to do anything less than try to keep ahead. When the IRA was a great shot in the arm for us here in the U.S. to invest and develop some of this manufacturing capability. But BNEF estimates that last year, China invested $80 billion in clean energy manufacturing, and that's 90% of the world's investment in clean energy manufacturing last year. So they're not expecting, we shouldn't sit back and expect they're going to let us catch up.
Mm-hmm. And of course, I think one of the things you mentioned is the availability of clean, firm generation. When we talk about a competitive industry vis-a-vis China, right? The relative emissions intensity of U.S. manufacturing when it is powered by clean, firm power is important, and creating a value in the marketplace for Hanwha's product that is powered by nuclear, powered by some of these clean energy technologies, is something we need to reward. Julia, I want to turn to you to kind of tackle both of these questions that I've teed up. One, how, when you, from a policy perspective, and when MESC is engaging in sort of deploying some of its programs into the field to support the reshoring, support the resiliency of U.S. manufacturing, how are you factoring in the availability of clean, firm power into that? And then secondly, I think I do want to give you the opportunity to talk about this idea of offering more precision to our understanding of supply chain risk.
Yeah, I'll start there, and I'd love to touch on stockpiling as well, given it comes in our focus. But I think first of all, we are trying to do some big, beautiful math around supply chains. These opportunities are knowable and measurable. We are looking not just at what is the available supply globally for the components, the critical minerals, the finished products that we need, but also how mature are the markets upstream and downstream of those products. And very importantly, can we extract, can we process, can we produce economically? And that is something that we're tracking very closely on a global level. If we take any supply chain segment, we're talking about lithium hydroxide, for example, essential salt within battery manufacturing. What are the assets globally that can produce that component, and at what unit cost and at what volume, and where do they sit in the world? And that is the kind of analysis that we need to do to understand what our gaps are to competitiveness and supply chain security, which does not mean the United States needs to dominate or needs to manufacture all of the product that it needs. However, it means we need to be in a position where we're not dependent on 90% of what we need from a single country or a single supplier. That is the definition of monopoly, and it is problematic even in a democratic economy. So we track very closely where those opportunities are, and then think about what level of investment is required from the public sector, from the private sector, and what kinds of policy measures do we need. And so we move from a world where a few bright folks sit in a room and say 10% sounds like a good tax credit to we can actually measure what we need and also for how long. And so that is something that is very important for us to build. To touch very briefly on stockpiling before we move over to firm clean power, I think what's important around stockpiling is to look more at the root cause for the discussion around this issue. And that is one where critical minerals right now are in an extremely volatile price environment. And so if you are a mining facility, an integrated processing facility looking to bring on new product in this space, it can be extremely challenging when the current incumbent globally, the PRC, is engaging in manipulative tactics, around product and price. And we're very much seeing that. We launched an RFI earlier this year to hear directly from industry and dimensionalize some of the challenge. And what we heard loud and clear is that it's even when there are committed investors at the table, bringing forward a new processing plant in the United States in these refined critical minerals sectors is very challenging, because there's no clear path forward to have a competitive price, because the global market price is so depressed by oversupply, and that poses significant challenges for validation, which can be a long and capital-intensive journey. But what we then think about in terms of solutions, so physical stockpiles, we know something about, from the nuclear side of DOE and our colleagues at DoD who are stockpiling actively today critical minerals that are needed for defense applications, and we have a significant overlap in our energy critical minerals there. But it's not the only solution. And so there are also virtual or synthetic solutions around stockpiling, one of which is actually investing in circularity. And so of the $3 billion in critical minerals and battery investments that we announced a couple weeks ago, almost $1 billion of that was in circular infrastructure. So it may be possible that our greatest stockpile is sitting in our kitchen drawers at home, all of those used electronics. How do we get those back? We've already purchased them. They were processed in China. Most likely, how do we keep them here and continue to draw on them? And these products can be recycled thousands of times. We also have other policy measures to support on the demand side. I'll touch really quickly on clean, firm power. We recognize our team is directly catalyzing a lot of the manufacturing demand that is driving up the need for new electrons. And so we're working really closely with our colleagues at the Grid Deployment Office, also thinking about how we can support modernizing utility infrastructure and making sure that there's transmission for these clean energy projects, and that those can be powered by clean energy and batteries.
One thing, you mentioned, thank you for addressing kind of the firm power demand, because that's been a consistent thread in the questions that we've gotten during this session is how do you make sure that power gets delivered and built out quickly in order and at the pace that we want it to, at a pace that runs parallel with our manufacturing deployment goals as well. And then you also mentioned circularity, and that's its own resiliency tool, right? And while we're running out of time, I think there's plenty to be said about the ways in which policy can also incentivize circularity as a resiliency measure, both now, but also in terms of developing a circular economy over the long term that have massive returns. Because we're running out of time, I want to quickly turn to each of our panelists one last time in order to offer some final reflections and thoughts. I think, Morgan, I might start with you. When we talk about the critical minerals, the natural resource base that is going to power energy transition and the economy moving forward for the next 50 years, there's a lot of fanaticism about the risks of that supply chain. How do we wrap our arms around this problem and have, I think something you've brought up a couple times, a little bit more of a precise, rational approach to improving our resiliency and making sure that these risks are addressed appropriately?
Yeah, thank you. So the first thing I'll say is we do have to be precise and specific about where the session's about national defense strategy. So let's be specific about the supply chains we care about for defense to start, and assume that if we get some of that right, it'll have benefits, as Admiral McGinn said, for the other parts of society. So we work, let's say someplace like Space Command cares about the supply chain for what happens on satellites, but also on Earth and the data centers they're working on. So let's be specific about what we're trying to solve. That sounds sort of cliche, but I think that to take it out of the high-level political discourse will make a big difference. And I would also say for those fellows of the Veterans Advanced Energy Project here that of all the departments, and I don't mean this pejoratively to DOE, I mean it positively to DOD, that the Department of Defense and the Pentagon has been, in my view, as an outside academic observer, the best at understanding that we have to work with partners, that portfolios and diversity in those portfolios matter. And they understand that intuitively, right? Because lives are at risk, and real sort of hard national security is at risk. And so I think the Pentagon is in the right place for understanding that, yes, we need to onshore some of this, but if we don't work with partners, we're going to be in a lot of trouble. And we see that in some of this, how do you determine this FEOC or the entities of concern or the FTA and where they match and who you can work with and who you can't. Because as the Vice Admiral Miller has said, you have to work in an integrated way. We're talking about something halfway around the world, and yes, we have a very powerful force over there, but working by ourselves is not going to do the trick. So, thank you.
I'll come right down the panel, and we'll be very brief. I mean, part of this is what's next for policy. If this is a policy problem at Hanwha Qcells, what do you need more from policy in order to make this happen? Very briefly.
Yeah. So briefly, I would say the IRA was a great foundation. More resources are needed to continue to support and encourage other companies to do what Qcells is doing, for example, in solar. But as Admiral Ellis mentioned earlier, no one solution will be our answer. So I think continued support, long-term expectation of value creation, that's going to be what's needed to continue this trend.
Julia, I'll turn to you next. Last final comment on kind of where you see your office's role evolving because this will be a trend that will continue for some time.
Yeah, so we are going to continue focusing on partnering with the private sector to catalyze investment and on bringing analysis to drive clarity here. And I would say a last word, just particularly for the fellows, there are not only so many wonderful jobs that are being created by this series of investments that is happening, public and private, in clean energy in the U.S., but truly careers. And even as we look at the activities that we're carrying forward within MESC, that has very close ties to work and backgrounds in national security. We're running the analysis on the foreign entities of concern, and we're seeing a lot of private sector entities need to pick up the same type of work. So, I think this background around energy and national security is going to be incredibly valuable going forward, public and private sector.
Vice Admiral Miller, any final thoughts for us?
Yeah, I think from the military side, the military needs to be able to do, the Navy in particular needs to be able to do, is to carry out the National Defense Strategy and deter folks that want to challenge supply lines and choke points. And so as the world changes, our energy sources change, the Navy needs to change, the military needs to change as well. And so we require a great deal of adaptability. There is money in the current budget, there is money in the proposed budget for 2025 to make sure that we can do integrated defense or integrated deterrence in a way that we're supposed to be able to do it. But as the sources of energy, whether it's onshore, friendshore, or somewhere else in the world, the Navy needs to be there, the military needs to be at those choke points, making sure that they stay open so that we can continue the progress that we're making in energy transition.
Well, with that, I think we've run a bit late, but thank you to our panelists for joining us today. And let's give them a round of applause. All right, I think we're heading off that way. All right, and with that, it's my pleasure to welcome to the stage for our next session, Fortifying Critical Infrastructure Against Global Threats, Emily Domenech, who serves as Senior Vice President at Boundary Stone Partners. There, she leads engagement with the GOP for the firm. She also recently founded America Builds, a multi-industry coalition focused on enacting comprehensive permitting reform. Please join me in welcoming her to the stage for our next session.
Okay. No.
Miking up, please welcome to the stage Emily Domenech for our next panel. Thank you.
Well, keep that. Thank you so much for joining us. I think we have a panel with maybe the broadest possible topic range, looking at the range of potential threats to both our military and civilian infrastructure across environmental threats, cyber threats, physical threats, and of course, ensuring that we can maintain the safety and security of those critical assets. I'm really excited to be joined by this panel here today because I think we cover, I'm an intel officer in the reserves, and it makes me think a little bit about needing to tap into all the different sections of information warfare in order to build yourself a really effective operational picture. I think that's what we have the capability to do here today with this panel, and I'm really excited to kind of get folks different input as we talk about this issue, and particularly how we think about effectively funding and responding to these threats in ways that gives us a good feedback loop. So we're learning from our experiences in the field and making sure we can improve our infrastructure as we make investments in the future. So I'm going to dive right into questions because I think that'll give us the most interesting range of discussion. And I'll start with Joel Doolin, who joins us from FEMA. He was a career naval officer before joining FEMA 9 years ago and serves now as its #2 attorney. His current role is as the Deputy Assistant Administrator for Hazard Mitigation, which I'm very curious to hear about the range of your work there. But let me start with you. You represent this federal agency with this huge role in maintaining resiliency across the economy. What's FEMA's general approach for making our critical infrastructure resilient against the range of hazards that we have on the table in front of us today?
Thank you, and Semper Fortis, Emily. Good morning, everyone, and to the veterans out there, I'm going to answer in the form of a commander's estimate of the situation and poeti. So basically, in answer to the question, FEMA, helping people before, during, and after disasters, we're responsible as the lead federal agency for protecting what's about 96,000 nautical miles of U.S. territory, which we have 3.1 million square miles. 345 million people live in that, and they've all got stuff. They have infrastructure, energy, transportation, communications. We'll talk about a lot of those things. They have homes. Right now, the big board in FEMA, we start every day with a operations brief. If you were to do a quick poll as to how many presidential declarations you think we're working right now, it's 124. For Helene alone, there's been 12, and the number may still be growing. So my message to you, since Helene has everybody's attention, is what we do before the next inevitable one matters. And at FEMA, we recommend you use the POETI model. So the P for planning, right? You've got your plans. We'll hear from some of my other colleagues about how they have coordinated in their regions and their spheres of influence to get ready for the next event or potential event. Guidance, which FEMA provides in many things, including cybersecurity and climate awareness. The O is for organization. Some of you may be familiar with the National Incident Management System. It's post 9/11 system that's been around that basically, among the other things it provides, are resource typings so that when Michelle in Tennessee needs a particular type of fire equipment to send to Brandon in Georgia, she knows through our resource typing library, because it's been organized, that it can be sent through a state-to-state exchange. E, I'm cheating there, it would be a G, grants. There are lots of grants, as you heard about in the past panel, but also that FEMA has to make investments, right, pre-landfall, pre-disaster, to mitigate those hazards, defend us, harden those targets, if you will. And then, of course, training and exercises, because level of knowledge about the roles, responsibilities, what you're going to be facing, and testing those capabilities are effect. So, short answer, POETI, Emily.
So I want to move on to Michelle, who I think represents a really important part of this discussion. So Michelle Ray serves as the Vice President of Generation Services for Power Operations with the Tennessee Valley Authority. She's responsible for the coal, gas, and hydro support teams in asset management, engineering, outage and projects and technical programs. She has 22 years of experience in the utility industry, so a really, really interesting background, giving us how the industry thinks about these critical threats. So I want to pull the thread a little bit on Helene in our recent weather events that obviously impact the power grid. Over the past few years, we've seen extreme heat, extreme cold, and particularly the southern portion of the nation has really been impacted in these recent storms. How does TVA respond to these various weather threats, and what steps are you taking to incorporate or mitigate climate risk in your long-term infrastructure planning?
Thanks, Emily. I appreciate it. And before I get there, I'm just going to talk a little bit about TVA for those that may not know. So TVA is in the southeastern United States. So we are the largest public power company in the U.S. and serve over 10 million customers. And you know, it's a little bit unique. We are a lot of a collaboration with the federal government. We are a federal agency, but we are a nonprofit, and so everything we make and the work that we do is based off of the funding we receive through our power sales. So, you know, it's had a lot of conversations around weather and climate change. We've seen a lot of changes in the winter storms, Helene, with the rain, and so from a critical infrastructure standpoint, you know, we're focused on our existing assets as well as how do we prepare for future with our new designs. And so in the past, we had some pretty significant winter storms in December of 22. Elliott affected us significantly, and we had to shed load and power. And so we've spent the last year really focused on our natural gas sites. They are built in the southeast, so they're not really built for the extreme weather and the cold weather. So we spent the last year really fortifying those, making sure that those can withstand any of the winter changes that we're seeing quite a little bit more often, right? It's supposed to be a once-in-a-lifetime thing, and it feels like they're happening much more than once in a lifetime. So we've spent a lot of time really preparing those gas sites, making sure we're adding windbreaks, we're adding enclosures where need be, putting in some heat trace, but we're also adding in technology, right? And so I think that's a big piece of our solution on the proactive side is how do we leverage technology to put some of that capability in there. And so we have added smart panels. We're monitoring external into our corporate area, that we're monitoring all of our gas sites and our coal sites while they're in these extreme weather events, and able to help back up those operators that are out there fighting the cold and the extreme weather at that time. We're also been focusing on, you know, with Helene, we talked a little bit about dam safety. For those that don't know, we have 40,000 miles of river that we manage in TVA. And so a big piece of that is how do we manage the river? How do we manage the flooding? What are we doing to prepare for dam safety and making sure that those dams that we're responsible for are taken care of? And you know, we have re-looked at our calculations from seismic to flooding to make sure that those dams can withstand the changes that we're starting to see. So we've actually raised some of our dams, the elevation of our dams, made them higher. We have a lot of monitoring that we have there as well to let us know if there's movement or if we're seeing head pressure changes. And again, leveraging that technology to be able to allow us to see what's going on at those sites and being a little bit more proactive and not just standing on. We haven't seen these weather changes in the past, but incorporating those into the future state and the calculations that we're running.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. So moving on a little bit to the more military-focused perspective here, I want to go to you. This is Brandon Cockrell, who's the Deputy Assistant Secretary of the Army for Energy and Sustainability, leads the program on the development and oversight of installation, energy and water security, resilience and conservation, sustainability, operational energy, a huge range of responsibilities. But prior to this role, Mr. Cockrell served as the Deputy to the Garrison Commander at Fort Moore, Georgia, which is the Army's largest training installation. So I actually want to go back to your previous role and ask you a little bit about what does the idea of resiliency, both to, you know, let's narrow it a bit to energy and climate threats. What does that look like for a Garrison Commander, and how can you respond at that level?
You know, when you're taking and you're leading an installation and you're managing an installation, being able to understand kind of the primary and the core mission of that's critical. Looking across the board that energy is a requirement to do anything. You know, I mean, how many of us woke up this morning and flipped the switch on with your fingers crossed? You know, none of us. So it is something that so many times we don't plan for a lack of energy, for energy to be intermittent. It's something that it's become just a staple. So at an installation level, there are so many critical, key, and important aspects to being able to accomplish the mission. Typically, installations, around 30% of your military live on post. Virtually all of your civilians and your contractors live off post. So if a natural or a man-made disaster affects a region, then the ability to be able to conduct the mission is hampered unless you've planned for that. So the critical piece is looking ahead and trying to find those instances of where do we find the shortfalls? Where do we see the shortcomings? How do we get after these? Because, you know, we can fix these problems, but we can't fix these problems quickly. So as long as there's time, and we've got great folks throughout the Army. Today, they're out working all across the world, figuring these hard problems out, and they're doing a phenomenal job. So planning ahead of time, looking, forecasting, setting things in motion is so critical.
Well, and often cooperating with people who are outside of your control, yes. Right? So it's outside of the Army's ability to control that civilian population.
Well, and you know, it's not an Army problem. It's a community problem. Because if a natural disaster hits a region, it doesn't make the determination, I'm in a military boundary, so I'm going to stop. Or I'm only on a military installation, so this is all I'm going to affect. So what happens is it becomes a community concern. It becomes a community planning event that we all have to tackle. You know, at an installation, some of the most important people, like let's pick Fort Moore as an example, spent many years there. Some of the most important people to get on the installation are your dining facility workers. I mean, today there are 16,000, 17,000 soldiers in training today. How do they eat? So working through the process, working with the city, but it's not only just the city, because all of your, you know, if you look at your municipality partners that are there, you look at your companies that are in the region as well, you look at your educational opportunities, you look at how you handle childcare, the food distribution systems. So all of that globally that surrounds an installation up to, again, depending on the installation, the distance around, but having all of that synchronized and linked and knowing, you know, they say that you don't want to exchange business cards at the crisis site. So having those ahead of time is so critical moving out.
Absolutely. Yeah. It's a good segue to our last panelist. Justin Ciberel is the President of Regions and Corporate Affairs at Bechtel, which is one of the U.S.'s leading engineering, construction, and project management companies. He leads Bechtel's government affairs team and joined Bechtel in 2020 after a 27-year career with the U.S. Foreign Service, where he served as the ambassador to Bahrain and managed many counterterrorism and other foreign domestic assignments. I want to kind of build off of this community element. What's the role of construction companies like yours in relation to governments and military bases and operating companies to safeguard this critical infrastructure? And how do you ensure that risk mitigation gets incorporated at the ground level, so before you even start a project?
Great. Thanks very much for the question, and thanks for having us here. Bechtel is very proud to support the Veterans Energy Summit. And for those unfamiliar, Bechtel is an engineering, construction, project management company founded in 1898. Headquartered in Reston, Virginia. We operate globally through 5 major business lines: infrastructure, energy, mining and metals, advanced manufacturing, and then nuclear power, security, and environment. We tend to build sort of the big jobs, big construction projects here in the United States and around the world. We're also a very proud employer of veterans through the Helmets to Hard Hats program, as well as targeted recruitment programs that link up with our BServe internal resource group. Our Bechtel's association with U.S. military, of course, goes back decades, principally in the area of defense installations, naval installations, but also naval propulsion. We're also involved on missile defense programs like the Sentinel program. So a very long association with U.S. military, very proud association. So thanks for allowing me to make that plug. Now to your question. I think it's interesting, you know, on this panel we have effectively representatives of owner developers, operators, and then the builders of infrastructure. And for effective infrastructure protection, you really have to have seamless coordination across those three. We assign security managers to our projects at an early stage so that they're there even in the design phase in some cases to ensure that adequate security programs are being stood up, consistent, of course, with the owner's requirements, but also consistent with effective security practices that we've learned through the many generations of projects we've been involved with. And an underappreciated aspect of this is just basic awareness. You know, we have construction workers who come from all across the United States. They might not implicitly understand that they're working on a project that itself is critical to either the nation's economy, economic security, or even its national security. So raising awareness, doing in-briefs for those new employees, making them understand that they're part of a project that may be particularly at risk or vulnerable to a variety of threats is a first order of business. And I should say that, you know, Bechtel works on both government and then non-government private sector construction projects. So we, of course, on our government projects adhere to the security standards and requirements that are implemented. Those are always, you know, very well understood, and we learn from those, however, and translate many of those practices into our private sector work. Many of our projects fit into, you know, the CISA has defined 16 categories of critical infrastructure. We work in about 10 of those. We've become very familiar with federal agency programs to set standards and implement standards. We have effective programs to liaise with local law enforcement on these projects. We need to set into place reporting mechanisms for employees to, you know, to report either being approached or for suspicious activity that they may disrupt or delay a construction project. Cyber threats, of course, are a very major concern, and the contractor security, cyber security capability needs to, and the team needs to establish seamless coordination, in particular with the owner and developer and the operator, to ensure that their requirements are built into the project, even at the design phase. The same would go for physical security requirements, where you have camera systems or barrier systems. Those really need to be thought through early in the design phase. And then finally, you know, vetting and monitoring needs to extend to the supply chain. You know, in a large, complex construction project, we might be managing dozens, if not hundreds, of subcontracts. So you really need to also ensure that the subcontractor community, the suppliers, are themselves qualified in some manner, pre-qualified, vetted, so that they're adhering to the security standards that are required to maintain the security of that installation. So coming back to the question, it's really a matter of integration from design, from the owner's perspective, and then making sure that the operator and then the builder are implementing that vision from the beginning.
Great. So I want to double down a little bit on this idea of this integration. I think one of the things I saw when I was on Capitol Hill is that the agencies that manage the mitigation and response effort are not necessarily the same agencies that manage the rebuilding efforts. I think, for example, you know, the relationship between FEMA and the U.S. Army Corps, where the Army Corps is doing all of these building projects, but they don't necessarily have the feedback loop that they need from FEMA or other agencies that do the disaster response. You know, Joel, do you think that there is a need for better coordination between those agencies? And how do we kind of break the logjam between them being, you know, it's siloed in DHS or DOD to better communicate and build off each other?
Great question, Emily. I think, again, the short answer is yes, you can always do better. You know, the good news is when you have a response, as is going in with Helene, you know, statutorily and operationally, right, FEMA can take as lead federal agency and bring those partners together. The challenge is doing that beforehand, where sometimes you don't even know who your partners are. And so since we are talking about, you know, critical infrastructure, Justin mentioned he's got 16 type categories for critical infrastructure. Well, we only work in 8 different lifelines for some of that same critical infrastructure. I'm not even going to ask Brandon how many there are at DOD, but those are kind of the conversations that we want to be, you know, starting ahead of time. And I would say if I had to single out one thing that I would want to eliminate the gaps and seams on beforehand, it would be cyber. Now you would think, okay, why not the natural disasters? We've actually gotten pretty good about being able to predict and provide the alerts and warnings, but you don't know when that cyber attack is coming, right? That's even easier for the bad guys, where it takes so little to disrupt a critical piece of infrastructure. Sun Tzu once wrote, you know, when you are far, appear as if you are near. Now he would have written with cyber in mind, while you are far, attack near, because you can do it cyber to any of our infrastructure. So we do need to double down on that one, Emily.
Yeah, you know, from my time on Capitol Hill, even arguing about who the sector-specific lead should be in the event of a cyber attack was a major issue. It took us forever to move any legislation on that because everybody wanted to protect their jurisdiction. And the problem is cyber doesn't care, and you know the attack format is the same regardless of whether it's a grid project or you know another piece of critical infrastructure. But maybe to follow on the cyber issue, you know, Michelle, maybe you could talk to us a little bit about what TVA has done to build cyber resiliency within your portfolio, and what do you think the missing pieces are? Is this sort of, you know, as an intermediary between the private sector and the federal government, how do we help to better improve the technologies that are available to you?
Yeah, so we've done a lot of work in the cyberspace. I think it's a unique area. So, you know, there's a piece of separating kind of our business architecture to the operational architecture, making sure that we keep the sites that we're running separate from our business network. And so that separation and having those barriers, those physical and firewall barriers, has been important. We're also very focused right now. We're building a new system operations center. So we talk about interconnection in the grid. Building a new operations center that is much more secure physically, so many barriers. You talked a little bit about how do you build in those barriers from the beginning, but then also from a cyber standpoint, how do we create that system? So that system is responsible for running all of our transmission system in the grid, and so making sure that that's very separate and taken care of. And so the cyber continues, right? There's a lot of exercises we run. We run a lot of drills with partners and FEMA and partners across the U.S., right, to practice those drills and those cyber drills. And you think about communications, and you know, we had, even with the flood, we lost communications in some of our areas. And so that, how do you manage to run systems when you don't have communication, satellite phones and things like that? And so the cyber, I think, is one of the biggest things. I think you can prepare as much as you can, but you don't see it coming like you see a storm coming, right? And so I think that the separation, a lot of the play and the preparation, working with partners, being very aware of, you know, what new things are coming our way. I think there's been a lot of conversation in the industry, not even just from cyber attacks, but how do you pull in and leverage some of the new technology? And so, you know, we're talking about ChatGPT and what does AI look like, and how do you know, mitigate the use of that information and that technology, but also not put your system at risk by introducing something that doesn't have a lot of the security built in around it. And so I think that's the piece of, as an industry, the utility industry can be a little slow in technology space, right? And so there's benefits there. We have a lot of barriers, but also how do you incorporate that technology in a very safe way, in a cyber safe way, right, is a lot of the conversation going on in the industry.
Do you work with the DOE National Labs at all in helping to figure out what technology might be better suited for your particular challenges?
So we do work with a lot of different different labs and industry groups. We work with EPRI, we work with DOE, we work with the ORL, RNL labs, looking at different options. And so, yeah, so we are working, right, as an industry. I think a lot of us are actually working together, trying to understand what technologies are out there. There's a lot of similarities between all the different, you know, federal government agencies and TVA. And so we do share a lot of information back and forth, and what can we do to help secure us there.
Justin, maybe you can give us some examples of technologies that you all are incorporating or moving forward. But I'd also love to pick your brain a bit on how this issue can be perhaps looked at through the foreign policy lens with your background in diplomacy. Is there an opportunity for us to do technology sharing or help develop systems that better support our partners overseas from these cyber threats?
Yeah, sure. I mean, one thing I'd also like to just address is the way in which our definition of what becomes a sort of critical piece of energy infrastructure has evolved and is evolving based on, you know, emerging threats globally. particularly with the importance that governments are attaching, including our own, to onshoring critical manufacturing, for instance, of semiconductors or of supporting the AI backbone, high-tech backbone. This becomes a critical piece of our economy and therefore needs to be defended just like any other piece of infrastructure in a way. So, as I mentioned before, CISA, or CISA, has defined 16 categories of critical infrastructure. Bechtel works in about 10 of those, things like LNG export facilities, nuclear power plants, of course, or defense industrial projects, transport projects, and that advanced manufacturing, as I noted. We have a project currently with Intel in Ohio, which is the new semiconductor fab there. And it's the facility itself, but it's also the power station that supports the facility. It's the AI data center plus the power that goes along with the data center. So we have to, if we look at examples, the most obvious one being Ukraine currently, where the Russian attacks have persistently targeted energy infrastructure, both as a way to cause hardship and harm to the Ukrainian people, but also to knock out the economy. So we need to learn from those experiences. We also need to understand and learn from threats like to the Colonial Pipeline a few years ago, the cyber threat that shut down the pipeline network. I mean, these are the kinds of things that we have to become resilient against. As for the technologies, Bechtel set up over 2 decades ago a cyber lab, which effectively became our own cybersecurity sort of center of excellence. And we use that and we drill against emerging threats around the world, and so that we can apply these practices in our own work. We have our own proprietary data, of course, and we need to protect, but also we need to work closely with our customers to ensure that their systems and data is well protected. There's obviously a desire to bring AI into the construction industry, particularly mega projects, because of concerns about allegations or people believing that there's poor planning on the front end, and therefore you have ballooning costs at the end. So can you use AI to apply against the early planning process? And we're certainly, we believe that we can, and we're looking at that, building AI models, because again, you have to protect your own proprietary data. So there are really interesting innovations coming, I think, to our line of work that will also help in the protection of critical infrastructure. As for the diplomatic side, I think it is really it's an important question. When I was in the State Department, at one point I was the acting coordinator for counterterrorism, and this critical infrastructure protection in particular, which the expertise resides within the Department of Homeland Security and the U.S. government. We worked very closely with DHS and the State Department to liaise with other governments to ensure that we were collaborating on best practices. In particular, this was sort of the post-9/11 era, and the concern was against non-state actors. But today we're seeing state actors, state-backed actors, that are threatening our critical infrastructure. And so therefore, in no time like the present, really, to harden our own critical infrastructure. You think of experiences like the Baltic states have gone through with Russia for at least 10 years of addressing persistent cyber threats. As I mentioned, Ukraine, we have had these threats all around the world that we need to basically build a community of common interest and use our diplomacy and to build resilience on a global basis. So thanks for the question. It's an important aspect, really, of our resiliency.
Absolutely. Taking it back home a bit, we talked about this before, but October is the Army's Energy Action Month. And this year's theme is, quote, powering the mission. Can you give us some examples of initiatives the Army is implementing to ensure they can continue to fight the wars we need to fight in the environments we face?
Absolutely, because, we all can raise our hand and make the statement that the world is not as it was a decade ago. So installations are no longer a sanctuary. Near peer actors can reach installations. And that is a reality. So that being the case, how do we plan? It's not, on our side, it's not if something's going to happen. We have to plan as if it will happen. So we are really focusing our efforts on kind of 3 pillars: what's going on the resilient side, what's going on the transformative side, as well as kind of the innovative piece. So as an example, with executive orders, and we are making a big push with some different strategies and different directives that have been put in place, is for every installation to have a microgrid, which allows the generation and the distribution of power as needed on that installation. 31 of our installations already have those. We have dozens already in design and under construction. So we're pushing hard on those. We are trying and looking at new innovative technologies across the board. We have a project now at one installation that we're installing a flow battery, testing its capacity. We're also testing a new technology that it's called a food to fuel, to where it's a digester that takes a lot of the food and generates biogas out the other side, and how do we turn it into power? We're taking and we're pressing the mark as hard as we can in these areas, because we know power is a requirement. We're also testing our installations. We have projects across the installations called black start exercises, to where we stop the energy coming on the installation and then see what occurs. So now, again, this is not a surprise. You come in one day and your power's off. It takes a little bit of planning. So, as a matter of fact, we have recently completed one, and during the black start exercise, there was, unbeknownst to us, there was a real world continental U.S. redeployment that occurred at that power projection platform the same day that the black start exercise occurred, and during our AAR at the end is when we were notified that the redeployment happened and it was seamless. And that's exactly what we need, is if the main power from external to the installations are shut off, how does an installation become an island? How does it provide the power that it needs to be able to maintain and conduct its mission, and to provide the quality of life services for all the soldiers and families?
Absolutely. Well, I'm going to move to a couple of these questions. I have one more for everybody before we close, but I'm going to move to a couple of our audience questions so that we can make sure we have time to get to them. Let's see. We have one here. There are more than 340 substations that were entirely submerged by Hurricane Helene. What's FEMA's role in the infrastructure restoration? I think that one is going to you, Joel.
It would appear. So thank you. So energy is one of the lifelines. Prior to landfall, this gets in right. We're before, during, and after. So the during counts as pre-landfall. FEMA was able to stage and working with the state partners, people to respond, including there are, and I know that Michelle is well familiar with this, arrangements between the different states and the private companies, for power restoration teams to help each other. So in FEMA, we're supporting those local efforts where it is managed and executed. But to put a fine point on it, I don't know how many people are in the field today restoring power. We're about day 5 into the disaster, and there are 3 of the 6 affected states that would still be red in the energy sector. But I do know that there are thousands of federal agency responders in the field. About a quarter come from FEMA, and several more, many times that, from private sector, obviously, right, to work some of that power restoration. And since this is a veterans group, the National Guard is the governor's go-to source. So a lot of times when you see FEMA called on the playing field for response, there's a National Guard unit that is there. And I know in some cases they have gotten into power restoration, but I don't think that's a specialty with them. But they can do a lot of jobs.
I'll just jump in, right? Yeah. So there is a lot of agreements between the power companies. So I know TVA sent a lot of crews out there. They stage them ahead of time. And I think the other thing they're doing to prepare, right, utilities and companies are preparing, we're also looking at having more spares, right? The supply chain, I know that was a previous topic on one of the previous panels, is taking us a lot longer to have to receive equipment, right? And so the supply chain side of being a little bit more prepared, having more spares on site and available so we can have much faster restoration when these items occur.
And I didn't mean to leave out the Army Corps of Engineers. That was an oversight on my part. Key partner in
This is what I was talking about before, right? Like FEMA and the Army Corps, we're supposed to work a little bit better together. This is a similar question, but how much planning is going into our response time in more rural areas, particularly in the Arctic, where we see these long response times, but often you can have significant extreme weather threats? Maybe this is a question for you, Brandon, in terms of how the Army thinks about these more remote rural installations. What's the planning that's going into that? How are you cooperating with partners on the outside?
And see, it all goes back to that premise that every installation must be an island. So all the efforts put in place to where we can be self-sustainable is critical. But now, that's nice. But again, having the conversation earlier with so many of our soldiers and all of our civilians and contractors live off an installation. It's how do we, as not just an installation, be able to plan, prepare, provide power, but how do we do it regionally? Because again, being able to take what we're good at and being able to affect, because every single person that comes on an installation to provide a mission has a family. So it's, do we get to the point where we bring the person on the installation to provide the mission, or do we bring the family on the installation to do the mission? So those are the type planning things that we continue to look at and work into the future, is how do we regionally ensure this happens regardless of the weather events that happen?
Joel, do you have anything to add there? I'm thinking a little bit, like this is not in the Arctic, but last year when we were seeing FEMA's response to the Maui wildfires, getting the right equipment and the ability to give people housing and support immediately following those fires was a real challenge. How does FEMA address this? We need to be able to respond in a quick time frame when we have to get really far away with our equipment.
Right, so if the disaster or incident is in an actual island, that is even harder problem than the ones that Brandon's been discussing. I would have to say that the only thing that you can do is to prepare ahead of time. So we have focused on Helene. You also have a Western, Pacific area of responsibility, and we have territories that are even further distant than Hawaii. And so some of you may remember it was the first day of the Western Pacific typhoon season, and you had the storm go up and it hit Guam, which is a very important place to Brandon and anybody having to do it. So the only way around that, Emily, is to have the foresight to anticipate and have plans in place for how you would respond if it would happen. Set up your operations so that you've got the warning and the tracking, and then we pre-positioned as what we could. But there is that tyranny of geography, and it is not going to be easy.
So this isn't one of my highlighted questions, so I'm going to just preface that. If you don't want to answer, you don't have to. But I think it's an important thing to talk about. Integration is great, but who's paying for it, particularly at the local level? I think that's something we often forget in rooms full of really smart people like this, where we think, well, obviously this is how we solve the problem, so the Congress is going to write us a check and we'll be able to get this done, no problem. How do we deal with that balance of costs and resources, and how do we better make the pitch perhaps to lawmakers about the priority of thinking about this on the front end rather than on the back end? Maybe I'll just go down the line on this one.
All right, I'll initiate. And again, I think what has to happen is there has to be the recognition of need. If we as an Army installation in a community says we have to have 14 days of power, okay, so that's a nice setup, but it's mildly interesting to your chambers of commerce. But when we start looking at how do we regionally approach this, and we realize it's not a single entity problem, it's a regional problem. It's not a single entity plan, it's a regional plan. It's a regional sustainability aspect. Then your .govs, your .civs, your .mils, your .coms, all the ones come into play, and they come into bear because they all have their own equities. There's things that they can, your .coms can come to the table, but there's things that they can't, disclose because of shareholder interest as well. And there's things that we can't disclose either. But the end state goal would be recovery. So planning to either completely eliminate, but there's some things we can't, but then a quick plan with authorities in place, knowing exactly what those are, so the recovery goes quickly.
Yeah, so I think, we were talking earlier today, right? The energy transition also plays a piece into this infrastructure as we're transitioning. In some of the previous panels, I think we all have a common interest in this, right? I think it's not a single entity's problem to solve, and so we're seeing more of that collaboration. Small modular reactors, I think, was discussed in a previous panel. So how are we working and partnering together to look at SMRs and solving this energy transition problem that we have? So I think that's the piece of it. It really is a much larger solution that we have to come to. It's not an individual entity's problem to solve. And so I think we're starting to see a lot more collaboration across agencies to look for those solutions.
I think there is, completely agree, I think there is a recognition along every level of government and private sector, nonprofit, the whole community, that this is a team sport. The issue that I think is even more critical is there's a lack of capacity at that local level. So we're used to interacting with that emergency manager for the jurisdiction. If it's a small jurisdiction, that may be just one heartbeat that has to handle all of the threats and hazards that we have talked about in this short time, and they may not even have that as a full-time job. Another shortage, you've got over 30,000 jurisdictions in our country. A lot of them depend on volunteer fire departments, meaning they don't have the funding base to pay for that essential service. We have a grant program that can help with some of that, but there's always unmet need there. So get your metrics, count what's not being done, and partner up as you can.
Yeah, I mean, part of your question was about funding, and sometimes on these sort of large-scale projects, an owner will be sort of inclined to carve up a project into many different pieces, with the idea that maybe that's a more cost-effective way of doing a project. And what you end up doing is creating seams between, an early concept plan and then a designer and an engineer and then the company that comes in ultimately to build something. As Bechtel, we like to be involved as early as possible, ideally together with the developer as they're thinking about a project, so that we can be in on the even conceptual stage. We can help them think through the feasibility studies, the environmental impact assessments, and then really kind of cost out, in truth, what this project is going to entail and cost. Some don't like to be told that, so it's really a trust issue. And what you want is absolute trust between the owner-developer and those that are working with them to be truthful about the true cost. Because if you don't get it right at the beginning and then you have to retrofit, or you're ill-prepared for what we've been talking about, whether it's natural disasters or cyber attacks or other types of threats, then that's going to cost you a lot more in the long run. So, I mean, our answer to that would be early contractor involvement as early as possible, and think through the entirety of the project from beginning to end.
So I'm going to do one more round-robin question before we close. The goal of this summit here is to sort of examine the role of the energy sector in bridging this military-civilian transition for veterans, and sort of bringing together these two communities that have really complementary goals and experiences, and we can really build on each other. So what are each of you in your respective roles doing to help bring in veterans into your agencies or to help them transition to the private sector?
Okay. Everyone today that wears a green suit one day will wear one of these suits. So there is the eventual retirement date that happens. And the beauty is we have individuals that today, tomorrow, the next day, will be exchanging, their military uniform for a civilian uniform. You've got individuals that have 20 to 30 years of proven leadership experience, that understand how to lead. They started leading 19, 20-year-old small groups all the way up to big multi-million-dollar decisions. So there is a program that the Army has called Soldier for Life. And if anyone is ever interested in, hey, how do I hire a veteran? Contact your local installation and find Soldier for Life. There's entities across the U.S. that are already partnering in the industry, in the energy industry, in the emerging energy industry as well, that they are working the Soldier for Life process, that in 10 to 12 weeks, while the soldier's still on duty, they get trained, and then when they retire, they're hireable, and they have a skill set, and they're certified. So.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so I agree. The veteran population is very important to us at TVA and to our success. We've got about a 17% employee rate that are veterans. Very strong in veteran resource group. We partner, I think you had talked about the hard hats, or helmets to hard hats. So we partner with helmets to hard hats in the transition. And we see it through the hiring and leadership, through the leadership ranks. And then also, I think there's, as we continue to build in this industry and we're seeing a bigger gap in skilled workforce, right? That's a strong area for us as well, to be able to bring in some of those veterans into the skilled workforce and to retrain them and bring them in through that way.
Approximately 15% of FEMA are veterans of one of the armed services, and you can find about our opportunities from usajobs.com. But if I may, I'll just give 3 things that I learned in my transition that anybody who is in uniform trying to transition. 1, it's going to take a lot longer than you think. About a part-time level, people know, about a part-time level of effort for about 18 months. So you start now. 2, while you have developed those skills that Brandon talked about, and they are valuable, as Michelle has also validated, you are speaking a foreign language. You are coming from a different culture. The burden of persuasion will be on you through your resume, through your interview skills, to tell that employer how what you did in one of our armed services will help them, and what type of role you'd be able to flourish in. And then 3rd and finally, that's a team sport as well. So you've got to network. You would be amazed with how many people, because you are on active duty or in the reserves, will give you 15 minutes in what's called an information interview to say, hey, Emily, you're doing cool stuff. Would you talk with me for 15 minutes about how you got to do that? The only ground rule is I can't ask her to hire me, and she understands that. So those would be my 3 takeaways for every veteran looking to transition. Come to FEMA, we're great.
That's excellent advice, by the way. I guess I'd like to focus on, we have in America, and Michelle alluded to it, we have it's approaching the level of crisis in terms of workforce shortage, and particularly for the very ambitious programs we have to build out our electricity grid, major new power installations to power AI, to build and staff the kind of things we're doing, like semiconductor fab construction in Ohio, and of course there's major projects in Arizona. All of these major projects are looking for the skilled building trades. So the first side of it is, there are tremendous opportunities in the construction industry, and we're working with and talking to other companies about this and seeing how we can try to encourage people to look at the building trades as a very very good career. It's a kind of career that you can build a life around and really go places with and earn well in our economy. The other side, of course, is what Brandon said, leadership. I mean, the U.S. military produces the world's best leaders, and we have projects where we need leadership. We need leadership to run a 4,000 person workforce, run a project team. And it's the skills that people learn through the military that I think are very much translatable into an industry like ours. So again, we do participate in the programs like Helmets to Hard Hats. We also have our own recruitment programs, and we're always looking for very capable people. And I would take the advice that was just given. I mean, those are very excellent way to start networking and get into an industry like ours. Thank you.
Well, with that, unfortunately, we have to close. I think we probably could talk about this topic for the rest of the day. So thank you, everybody. And I think the next thing on the agenda is lunch. So thank you so much for your time. Cool. Good deal, y'all.
Good to meet you. All the best to you.
Thank you. As was mentioned, we will not take a brief break for lunch. We'll reconvene here at 1:20 for a virtual remarks from Senator Mark Kelly. And then further on down the line, we'll continue to touch on these issues of workforce development. We'll talk about the Arctic and technologies on the battlefield before we finish off with a fireside chat between former Secretary of Energy Dan Brouillette and Lieutenant General Joseph McGee. So for now, go get some food. It'll be right around the corner, and we'll see you back at 1:20. Thank you. All right, welcome back, everyone, as we begin the afternoon sessions of the 2024 Veterans Advanced Energy Summit here at the Atlantic Council. We're going to kick things off this lunch with some virtual remarks from Senator Mark Kelly. So we'll pause for those, and then we'll move on to our next panel. So thank you to the Senator's team for doing these, and we're looking forward to these remarks.
Hey everybody, I'm Senator Mark Kelly of Arizona, and I want to thank you for allowing me to be part of the 2024 Veterans Advanced Energy Summit. I'm grateful for this gathering of so many respected leaders and officials from across the energy and national security sectors. The discussions that happen here and the collaborations that result are absolutely critical to helping our country tackle the challenges that we face in the ever-evolving global threat landscape. People don't always think about the advanced energy industry as part of our national security, but there's no doubt about how important it is. As a veteran myself, I'm also deeply supportive of this mission to connect veterans, reservists, and military spouses to the fulfilling careers that our national security depends on. No country is better than us at solving hard problems. I saw that firsthand in the Navy and at NASA. Every mission I've done has been the result of people coming together and working toward a common goal, whether that was launching a space shuttle to orbit or launching off of an aircraft carrier. What you're doing here is no different. When we work together, there's nothing we can't accomplish. So thank you for allowing me to speak to all of you today and for all that you do. And I hope you have a great summit.
Well, that really kicks us off well for our next session, the Senator's comments about the capabilities that veterans bring to these national security and energy security issues as they transition from the military into civilian life. And so with that, it's my pleasure to introduce our moderator for our fourth session this afternoon, Sandra Purohit, who is going to be moderating a panel on bringing the military to civilian career transition across the Energy Center. Sandra, take it away.
Thanks so much. Yep, I'm Sandra Purohit, Director of Federal Advocacy at E2, Environmental Entrepreneurs. We're a non-partisan, non-profit group of about 10,000 business leaders, happy to say including many great veterans, some in the audience today. We are a group that advocates for sound environmental and economic policy. And as part of that advocacy, we have been tracking the energy sector, and particularly the clean energy sector, for about a decade. And a couple of things in that analysis keep coming up. One of them is that the energy sector is much better at hiring veterans than other parts of the economy. This was most recently pulled out by a Department of Energy report, the USERA report that showed where veterans represent about 5% of the workforce nationally, it's about 9% in the energy sector, so almost twice as much. The other thing that we found in E2's data and tracking is that there's about to be a whole lot more opportunity. This is probably not news to everybody, but we're seeing, if you go to e2.org/announcements, you'll see some 340 clean energy projects, massive projects, think multi-million-dollar investments in factories across the country, $130 billion in private sector investment, 100,000 jobs being created already. In this last year, our Clean Jobs America report showed that for clean energy jobs, every clean energy sector, jobs grew at a rate at least twice as fast as the national economy. So that's sort of the setting and why I'm so excited that we're having this conversation today. And I'm also excited to be having it with a great group of veterans because the numbers are awesome, but the reality of what this looks like is where we're really going to metal meets the road. No, rubber meets the road. So with that, let me make sure I introduce everybody properly. And I'm going to start with Kevin. Kevin Doffing is a U.S. Army veteran and currently director of the Veterans Advanced Energy Project here at the Atlantic Council. He's the founder of Project Vanguard, a grassroots advocacy group of veterans supporting renewable energy. We then have Mary King. Also an Army veteran, Mary is now Executive Vice President and Chief People Officer at Invenergy. They're a US-based multinational power generation company. Invenergy develops, builds, owns, and operates power generation and energy storage projects here and around the world. And then Steve O'Rourke, a Navy veteran and Chief Executive Officer of JERA America, the US subsidiary of the largest power generation company in Japan. JERA provides reliable energy for Japan, the US, and around the world, and advances technologies for a low-carbon future globally. With that introduction, I'm going to jump right in and ask you each to speak a little bit about your journey from military life to civilian life and why energy. Why don't we start with you?
Oh, sure. So when I left the military, I just did what all the older boys did. I went through a headhunter, which was a great experience, got me into corporate America, where I learned I was not a great fit, and found myself in a riff about 3 months after I got there. So I kind of had to start figuring out, what do I want to do when I grow up right now? And it turned out that entrepreneurship was the path for me. So I moved back to Houston, I bought an oilfield supply company, and started digging in there, and a few years in, realized I missed being around a lot of other veterans. That's why I enjoy being the director here. I get to just hang out with other vets. It just so happens that they are usually matriculating up into higher decision-making levels, so it's good for business. But it's just been trying to figure out what I didn't know. And with 200,000 veterans leaving a year, everybody's trying to figure out the same thing.
Mary?
So I transitioned from the military. I didn't do what I guess the guys did. I didn't get an executive recruiter. I don't know. I missed that one. My husband and I were both serving, and when we transitioned out of the military, he was providing end-of-life care for his father. And I looked around. We needed to be in Indianapolis, and I felt so fortunate to have a chance to work at the regulated utility. When I tell this story now, I say it's because infrastructure is essential. I'm not 100% sure that Mary King wasn't just saying, well, they wear boots, I wear boots, this could work. But there is something about infrastructure and making a difference that started me in energy and kept me in energy for the next 20 years.
Yeah, I guess, so when I left the military, I was in the Navy and I drove submarines for a while. And when I left, I ended up with about 7 job offers, right? 6 of them were energy companies and 1 was not. And I chose the one that was not. So I ended up going into the semiconductor industry straight out of the military, and this was out in Silicon Valley way back when, far more years than I'm willing to admit. And as luck would have it, what you realize, I think, when you leave the military and get into the private sector is you probably have a lot more skills that are applicable than you realize you have. And when you start to apply these skills within the private sector, you find out that, well, yeah, things are different, but you actually, in some respects, even have a leg up on a lot of folks that happen to be there and have come through, let's say, a normal civilian path coming through. And we could talk about those as we go through this discussion over time, but as luck would have it, I spent time in the semiconductor industry, I did a startup company, I spent time on Wall Street, of all things, and then through a set of circumstance that will never repeat, I ended up in the energy industry. So I am now in the energy industry and have been here in one way, shape, or form for the past 12 years or so, 13 years or so. And I think it's a great place to be, right? But I guess the long and the short of it is you don't really know where you're going to end up and what path you're going to take. It's never really a direct line. It actually winds. And you kind of have to have a bit of patience to move through that a little bit.
Makes a lot of sense. Well, as we sort of get into this conversation, I guess we should probably start off with what is an energy job? Because we say that like it's one thing, but it couldn't be further from that. So any of you?
You're probably hiring the most.
Absolutely, you should all know. So Invenergy has probably 100 to 200 jobs posted today. We hire veterans overwhelmingly into 3 areas. We hire them into technical jobs, so a wind tech, a solar tech, a storage tech. We hire them into professional jobs, so IT, project manager, engineer, all of those type of jobs. And we hire them into leadership jobs. So the O&M manager, the leader of our regulatory affairs group, the leader of our marine affairs group, all of those areas are also areas where we are constantly looking for veteran backgrounds. So if I looked at the numbers this year, about 15% of all of our hires this year have been veterans. So we are actively looking. But I would say, important to so Invenergy is a company about a little over 2,500, 100 to 200 jobs. This year, year to date, we've gotten over 38,000 applicants. So it's a big pool that you're looking for when you're trying to move into corporate America. And it's important to have this kind of interaction, this kind of networking, this kind of reaching out to other people to really be successful.
So I would just say, to Mary's point, I think that there's three main pathways in. The technical role for junior enlisted, whether that's a technician or craft labor or skilled labor. The project management role. I talked to a lot of veterans that are, hey, should I go get my PMP? And the honest truth is if you think you need it. Because if you can't convince yourself that you're ready for the job, then you're not. And if you can convince yourself, you're more likely going to be able to convince an employer. But I've suffered through many conversations where I was overqualified but inexperienced. And that's a typical refrain for a lot of transitioning service members. Thank you for your service. Oh, you talk like my boss's boss. But this is an associate role, and you may have too big of ideas. So, tempering expectations, knowing that you're coming in. The CEO of Pepsi doesn't join the military and become a 4-star, but 4 stars often make really great executives immediately in corporate America. So, you have the opportunity to work up fast, but sometimes you do have to start over. The third role, and I think it's really critical for the development of energy in this sector, especially in the renewable pathway, is project development. The soft skills of being able to work with people, self-motivate, get after it, is a great launch pad for transitioning service members to get into the renewable energy industry.
Yeah, I'd say that you start with an industry, right? You think about an industry. We're talking about energy here, right? I came in through a different path and ended up in energy. And then you look at companies, and you take a look at the companies you might want to think about working at and do some research on them. And don't worry as much about the position yet. Once you find the companies or this buffet of companies you see, then you talk to them. And you can do that through recruiters. You can do that by calling companies directly. What I've often found is that when you have some former military that actually have direct inputs into companies and requests, oftentimes they are responded to, right? They're not ignored. And what does happen oftentimes in companies is things get ignored. Emails come in, you ignore them. But if it's right up front, former military, oftentimes that actually gets a look, right? And you bring people in and you talk to those people. Where do we hire? I would say it's across the gamut, and it really comes down to skill sets. I think project management, operations, engineering, of course, you see people in that. Our head of audit is former Army, right, as an example. We're growing pretty rapidly. We don't have an active program to recruit veterans, even though I'd like to put that in place, and we'll probably do that going forward, much more so than we have historically. But I think it's across the board. And you have some people that come out and go on to graduate school, for example, even if they get an MBA, they're finance, right? They can move into finance if they want. So it's really across the board, and we hire pretty much everywhere in the company.
And then on the flip side, why would you make the pitch to veterans? Why should they be considering the energy sector as a next career?
I mean, I feel like this is your next tour of duty. We've got work to be done, and this is a great place to do it. I'm an all-energy advocate, but I can tell you, being from Houston, working in oil and gas for most of my life, I mean, there's a different mentality, right? There's very much a growth mindset in the energy transition and clean energy, and everybody has come through different pathways into this, and the silos are not there that you can't kind of find your way in and move around, and so everybody's looking to help everybody else, and if you're trying to build a network, you should be before you apply for a job. So I would advocate that you should never apply for a job at a company if you haven't made a contact there. Otherwise, just being thrown in the ether. But once you can make a contact, especially at events like this, you have a huge leg up in the process.
I mean, I'll just, to that, veterans respond to veterans, without question. I mean, that's almost universal, I think.
Anything else to add? I mean, there's a lot of connection between national security and energy security. How would you weigh in on the notion of how is working in this space allowing you to advance both of those things? How is this your next tour?
So again, I mean, energy is one path. It's not the only path. When we look at energy, the way we look at it, right, is first it's about energy security. Then it's about affordability, and it's also about sustainability. There's a strong equivalence between energy security and national security. There's a strong equivalence between national security and international security. And I'm not saying people should come to the energy industry because they can further what they've been doing in the military, but understand the linkages, and your past in the military has a lot to say about how those linkages get applied. And when we think about those three things as sort of a triumvirate, energy security, affordability, and sustainability, energy security is an imperative, right? That has to happen. Affordability and sustainability are also absolutely necessary, but there's a nexus where they meet. And where they meet is what you have to optimize, because all three you have to do. But energy security is absolute.
I think that's right. I would add to that. We talked about when you're applying for jobs, go and learn about the company. That's absolutely true. But reach out, meet someone who's doing the job, meet someone at the company, ask for their advice. Say, hey, I'm thinking about the energy industry. Who can you connect me to? Always make that connection. And then once you're in the energy industry, the hardest challenge for veterans that I've seen anyway, the folks that we hire, is why are they there? They get in their head about what's my purpose? What am I doing? What's important? It's in your head. And if you can make that connection that Steve talked about, then when everyone else quits and is at home and they're watching their cat videos, you're going to be working. And you're going to be focused, and you're going to be getting better, and you will accelerate through corporate America because you'll know why you're there, you'll care about the work, and you'll do it to an extremely high level of expertise. So I think that connection is so important for all of us, to know why you're there and you have that mission. And the energy industry, the infrastructure, you cannot beat it. Go to any small town that's been hit by a tornado, a hurricane. Who rolls in first? We got to rebuild the infrastructure. Look at any place around the globe where there has been violence, or you got to rebuild the infrastructure. It is the critical path. And you want to be part of that critical path. And you will be in a job and you won't feel like you're making that big of impact, because that's how jobs are. They're not inspiring every day, and you'll have to motivate yourself to make that impact. And if you can do that and connect to that greater purpose, you will accelerate. So I think that's the reason to go into the energy industry.
Anything to add, Kim? Yeah.
I mean, the only thing I'd say is, I've run a lot of different veteran nonprofits around community building, and usually what we see is veterans do a really good job of networking for like 90 days or so, and then they get their job and they're gone, right? Which is horrible if you sign them up as a year-long volunteer. But then what happens is 3 to 5 years later, they miss the camaraderie, they miss the connection, the community. And once they're stable in their life, but there's just something missing, that's when they really start giving back. The advice I would give is just don't stop. Start before you get out, start taking calls, making time for those things. Even a call a week, year out from separation does tremendous things. And once you get your job, keep going, network internally, network, inside your company, and learn the different people, the different things that are going on. There's a lot to learn, especially at big companies, but, and don't be afraid to give back.
So we've touched a little bit on what this is and why, and you guys have sort of played a little bit into how, and I want to ask a few more questions along those lines. How important is, I think Kevin, you touched on this a little bit, but if you're wondering, do I need to get a new degree? Do I need to get an advanced degree? How would you think about that? How important is that coming out of the military?
I mean, what do you want to do when you grow up? Right? That's the key question I always ask. It's kind of funny, but I mean, of anyone at any age, whatever you're doing, you're working towards something. And if you just got to know what that is. And so if you feel like you need an MBA, go get an MBA. If you want to go to Yale, good job, Tim. You do that, right? And those are, you're more doing it for the network than you are the degree, right? So, I mean, I think that it's just knowing kind of where you want to go. I've known people that go get their MBA, then go into project development, which is like, you're knocking on doors like a landman in West Texas. Like, you don't need an MBA to do this. But hey, if the GI Bill paid for it, good on you. So it really just depends on what you want to do, and go find those people who you think are doing those things and ask them their advice and get to know them.
My path was that I went to work, worked for 5 years, and then went to night school to get my law degree. But by the time I was in night school, I was a terrible night school student. My professors were like, you have to stop asking me to do your job. Because I was like, I have questions about this, wait. And we had real conversations because I knew enough to ask great questions. So I think if you're thinking about whether you're going to go get another degree or not, ask yourself, what kind of student will I be right now? What's my most interesting question that I can really push that instructor on? If you don't have interesting questions, go work for a while because they're out there. So I think there's a little bit of a, what are you going to get from it? But what can they give you? If you don't have interesting questions, they won't have interesting answers. And now, if you're on the GI Bill, you're good, and if not, you're in debt. So I'd go to work first.
Yeah, it's not bad advice. I would say when you look out into the future and you have an idea of where you want to be, 10, 20 years out, and it doesn't have to be specific, it can be general, right? So it could be, I want to run a company someday, for example. That can inform a decision you make far earlier in your career, and then it's a question of whether or not we have the maturity to make that decision, right? And that's usually what determines whether or not somebody goes off to an advanced degree or whether they don't, is the maturity of the person at the time they make the decision. Sometimes people regret not having done it later on, but if your ultimate goal is to run something someday, is an MBA a good idea? Yeah, it's probably not a bad idea. It's probably a pretty good idea to go think about getting that at one of the top schools, because what that does is it opens a network and it gives you basically a skill set, and that skill set's very valuable. If you want to be a CTO and run things from a technology perspective, go get a master's, go get a PhD even. I know people who've done that. And I guess the one thing that I would just sort of emphasize here too is the future of energy, particularly from a clean energy perspective, has a lot to do with the evolution of technologies that are in their incipients now. Right? So all of that has to be developed, all of it has to be commercialized, and that is a non-trivial task. That requires a lot of capital and a lot of brain power and a lot of people who are dedicated to it. And we see people who come out, veterans, who step into those roles as well. So it's pretty broad-based, but I would say that it really comes down to making a decision early in your career based upon what you think you want to be 20 years down the road, and that's hard to do.
And I will say that well, I guess I'd also ask you to comment on any specific initiatives, any specific programs that can support folks as they sort of make this decision or make this transition.
Yeah, so if you're still in, SkillBridge is a great opportunity. If your command will approve it, 6 months of paid time at no cost to the employer to go out there and get some industry experience. Hiring Our Heroes sponsors a lot of that and runs that. There's a lot of really great job fairs through partners. There's not really that many national veteran nonprofits that are doing workforce transition well. It's a very fragmented market, so you have to look at what area, what vertical that you want to get into, and then kind of work with that. I'm starting to work with a trade group, American Clean Power, and bringing together a lot of these disaggregated efforts into a comprehensive workforce development transition program. But I mean, as we have these really high numbers, I think it's come through people, how you came in. They went to the utilities, right? It's a very common work culture to the military. And then if you have any nuclear assets, where are you going to find people with nuclear experience? The Navy. So, I think that there's a lot of luck that's kind of come into driving such a high veteran representation inside of clean energy, but it also aligns with a lot of our drive and motivation. But finding those programs to be really difficult, and ultimately it just comes down to there's this network and you got to plug into it. And I've never seen anyone go, I don't have time to talk to another veteran. Yeah. They may say, I don't have time, so I'm going to introduce them to somebody else. I do that, sorry. But yeah, no, I think it's a great network to plug into most of all.
And I think that's a good point in that even if you go back and get your MBA, even if you whatever path you choose, that networking piece keeps coming up. Before you leave, once you've left, just keep networking because it's the path to connections and actually finding out about different opportunities in general, consistent.
Yeah, I guess I would just say that throughout my career, I think I used a headhunter once, and everything has been through a network. And I'm not a particularly good networker, right? Some people it's like a gift they have. They can go out and walk into a room with 50 people and walk out with 50 new best friends. Right? And then they maintain contact with these 50 new best friends. And it's astonishing how some people can do this, but it's a valuable skill to have. And it's something you should always kind of carry with you.
I think the key for networking is asking good questions and being genuinely interested in what other people are doing, what their path has been, what are their challenges, what's going on in their area. So I'm terrible at networking. I'm awful, which is terrible for a chief people officer to say, but I'm terrible.
I'm going to call BS. I don't think so at all. I don't think so at all.
So there are those people that Steve talks about, that's not me, but I am interested. Like when you tell me what's going on, I say, okay, wait a minute, start at the beginning. You woke up this morning, then what happened? Like I'm genuinely interested, and that's a superpower for networking. So be interested, and then people will find you so interesting.
And don't set up a meeting with someone to ask for a job. Ask for some advice. You might end up with a job, but be humble, be curious. It'll be a fun conversation as opposed to, they stopped talking, now it's my turn. Are they done yet? Because I have something to say. You're actually listening, you're actually engaged, and you don't have to fake it till you make it. You're just really, you're tuned in on the conversation.
Helpful.
Which is what makes you a good networker.
I'm working on my rebranding right now. Excellent.
Okay, what about barriers? What about things for veterans to keep in mind that might be in their heads or might be reality? I know we've touched on, right now the volume of applicants is big. So anything along
Volume
those
of
lines?
applicants is big. I also think you got to do your work. Some veterans will show up and that's all the work they've done. I'm a veteran. You say, really, why would you like to work here? And they kind of say, well, why not? Oh, and that's not a good answer. Like, do your research. Find out what the company does, what you're passionate about. Have some good questions coming in. I think that's really important. So veteran gets you in the door, but now you've got to make the sale.
If you've ever told yourself, don't they know who I am? You need to take a pause, take a knee, and think about everything that Mary just said. Because that's what happens a lot of times is you're looking back at your accomplishments. You're looking at the boxes on your CV or your resume. You just spend a lot of time. You're like, who wouldn't want Lieutenant Doffing running, a $50 million company? This is great.
I could do it.
Yeah, I could do that. I don't need time. But I mean, it's not about what you did. It's what you're going to do with that for the company in the future. And if you can't bridge that gap into the future tense of how you're going to translate that experience into meaningful action for the company, you can't convince them of why they should hire you. But if I'm just going to sit around and be like, all right, this one time in Ramadi, I'm kidding you not.
There I was.
Yeah. That's not going to help you in an interview.
Yeah, and people shouldn't be shy. You can't be shy about this kind of stuff either. It's very aggressive, assertive aggressiveness. It's something I would say you have to be successful as you go through a career. And that's in the military too. It's the military or it's the private sector. And you simply translate that to the private sector and continue that because that actually, it yields dividends.
Okay, I want to pivot a little bit. We spend a lot of time on veterans looking for opportunities and what that might look like, but we've also got a lot of employers, a lot of senior folks in the audience and online. What do you want to say to them? Why should they be considering veterans? Is it just a sound business decision? And then also, what should they be thinking about in terms of recruitment and keeping veterans on board?
So I would just say that first, look internal, see what veterans you have internally and talk to them. That they're going to be the best advocates, even if they're not in a direct hire succession or they're not involved in the talent recruitment or vetting process. Just having veterans internal that can review resumes and give advice. Often they'll make time. It's one of the biggest things that veteran employee resource groups want to be involved in is the talent workforce development pipeline at their company. So if you don't have an employee resource group for veterans, if you don't know who are the veterans, I would start there first and see where you're already winning with veterans coming into the company organically.
Yeah, veterans are good at hiring veterans. And I can probably count on less than one hand the number of veterans that I've hired in my career who have failed, right? They tend not to fail. I mean, they tend to succeed. That just seems to be one of the rules.
And I think they tend to stay. If you give them a hard challenge, they will stay until the challenge is complete. And that's incredibly valuable to an employer. You're going to make that investment. You're going to train someone up. You need them to stay and deliver. And veterans will do that.
I'll play devil's advocate on this because I've met employers that refuse to hire veterans. And the reason is they tried doing it with terrible results. There was a company in Houston, a manufacturer of oil field equipment, and very quietly like, listen, we've tried this, it just doesn't work. I'm like, okay, so what happened? Well, we needed welders. Oh, okay, so you hired like NCCR, crosswalk, welders from the military. No, that's a thing? Yeah. There's certified welders in the military. Oh, we didn't hire those. Well, then who did you hire? Oh, we just hired whoever we could. Okay, that's interesting. So what kind of like training program did you put them in so that they could become welders? Oh, we didn't have that. Okay, so you didn't hire for fit, skills, and then you had no like training program in place. Are you good at hiring anyone? Just curious. They're like, yeah, we cherry pick from our competitors. I'm like, you should stick with that. So I mean, it doesn't happen in a vacuum, right? If you're going to hire, people that and there's an informal onboarding of, hey, we have veteran advocates internally that are making recommendations. That's going to go well. Just we're going to hire a charity case that happens to be a veteran. Good luck.
That's fair. I'm going to peel in a few questions from the audience and also just flag for folks that if you want to ask a question, please send it to askac.org, askac.org. But this is along this topic, so I'll ask, please share tips for veterans to avoid a mismatch in their job search. So this is the other side of that piece.
Do they have a veterans ERG? Do they have veterans in leadership? What are they doing? Not just saying, but what are they doing to support veterans in their community? Those are all, you can find all of that information out. Talk to a veteran who's there. Another way to just make sure it's going to be a good fit.
I mean, same thing if you're a female veteran going in and you see no female veterans, but you see veterans, but you don't see any female veterans in leadership or in the organization, you got to look at that. And I mean, it's whatever your background is, whatever your affinity is, you look for the people that you aspire to be. And if you don't see them there, how well are they valued and promoted?
Sometimes you got to be first.
Ooh, I like that.
Saying.
Well, but there's one other thing to bear in mind with this too, is that it's kind of a stealth network, right? When you look out throughout industry, and I don't just mean energy, I mean all of industry, there's kind of a stealth network out there of veterans that don't necessarily publicize themselves. You can find out who the people in leadership are that were veterans, but when you go down through the organization, chances are if you have people who are veterans in leadership at the top of the company, you got a bunch of veterans at that company because they probably have a program or they at least have a predisposition to hire veterans and know how to do it. So you'll find that out there, and I would argue that it's a far broader network than most people realize.
Okay.
But it's quiet.
There's also the medallions, like you can get the gold veteran medallion, so that'll be on your website. That's an easy one to look for. You can also look for the SkillBridge program. Do they have it? Have they tried it? Because if an employer has that program in there and they've committed to that, or if they're committed to trying it, that sends you a strong signal that they want to have a program to onboard veterans.
Someone here asks, what are some great areas within the energy industry that former senior officers should consider that they might not normally think about?
I wish there was a nonprofit for O5s. I just feel like that is like a gap in the market. I'm not kidding at all. I mean, like it is a completely different conversation for O5s that haven't networked and are trying to figure this out. I've been screamed at by an O5 spouse. Do you not know who my husband is? I don't think anybody here does. I don't have that great of advice on it. I think it goes back to even more networking when you're talking about senior level transitions.
I think there's also an element, and I remember this early in my career, I met an admiral. It was a 3-star who actually came over to a company that I was closely associated with. And this was in the technology industry. And I think that the reason he was as successful as he was, very successful, coming in at a pretty senior level, was he was able to actually sort of subjugate his ego, perhaps from the past, and interject a degree of humility, understanding he's walking into something very different than what he had previously. And that was very successful for him, and he actually was wildly successful in the industry. But he was a 3-star who came out and walked into private industry and the technology industry. Doesn't happen too often, right? But he was quite successful in doing so.
I also think you can start at a level and then grow. Just once you come in, you will be able to rise. So I wouldn't get caught up in the level that you start at.
And I'll just chime in to say that, again, from the data perspective, from the clean energy looking out perspective, there's so much growth that companies are going to have to fill very, very quickly. So somebody that from another private sector, from the carpet sector, moves over to the cell industry sector, and within a year or two, they're managing the entire factory. There's just a lot of growth in this area. And so where you start is not necessarily where you're going to be for years and years on end.
I think there's one other thing I'd add to that too, which is when you think about companies, and we talk about clean energy here a lot, every energy company in the US or every company around here is a clean energy company, right? It just has different variations on that theme. So when you talk about oil and gas companies, I guarantee you, every oil and gas company that you know the name of is out looking at things, evaluating things for carbon reduction. All of them are. And they are for two reasons. One, there's a regulatory environment that requires it. There are incentives that incentivize it. And lastly, it's the right thing to do. So you're actually going to see this stuff evolve, whether people like it or not, right? And all of these companies are committed to it. So you do see this, and you might think of some of the big oil and gas companies that they're not the right companies to do so. They're not clean energy companies. They're going to drive the clean energy transition, quite frankly.
Absolutely.
Another question from the audience. There are a lot of great veterans hiring resources. Anything negative to watch out for as a hiring manager or a vet looking for a job?
I don't know if you need to pay for a lot of things as a veteran looking to get a job. There's a ton of free services. That's one of the things we've always kind of seen.
Companies hiring welders who don't have any welding practice?
I mean,
that's another one.
You know.
Hypothetically?
Hypothetically.
Okay. And this actually goes back to what you were just discussing, but from a working perspective, how long should we look to stay in a role before pursuing internal roles?
It depends on the company. It depends on the challenge. Don't leave the role until you've accomplished the mission in that role. Get something done. You don't want to just say, I was the director of X. You want to say, I was the director of X and we accomplished this, and now I'm moving on. Build your succession plan behind you so that when you hand it off, the work doesn't fall off. It was important work when you were doing it. It's still important work. If you get to the point where you've accomplished the near-term mission, you have a strong succession plan, it's time to move. You don't want to get 1 year of experience 20 times. You want to get 20 years of experience. But the work is important. The company cares about the work. So when the work is in a good place and you have someone to hand it off to, that's when it's time to go.
Yeah, I'd say 99 times out of 100, people don't leave companies, they leave managers. It's the fundamental reason they leave. When you think about it from that perspective, I would have a slight twist on what you say, which is look for the manager that you respect in the company and see if you can end up working for that particular person, provided you go to a big company, you don't do a startup company as an entrepreneur. With that, not only will you have sort of guidance as you move to higher levels in the company overall, but it tends to chart a path if you're in a large company and that's what you want to do. I think it's a little different if you go to the startup world, right, and to the kind of entrepreneurial world, where I think there is an element of aggressiveness associated with moving jobs, and sometimes you end up with 2 or 3 jobs rather than only one. You're hired for one, but you're required to do 2 or 3 or even more. That gives you a lot of latitude to kind of spread your wings a little bit and do other things, but it's challenging. And the last thing I would say on that front is you should always feel like you're in a little over your head. At least that's what I would say, because it's going to force you to reach it a little bit. It's going to force you to learn. And once you do that, people recognize that. And again, when you go back to people leaving bosses and not necessarily companies, the bosses that you would want to work for, they recognize this, right? They typically recognize it even if you don't think they do. And all of a sudden, things tend to work for you as you go through a company.
Yeah. So, I mean, my background was entrepreneurship. So, you know, to Mary's point, you know, I would take up accounts payable and then realize I don't actually know what that means. And then I would buy literally, I bought Accounting for Dummies and I tore that through that book a few times, and then I realized what it was. And once I got good enough to know a set of expectations and processes that I built for myself, now I'm ready to hire someone behind me. But I was never hiring anybody to do something I hadn't already become at least familiar with, but always hiring somebody better. And that growth progression, I feel, is somewhat analogous. And yeah, I mean, you know, if you ever run a business, you know the pain of like, oh, I'm going to negotiate this big contract, but the toilet stopped up. Okay, yeah, we got to do that one. That's urgent. So, you know, you have to juggle a lot of different things. And I mean, I always think of my time in the infantry as the best, you know, training for that.
Yeah. Okay. And the other thing, big companies have training programs. Smaller companies don't. They just don't. So you end up getting tossed into the fire, which is actually a good place to be, right? And veterans team to do pretty well when they get tossed into the fire and are forced to perform quickly.
It's a different kind of training program.
It is, yes. Very different.
You pay attention when it's your money, too.
Yeah, absolutely.
I would also say look at who your peers are that you're spending time with. Like, we talk a lot about your boss, and I agree with you completely. You have to find the right boss and follow them. But think about who you're spending time with, who are your peers, because that'll become your identity in the organization. We'll see that as you're choosing to be with these folks. That's who you are. It's a little guilt by association maybe, but in the military, you don't get to choose who's in your squad, who's in your platoon. The military decides that for you. But in corporate America, or when you're taking a job, it's a huge decision. It's a huge thing that's important to really think about, and who you're spending time with, who you're supporting, who you're networking with inside the company in those first few years is really important. And often you'll rise together. And that can build some pretty amazing networks too.
So avoid the E4 mafia in corporate America. That's my takeaway.
Okay, I'm going to pivot again, this time to a little bit along the lines of policy. So E2's perspective, we're seeing a huge amount of opportunity. We've underscored that. All the data shows it. But those opportunities that are happening now, they didn't happen by chance. So what are the policies you're seeing, and what role can veterans play in advancing them?
I mean, I think veterans are a trusted messenger across most of American society. It's one of the last melting pots, purple, you know, nonpartisan issue institutions that people still trust. And so getting out there and expressing your support of these policies is critical.
Just from a pragmatic standpoint, the runway that the IRA gives you to make capital investments long-term is critical. Just from a pragmatic standpoint, if you're going to invest over an amount of time, having that certainty creates significant opportunities. So when you're thinking about policies and what policies to get behind, I would really think about, from a pragmatic standpoint, what's at the heart of the issue that you're trying to solve, how long will it take to solve it, and what are the enablers that you need? And if the policy lines up to that, then you're in a really solid spot.
Yeah, and I guess I'd answer that slightly differently too, that, you know, when you think about sort of economic growth and opportunity, you need two things, right? You need credit and you need energy. Those are the two fundamental things you need. Those things go away, you don't really have an economy, at least not a modern economy as we think about it now. So when you think about policy overall, we go back to security, affordability, and sustainability. And policy, at least at the federal level and even at the state level, is really to engender those three things. And it's to try and find an optimal nexus for those three things. Energy being imperative for an economy means the opportunity is always going to be there, although it morphs from time to time. It changes, right? And so you have to be adaptable to that. But I would say that within the energy industry, it's an enormous industry. It has very small companies, it has very large companies, but it's enormous. And it requires an enormous number of people coming in every year to ensure that it continues to function and grow, right? So there's great opportunity. Policy is really that which helps to engender that and move it down a path. Could we move down a path towards sustainability without policy right now? Economics don't really support in many respects. But with policy, it allows economics to support until the policy isn't needed anymore. And sometimes I would say that maybe the policy sticks around too long, right, with incentives, and should disappear as things become more economically viable. And then you actually think about new policy overall. And I think that's the whole process that happens, particularly here in Washington. And it's actually up to companies to help inform that too. So it's actually it's a crucial tool for ensuring that the opportunity remains and grows rapidly.
Well, I'd also just chime in to echo what was said, in that the veteran voice is so powerful on that front, because the credibility that comes with having fought for national and energy security is just, it's nonpartisan, it crosses the aisle, and it's really valuable. So I would encourage veterans to engage whatever career you end up in. Going back to the questions from online, from an entrepreneurial standpoint, recommendations for breaking out of a rut from working under multiple companies, mainly startups, that failed from events out of your control, but show your own personal resiliency. COVID, government changes, etc. How do you sell that to your next opportunity? How do you,
That can be hard. I've been there. So, I mean, you really just got to focus, to Mary's point on what did you actually accomplish? Not just that you had a C-suite title at a 2-person company, that you achieved certain things in the prosecution of building out that company, even if it failed, and being able to talk through those, effectively. I think that's really the thing is, you're now more not on the titles of your CV, but on the accomplishments within those roles.
That's a good answer. We should all go with that.
We're done here, everybody.
I would also say the company doesn't care as much about what you've done before. They care about what you're going to do for them. So bring those lessons forward. Say, I've accomplished these things, but let's talk about what is in this role and how I could impact this role. Because it really, that future focus is where the company wants you to be.
And I just say, if you don't learn something from failing, then there's probably something not working right in your head, right? Because you learn a lot from failing. And some of the advice that I give my kids is take big risks with your career when you're young because you can. And it's okay to fail. And if you're confused between an established company or an entrepreneurial event or opportunity you have, think hard about it. But when you're young, you can actually take big risks, and it's okay if that company goes bankrupt or it fails, because what you'll learn from that experience is enormous. And I guarantee you walk into another company and say, here's what happened, here's what I learned, and chances are you'll probably walk out with a job.
Well, that leads me with a couple of minutes to go with last words of advice, and that might be yours, but any last words of advice for veterans in transitioning?
We haven't really talked about this, but I think networking is important and worth discussing. So no, I just think that you do yourself a disservice by not tapping into the strongest resource you have, which is this alumni organization of the military. Don't be afraid to reach out across branches, even to the Marines. You can come back and complain to me later about it, but I promise you there's good ones out there. And so I just think that, you got that. So I just think that that's really where you need to be investing a lot of your time up front, and it's an enduring effort that you need to invest into.
And then give back. Get stable and then give back. Be the person who actually will answer the email, the LinkedIn connect them with someone else. Be that person.
Yeah, and I'd say don't expect a straight path, right? I mean, you never quite know where you're going to end up, and circumstance conspires in ways that you can't possibly forecast. And that's with respect to your life and your career. So that's something you have to expect as you go through the years, right? And if you can, when you're young, take risks, right? Or wherever you happen to be in life at that time, because it has to do with the circumstances around your life, the kinds of risks you can take. But when you can take them, I would suggest it's not a bad idea to do so.
Great way to end. I can't think of a better one. So with that, we'll just say thank you. Thank you to ASP for having us, the Atlantic Council, and to all of you for a great discussion. Thanks, everyone.
All right, thank you, Sandra, and thank you to our panelists. And also, just briefly before he walks out the door, I would like to get another round of applause for Kevin Doffing. Kevin, Kevin, I need you to come back if you can. I need you to come back. Not only just to recognize Kevin, because for the past 2 years, he's been carrying this program on his back quite literally. And I think as we saw during this last panel, it's his passion for the opportunity of transitioning veterans is why he's so committed to this space. And for that, salute to you, sir. So thank you. A round of applause for Kevin. We'll talk about that. All right, thank you. And so with that, we're going to quickly do a reset of the stage as we move into our fifth panel this afternoon, navigating the Arctic, energy security, and the geostrategic advantage. This was an issue which got brought up on numerous fronts as we talk about the Arctic, both as a spot of possible geopolitical conflict, but when we think through the supply chain ramifications of a warming Arctic and the new shipping lanes that will emerge from that process, a strategic challenge which we need to grapple with. And so now that our panel is set, it's my pleasure to introduce Commander Michael Hogan, who will moderate this session. Commander Hogan is the 2024-2025 Senior U.S. Navy Fellow at the Atlantic Council Scowcroft Center for Strategy and Security. We're thrilled to have him here, so please join me in welcoming him and our distinguished panelists to the stage. Commander Hogan, over to you.
Thanks. Well, I'm glad to be here today, and I have the distinct honor and privilege of this panel of experts here to talk about the Arctic. So, goal of this panel, right, to examine the Arctic's crucial role in global energy security and the strategic defense posture required to protect access to its vast energy reserves. A brief introduction of our panelists. So virtually, I have Admiral James Fogo. He's a fellow submariner who spent 40 years on active duty, 11 of them as an admiral and commanded 9 times. His last command was the Trifecta Command as Commander Naval Forces Europe, Commander Naval Forces Africa, and Commander Allied Joint Force Command along NATO's southern flank in Naples, Italy. He retired in 2020 and assumed the position of Dean of the Center of Maritime Strategy at the Navy League. We've got Dr. Julia Nesheiwat. She's a U.S. Army combat veteran and served as the 10th Homeland Security Advisor to the President, where she led the development of the U.S. Arctic Security Strategy within the National Security Council. In 2020 to 2021, she was appointed as U.S. Commissioner on the U.S. Arctic Research Commission. She's currently Vice President for Policy and Insights at TC Energy and a board member at the Atlantic Council. Iris Ferguson currently serves as the Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for Arctic and Global Resilience. In this role, she serves as the Principal Advisor to the Secretary of Defense and Senior Leadership for policy matters pertaining to the Arctic security and global resilience, including efforts on climate adaptation, mitigation, and energy resilience. And last but certainly not least, Ambassador Paula Dobransky is Vice Chair of the Atlantic Council Scowcroft Center for Strategy and Security and a Senior Fellow at Harvard University's John F. Kennedy Belfer Center for Science and International Affairs. She previously served as Undersecretary of State for Global Affairs from 2001 to 2009 and has visited both the Arctic Circle and Antarctica. Before we get started, a brief disclaimer for me that any opinions I express are my own and do not reflect the views or policy of the Defense Department, the Navy, or the U.S. government. So I'm going to start this with some general questions to go down the panel and then some specific topics for their areas of expertise. Following that panel, about 15 minutes left. Switch to some audience questions, so feel free to submit any questions on askac.org. But so this is the only panel in this whole seminar event that deals with a region. So to set the scene for everybody, why the Arctic? Why has there been so much recent attention from not just the United States, but allies, partners, adversaries? What opportunities and risks are present for energy security? And I'll start with you, Admiral Fogo.
Hey, thanks very much, Mike. And first of all, I'd just like to say, bravo to the Atlantic Council for bringing Mike Hogan in here, somebody I've known for a very long time. Not only is he a submariner like me, but also an Olmsted Scholar. And that's a very selective program that annually we send about 17 officers from all the services, including the Coast Guard, all over the world for a 2-year education, a master's degree, and they do all this in a foreign language. So Mike was in Turkey at a very difficult time, and we had to get him out of there and into Germany in a user-friendly environment where he could continue to use that Turkish language. But he prevailed and succeeded, and here he is as one of your fellows, so hats off. Hey, Mike, your question is a great one. I am probably, of all the incredible talent you have on the dais, they're the least qualified to talk about these issues, but I have been to the North Pole, so let me just say the Arctic represents a significant portion of the Earth's surface, about 6%, but 30% of the world's natural gas and 13% of global oil reserves, as well as vast quantities of minerals and rare earths. climate change has had an effect. And if you look at satellite imagery, we now see more blue than white north of the Arctic Circle, defined as 66.5 degrees north. In fact, Dr. Walter Burbrick and one of my old charges, well, my speechwriter, Rachel Gosnell, I think you all know Rachel, she's at the Marshall Center, wrote a strategy paper for the Navy, and they called it the Blue Arctic because there's more blue than there is white these days. I've seen the changes myself across 4 decades of service in my time in the Navy. On my shelf to the left, there's a picture of me in June of 1985, surfaced at the North Pole, and participated in interviews for Sherry Goodman's really great book, Threat Multiplier. And she interviewed me on the subject of that trip, and then a second trip up to the polar region 16 years later when I was in command of the USS Oklahoma City. The difference was there was a lot less ice. It was tough breaking through the first time, and we spent about 24 hours up on the ice. The second time, Oklahoma City did not go to the geographic North Pole. We were south of it because we didn't have a hardened sail. But I found lots of areas to come up and let the crew enjoy the Arctic environment, because some of these young kids have never been there before, by just floating up in a Polinia, a wide open space. And there were lots more Polinias than I remembered from 16 years prior. Also a reduction of pack ice and a reduction of the marginal ice out. The next thing I noticed was the Russians were back. We got a bit of a heyday there in the peace dividend after the Cold War, but they were back and operating. They're back operating up there significantly today. This gives, more blue means more ocean. It gives everybody more access for commercial and military traffic in the high north. It's getting pretty crowded up there. And I won't reiterate the names of the 8 Arctic nations. I think people know who they are. It includes Russia, but we have observer nations and nations that define themselves as near Arctic nations, like the People's Republic of China. I think the closest point of land to the Arctic Circle from China is about 900 kilometers, and I subscribe to my friend Senator Angus King's moniker that if China's a near Arctic nation, that means the state of Maine is a near Caribbean nation. So it's probably, in my humble opinion, the next contested space in great power competition. Everybody worries about Asia and the pivot to the Pacific, but I think the polar region is heating up, no pun intended. Back to you, Mike.
All right, Dr. Neshwa, would you like to continue on that?
Sure. Thank you very much. It's, again, a great pleasure to be here. Thank you, Mike, for moderating, and a big thanks to Atlantic Council for hosting this entire summit with veterans and energy security. But the Arctic in itself, I'm glad you're asking the question of the why before we get into some of these other areas and details. It's astonishing to me to see that regardless of your background, department, agency, private sector, public sector, there just has not been enough focus and attention. And now more than ever, as the Admiral was alluding to, the ice is melting faster than any other region across the globe. It is opening up new shipping routes, for example. You've got the Northwest Passage, you've got the Northern Sea Route. As he said, increased traffic, not just within the United States and the Arctic nations, but also even with the near Arctic, as they call it, observers, if you will. That includes China. So in addition to that, when it comes to energy security, there are untapped resources in the region that not just includes oil and gas, but also minerals. So a lot of potential for that. And it will require a lot of attention, a lot of focus. There are competing interests, as you can imagine, given the fact that there is increased traffic per se. There are environmental concerns, of course, that need to be balanced with that. And you're seeing a lot of increased military presence, especially from Russia. So it's an area where we will need a lot more focus, a lot more information sharing, a lot more data when it comes to the scientific research, but also the national security aspect of this, which ties very much into the energy security aspect. So I'll leave it to the rest of my panelists to elaborate further.
Desi Ferguson.
Great. Well, yeah, echoing everyone's appreciation for putting this forum on. I'm actually incredibly enthusiastic about this intersection of defense and energy. And it's long been an area where I feel like we need to devote more intellectual capital, not only in the Arctic space, but I think globally. My office was stood up just 2 years ago within the Department of Defense to try to elevate this issue within OSD policy, not only to look at the Arctic strategically, but to also look at energy transition issues and where we should be seizing strategic advantage for the Defense Department. So this kind of foray is actually right in our wheelhouse, and I'm really excited, again, that you guys are putting this on and applaud your efforts to do so. So Arctic, why? Why is it important for the Department of Defense? It's strategic. We've heard about some of the choke points that exist there, from the Bering Sea to the Barents Sea above Norway. It's also a really critical place for the department to project power from. Alaska is home to quite a lot of our aircraft that are actually belong to the Indo-Pacific. The forces are meant to flow to the Indo-Pacific in the event of a contingency because it's faster to fly from Alaska to Hawaii than California. And it's faster to fly from Alaska to Europe in many cases. So it's very strategic if you look at the map from the polar projection. It's also our homeland. Alaska, in particular, is a critical piece of homeland that we need to protect and defend. It's where we are meant to detect our threats from. It's the closest avenue of attack for our adversaries, and so we need to be really mindful about our defense architecture that exists and ensuring that it's modernized effectively. Climate change and technological innovation are kind of eroding this buffer that I think we've long sort of relied upon as a department, and we are trying to get after some of these changes that are taking place. We've kind of talked a little bit about the strategic competitor activity, but that's certainly front of mind for us within DoD. We see Russia, despite the invasion of Ukraine, continuing to have a significant emphasis on investment in the Arctic region. They want to protect their assets there, but they're also interested in showing that they have the capability to hold our homeland at risk. We see interest by the PRC in the Arctic, and including in trying to insert themselves into governance to try to normalize their presence. And then what's new in the last several years is the increasing alignment between the PRC and Russia militarily. We've seen some of the investments that China has made in Russia, especially in the energy sector, but also they've been operating militarily off the coast of Alaska from naval exercises last year. And then just a week after we released our DoD Arctic strategy recently, there was a bomber exercise that the two of them deployed off the coast of Alaska. So we're seeing this increasing alignment with them, between them, and that's giving us, of course, a good deal of pause, but also, being very mindful that that's not necessarily an alliance, that it takes a lot to build an alliance, and just exercising with one another is not an alliance. So just wanted to be mindful of that as well. Just briefly on the DoD Arctic strategy, because it just came out, we would encourage you all to go and look at it. It's on the website, but we called for 3 E's. 1 is enhancing capabilities, 2 is engaging with partners, and 3 is exercising. And really, it's about ensuring that we have the right resources and investments to get after the changing operational environment, that we're leveraging this unique opportunity of our geopolitical alliance, including the enlargement of NATO to include Finland and Sweden, and that we're looking at capability development for the alliance as a whole and with these incredibly capable partners, and that we're exercising effectively and with intention, and that we're doing so that messages in a way that deters adversaries.
Thanks. Ambassador Bransky.
I was just thinking, what can I say that hasn't been said here in terms of these very detailed answers? So maybe let me look at it geostrategically and take what's already been said, really, and put it in, why does it matter? Well, it matters, first of all, I would say militarily, because we have seen, definitely in the case with Russia, Russia poses a threat. It did pose a threat to us in the Arctic, and it continues to do so by looking at the building of bases, by also activity that appears to be connected with cutting of underwater cables, as well as other kind of nuclear submarine activity. So number 1 is a military component here and a geostrategic component. It matters in terms of America's own national security interests, that of our allies and our partners. China also, I put in this mix, China is also a great challenge. It became an observer of the Arctic Council years ago. It is very active in striving to bolster its influence. And I think it's significant. I think one of you had said, actually, now I believe you did, Iris, that they've had these joint exercises. What's interesting about that, if you look at the behavior before of China and Russia, quite frankly, there was tension. Shoigu, when he was defense minister, actually he was even quoted as saying, countries that are not part of the Arctic should not be part of any governance structure. He was definitively pushing away any real involvement of China in that sphere, and that has really been a change. There's been a real shift there. So one is the military aspect, and geostrategically, it's of great importance, and we need to be concerned. The second is something that came out in the DoD strategy and which the Atlantic Council cares about, and that is our collaboration with allies and partners. And here, a reaffirmation that we should be looking at more closely what we can be doing and how we can be doing it. And I say this, I remember Stoltenberg came to the Halifax Security Forum, and at it, he was talking about the Arctic. Norway has been in the lead, by the way. Norway actually, for the Arctic Council, gives over 40% of its funding over the other nations. But why is it important? It's also important in terms of NATO and our collaboration. And here, there was a shift, which is worth noting, and that's about the Atlantic Command, where the Atlantic is looked at in terms of our protection, and the Arctic is part of that. We didn't have that heretofore. So where are we now? It also matters in terms of the issue of, should we have an Arctic Command? That's been an issue that's been out there. I don't know how the other panelists feel about it. Personally, I think it's something that we should be looking at because of a kind of militarization in the region. So connecting the last dot to energy security is definitely, with the melting of the ice, the issue of competition on transportation, competition for resources, competition for the rare minerals, no less oil and gas. The door is open. And you definitely have all of these players who are out there. Russia definitively, remember the planting of the flag back in, I believe it was 2008 when that happened. And then no less China's increasing interest. And then for the United States, we should be concerned with our allies and friends, and especially those members of the High North. I'll leave it there.
Thanks, Ambassador. Yeah, so we talked a little bit about who's there. So 7 of the 8 Arctic nations are members of NATO. And then we talked about China, who has a huge interest, aligned with Russia, the 8th Arctic country. Recent ice pact between Finland and the US and Canada to make icebreakers. So some recent stuff, but to take your question looking forward, over the next decade, right, how is this going to continue to evolve that geostrategic problem? Who are going to be the new players? And what implications does that have for global energy security going forward? I'll start with Dr. Nesheiwat for this.
Yeah, something, Paula, Ambassador, that you noted is NATO. I think NATO could be doing a lot more when we think about international forums or groups that can come together. I think that they just had their summit this past summer here in Washington, D.C., so I think there was a topic about the Arctic in there a little bit at least. So hoping to see more involvement from that standpoint that would also help the geopolitical impacts of Arctic issues per se, and then also maybe more involvement with the EU. I think other countries also could be more involved that are, again, considered more observers, such as India. They've obviously got a lot of experience and interests in the region, Japan as well, South Korea, Singapore, which is a trade hub. So there's a lot of opportunities geopolitically to have other countries involved and building those alliances and those partnerships, which will be important. And then finally, I would just also add, it's important to also look at it not just government to government, but public-private partnerships too. A lot of opportunities to work with the private sector, not just from an information or research standpoint, but also having more investments to help boost the economy within the region. I've spent some time up in Greenland, for example, and I know there's a lot of opportunity, and they welcome that opportunity. Working with indigenous communities is another example where I think if we had more U.S. interests up there, that could be helpful, both from a geopolitical standpoint, but just even from a national security standpoint.
Mike, may I just jump in if I can on the NATO piece? I mentioned it, and I think it's an important piece that NATO has to decide. In terms of, as I mentioned, the command structure, Arctic actually wasn't part of the real discourse before in a focused and a meaningful way. And here, integrated and interoperability matters in terms of our efforts, data, communication, intelligence. And towards that end, NATO certainly provides that kind of umbrella and focus. Finland and Sweden, by coming in, especially, I want to highlight, add value, especially in this regard. But I mentioned, and I want to underscore it again, I remember with Stoltenberg, the core question was, well, what are you going to do with NATO and the Arctic? And so, as I said, Norfolk has Atlantic Command, and in which these pieces come into play. But the question is, and I'm curious what all of you think, should there be an Arctic Command? My own personal view, as I said, I think there's some value in having a real focus on it. Why? Because it is of geostrategic importance, and also because the trend has been, without a doubt, very, very clearly, that there has been, if lack of a better term, a kind of militarization, actually, of that region. So there has to be a kind of defensive strategy. It's not going to go away. It's only been evolving and really becoming more of a focal point. And something IRIS has been involved in when we first met, because the Air Force issued a space strategy, and that's about hypersonics. The Russians have already been using, the issue of hypersonic missiles, and the question of space and the Arctic is also part of that future discussion. Well, it's here and going beyond.
Yeah, no, these are all really excellent points. Where are the trend lines? From a geopolitical perspective, I think we're going to see increasing alignment with the Arctic, like-minded partners and allies. I think that we are just kind of at the tip of the iceberg and unpacking what is possible in terms of capability development. The Ice Pact is a great example of where we can start to lean on one another and learn from one another. And in many ways, our Arctic partners are more proficient in Arctic operations than we are. And we're seeing that actually now that our troops are frequently flying over to the Nordics to train in cold weather gear, and vice versa. The geographies are very different, though, too. It's worth noting that the European Arctic is much wetter, and our North American Arctic is much drier, and so the equipment is always the same. The infrastructure is not the same. The Arctic is not one specific location. It's a vast set of geographies that are very different than one another that you have to think about differently when you talk about capability development. I also think we're going to continue to see the alignment of PRC and Russia, because Russia is very dependent on some of the PRC capital. And I think that we're going to continue to see Russia try to ensure that its interests are defended effectively in the region. But just to go back to the role of NATO that I think is so critical here, one of the other parts of my office is in thinking about energy transition at large. And in advance of the NATO summit, we worked really closely with NATO to think about energy transition concepts in general. And our argument is that militaries that best take advantage of energy transition are going to be at a strategic advantage of those that do not. That also goes for countries, but militaries in particular. And so we've worked really closely with NATO on some of the interoperability challenges that could be on the horizon, including battery standardization, microgrid standardization, aviation fuel standardization. All of these things are things that we need to be thinking about now as we make investments, as we lean into understand where the commercial sector is going so that the military is not left behind, but really with a keen eye on interoperability first and foremost so that we're not evolving in our own unique silos. So I just wanted to make sure that folks are also thinking about this broader implications of the role that NATO can play in building out capacity for the energy transition beyond just the Arctic space.
So before I go to you, Admiral Fogo, Ambassador Bransky talked about potential of an Arctic command. And I know some people have been calling that you can't militarize the Arctic, but in your opinion, has the Arctic already been militarized? And should we continue? Should we stop? Where should we go from here?
Yeah, I'm of the opinion, when I talk to people affiliated with the Arctic Council, oftentimes they'll tell me, particularly the ambassadors that are part of the Arctic Council, they'll say the Arctic Council would like to prevent the militarization of the Arctic. And my response is, well, personally, I believe that the Arctic has been militarized since the time of Commodore Perry's trip to the North Pole in 1909. I was up there on my first submarine, Mike, in 1985. Many American submariners went before me. USS Nautilus sailed under the polar ice cap, first ever in 1958, and that was smack dab in the middle of the Cold War. So, with less ice and more blue ocean, we're seeing the presence of a lot of commercial and military traffic up there. And Ambassador Dobransky mentioned Russian submarines, near and dear to my heart and to yours, Mike. The Severodvinsk is a very capable platform that is categorized as an SSGN. It's very quiet. And the Russians have always put rubles into their design bureau, the Rubin Design Bureau, to produce additional platforms like that, despite the fact that they're engaged in the war in Ukraine. I'm sure the sanctions have slowed them down a little bit. They've got another boat out there that is very interesting called the Belgorod, and it was in sea trials in the last couple of years. Dual mission, deep diving mini sub, as well as the Poseidon supercavitating torpedo, which is out in the open literature. You can check out Covert Shores on this one. It's a great blog site or website. Potentially a nuclear propulsion plant in that torpedo, and potentially a dual capable warhead. For what purpose? Well, to transit the Atlantic and threaten the United States. Russia's got 56 icebreakers, many of them nuclear powered. Some of them are armed with Kalibr class cruise missiles, the cruise missiles that have been used on apartment buildings in Ukraine. And I scratched my head about that. And it's like, who arms an icebreaker? Well, the Russians and probably the Chinese. Unfortunately, we have one icebreaker. I laud the ice pact with Canada and Finland. Should have done it sooner. And, we ought to be leasing icebreakers right now to increase the supply that we have. Polar Star is, I think she was commissioned in 1973, so 51 years old. China's got icebreakers too. And my fear is that in the militarization of the Arctic region north of 66.5 could become the Aberdeen proving ground for new weapon systems like the hypersonics that the ambassador mentioned. Both China and Russia have hypersonics, Zircon for Russia and DF-17 for China. We're still experimenting with our hypersonics. They're going to need a place to test them. The other thing that's interesting about the region and is ripe for competition and military competition is that the communications architecture up there in the high north is weak by Western standards. So what we have now is Elon Musk's Starlink. He's got 5,000 Starlink satellites in low Earth orbit, and only about 200 in the polar region. That's an area where I see the Chinese trying to grab space and establish their own networks and satellite constellations up there, and we ought to be thinking about that and investing in that. When I was up there on the Oklahoma City, the best friend I had was an Iridium radio, which worked everywhere. And for the rest of my time in the military, I always made sure when I went on a deployment someplace, I had an Iridium with me. And the last thing I'll say is on the militarization of the Arctic and the discussion of Russian submarines, I have wondered for the last year or so what the West will do when, and frankly, what Russia will do when the Chinese surface their first nuclear submarine at the North Pole. Ambassador Dobransky mentioned it back in 2007 when the Russians planted their flag at the geographic North Pole on the bottom of the Arctic Ocean, without anybody's permission, just a kind of a bold thing and a warning to everybody else, this is our lake, not yours. Well, what are we going to do when the Chinese show up, surfaced with an ice camp and a submarine at the North Pole? Maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe we just throw our hands up and say, well, so what? Maybe it matters to the Russians, but I think that's something that is indicative of their desire to project power and to become a world-class Navy. And it's something we're going to have to deal with. And that's going to make it even more crowded up there, particularly in the undersea space where we operate. Thanks. Back to you.
Thanks, Admiral. Pivot now to an audience question that I think is relevant. So we talked about NATO and allies and partnerships, but Russia has the largest coastline along the Arctic. So can we have effective Arctic governance without Russia? I pose this to whoever wants to give the first answer on this.
Well, Russia has been included, as the Admiral mentioned, the Arctic Council. Russia has been part of the Arctic Council, but as all of you may know, these last years, up to 2023, Russia was to be the chair. And all the other countries in protest, because of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, said, we're not going to be showing up for the Arctic Council under your presidency. So on one hand, from a practical standpoint, yes, and also because there's dumping. There's been a dumping that's been taking place, nuclear dumping along their coastline. So in a way, you have to include them. But right now, I think the step that the Arctic Council took to basically protest and demonstrate its protest against them was the right course of action in this case.
Thanks, Ambassador. Desi Ferguson, talk about your wheelhouse a little bit. So with the new Arctic strategy from the Department of Defense, how can the Department of Defense continue to enhance its strategies for Arctic resilience in the context of climate change and energy security? And practically, what does that look like?
Yeah, well, I think one, Admiral Foggo, thanks for your comments on space architectures that are so needed in the region. I think you have to be really intentional about putting up architecture in the Arctic because traditionally our satellites are geosynchronous and it kind of cuts off at around 70 degrees latitude. So that's a huge area of emphasis actually for our strategy and our enhancing our capabilities is looking at what we can leverage from space. Those Starlink satellites that you mentioned that are in the Arctic, actually the Air Force funded that initial tranche of satellites to the Arctic because there really wasn't a commercial case for them. We've been testing them for the last several years, and actually I had the privilege of going up to ISAX, the naval exercise that I think that you were mentioning earlier, sir. You head up to north of Alaska, fly into Dead Horse, and then you take another plane 200 miles north. You land on the ice sheet. You're at a camp in the middle of nowhere, and then you take a helicopter to the submarine and spend the night underneath the ice. Just truly remarkable capability and capacity, and just showing our ability to have deterrence anywhere in the world. I mean, like a life-changing, quite frankly, exercise to be a part of. But one of the things that I took away was actually the communications architecture at Ice Camp. It was a Starlink satellite that allowed us to FaceTime from the ice sheet from 200 miles north of Alaska. That's remarkable. But that's a commercial capability, right? I think it's important that we have redundancy with commercial capability, but we also need military satellite communications in order to provide some of the more exquisite communications needs that we have. Just to get back to your initial questions on climate change and energy issues, one, I think we need to be eyes wide open about the role that climate change is happening in the Arctic region. I don't think that there's any denial of that. It's warming at 3 to 4 times the rate of the rest of the world. From a military perspective, that means our infrastructure is challenged, especially along the north slope of Alaska, which is experiencing coastal erosion at faster rates than we predicted. So we need to think about the architecture that we have for our radar sites and if we need to move those or maybe move some of that architecture to space so that it's not vulnerable to incoming erosion. We also have permafrost to think about. We've long been thinking about permafrost in the DoD. This is not something that's new to us. We have the Cold Regions Research Lab that was really set up during the Cold War to try to make sure that we could build on permafrost and has been doing a lot of engineering to make sure that, that we're able to detect and track. What we're trying to do now is look at satellite forecasting of where permafrost might exist for future infrastructure issues or vulnerabilities. So that's where we're leaning into now. In terms of energy work that we're doing in the DoD, I think this intersection of Arctic and energy is also very interesting. You can talk about the strategic, the operational, and the tactical level. At the strategic level, we've talked about the amount of resources that exist within the Arctic region that are pretty significant. They're also pretty costly to extract right now. It's pretty cumbersome as well, especially if you're talking about oil and natural gas, and that's why Russia is so dependent on China for some of the financing. And this is a strategic implication for the United States because some of that funding from China is going to bankroll the invasion of Ukraine. And so we're mindful of some of the cash and finance flows that are also creating strategic challenges for us as a department. At the operational level, it's very hard to operate in the Arctic. A lot of our installations, some of them that are most remote, are reliant on diesel generators. That's really expensive. It's costly. It's challenging. So we're looking at new innovation and types of resilient energy. We heard earlier today about the small modular reactor that we're piloting up at Eielson outside of Fairbanks, which is where our F-35s are located, just down the street at Fort Wainwright, where we have our Arctic Angels. They're looking at geothermal energy, doing some real innovation in terms of how we're actually deploying energy. And then at the tactical level, things that you think work in the lower 48 just don't work in the Arctic, and that especially is true for batteries. So we're working really closely with our R&D partners to look at long duration energy storage that is cold weather survivable in some of our upcoming Arctic exercises, so that we can make sure that those that are exercising and practicing in the region have what they need.
Thank you.
Can I just add, we mentioned the shipping, the icebreakers, which was terrific, as well as satellite systems. Also, just thinking about support for our U.S. Coast Guard, who manages it up there. The basic just surveillance and reconnaissance, for example, of having UAVs up there, other innovations and technologies that would allow them to do further search and rescue missions, things like that. So I think it's, the resources behind it will be quite critical, and I know you're working hard to push for that as well. Oh, and overfishing was another one, by the way, that we're trying to track and monitor.
One of the big issues, of course, has been the icebreaker. The Admiral mentioned one. Admiral, for some reason, I thought we had two.
The Healy.
Okay,
the Healy,
so.
but I think it suffered a fire.
Yeah, Healy had a fire, so she's out of commission.
Okay, well, all right, so I thought, great, we moved to two, but no, we are outnumbered, and that also really impacts everything we do, whether it's in terms of rescue and search and survival. I mean, we're dependent on others, and including the question before asking us about Russia. I mean, there have been cases where we've had to depend on Russia in past years in terms of rescue. So that's something that I think is really incumbent upon our Department of Defense. It's always been an issue about what we invest in it in terms of our Coast Guard and the Coast Guard cutters, icebreakers, excuse me.
So going back to the audience questions here, talking about the opening of the Northwest Passage, which if you guys weren't aware, last week the first Panamax vessel traveled from St. Petersburg to Shanghai over the Arctic Circle. So cut that route down by about 2 weeks, 4,000 miles, right? Opening new routes, new cities can rise up and become shipping hubs because they're closer. Maybe that's the way. Mining, new possible mine exploration areas there. But are we set up, as the United States, set up to take advantage of these with our infrastructure in our northern cities? So we talked about some of the stuff up in the Arctic, but what about our near Arctic areas such as Maine, Washington State? Dr. Neshwal, I think you might be the best to answer this first.
It's certainly a work in progress. We're not there yet. We need to focus on our critical infrastructure, our ports, thinking about the trade and the commerce behind all the global impacts that it will have. Again, going back to the energy aspect of this with transition and making sure we do have off-grid solutions, microgrids, SMRs will definitely be a big piece of that. So again, it's going to take state, local, but federal level as well work to do that in addition to those resources that I mentioned earlier. So I'd say we're not quite there yet. And again, as the ice is melting more and more, you're going to see that increased traffic, and we're going to need to be able to have that critical infrastructure in place. The transportation aspect of this, even just getting back and forth up there, aside from, I think right now, just to get to Greenland, you have to fly to Iceland. I mean, there's no way to directly go there. There's no flights or anything along those lines other than a military aircraft, of course. So the transportation piece of that will also need to be boosted and enhanced.
Ambassador Bransky, you mentioned great power competition, I think, in the beginning in one of your answers. Can we win? a great power competition without investing significantly in the Arctic? Can anybody win without investing in the Arctic?
The answer is we can't ignore the Arctic. And I think if there's something that ties all of us together on this panel, is that message. And I think we've articulated it in terms of the importance for energy security, the importance for homeland security and our national security interests, the importance also just for competition. I think the Admiral in his opening, and then even later, well documented and stated, I mean, what the Russian assets are, and I really focus on them first over the Chinese, interestingly enough, because they have made it a priority. In fact, they did release I think it was fairly recently, an Arctic strategy for 2035. So, Mike, the very question you're asking about what we're doing and are we projecting, they are already doing. They're already looking at their lines of communication, their ports, their bases, you know, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So in this, we are behind. And I think I'm gratified that the Atlantic Council has brought us together with all of you, because this is a call to action. In this case, this is a ground of great power competition, 100%. And it's not just only on the ground and under the sea, but it's also in space. And I just point back to IRIS just because, as I said, we met because the Air Force released a strategy of looking at the Arctic, and especially also not just from land and sea, but space. We should be thinking about all of that. And it's going to be front and center. We are in an era of great power competition, and we're going to be for the long haul. And a word about China. China definitively is in a lead here in one sense. Their commercial, I think it is, and I wrote it down, COSCO, the China Ocean Shipping Company, COSCO. It almost sounds like Costco, you know, but it has made already 8 transits. It's way ahead in terms of using the melting of the ice, of using these routes to transport, and it has economic implications, military economic.
We have the Polar Silk Road. Just take a look at
exactly, and they're
already
even
moving
calling it that. Thank you,
right.
Julia. They're even calling it that.
Mm-hmm.
So we got about 5 minutes
Hey,
left.
Mike, one of the things that it's not broadly talked about, but I think it's really important, and that is, you know, along the lines of what Ambassador Bransky was saying on great power competition. Since 2001, the Russians have challenged the status quo and the traditional boundaries in the continental shelf, bordering on the Russian Federation. So they do that through the UN Commission on the Limits on the Continental Shelf. And we've largely ignored it. And they've hired really good lawyers. And they've been back and forth through the appeal process for a long time. And I think they have a good chance of favorable ruling here in the next couple of years, which will get them, and get this, they will control 460,000 square miles, or 70% of the Arctic continental shelf, inclusive of the oil, gas, and mineral harvesting rights there. One of their biggest trading partners is China. And I think you could make a case study for China today and Imperial Japan between 1937 and 1941. China's just a vacuum cleaner for oil and gas, and they're helping the Russians escape some of these sanctions that we've laid upon them because the Russians are providing them with that oil and gas. And you saw recently this past week where the Chinese provided some LNG generators skirting around the sanctions, even changing the name of one of their ships to get them to the Russians so they can operate them in the high north. So this really is a serious competition. And you know, I was in the Navy for 40 years. I've been retired for four years now, and I have never seen the United States and her allies surrounded by so many threats.
Thanks, Admiral. So we've only got about 3 minutes left, so I'm going to go kind of lightning round to each person. But one actionable item that you would like to see the U.S. do going forward to up our Arctic policy. Start with you, Admiral Fogo.
Yeah, I think the people on the dais before you are, you know, 3 of our best experts and public servants who are advocating for more awareness in the Arctic. I think the new DoD strategy with Desdi Ferguson is a great one. And I think we need to continue to talk about this and increase public awareness, because I firmly believe that it could be the next battleground in great power competition. And we are certainly we are a legitimate Arctic nation, and we have a stake up there with our other allies and partners in the Arctic Council.
Dr. Neshwat?
I'd say I know there's been a lot of great work strategies that have been released. I think we just need to enhance more of that partnership in the frameworks. I mean, it's such a complex area when you think about the environment, the national security aspect of this, the energy security piece of it as well. How can we prioritize these issues? And I don't know if I mean, it's a work in progress, obviously, in some ways. But I alluded to earlier, we'll need the resources behind that, though, to come up with those priorities, number one, and then to back some sort of implementation of what we can do to support our military, number one, and be able to monitor and track the development in the Arctic overall. But we've got to prioritize that. And again, having a panel like this and these discussions are very helpful. But again, we're behind the curve. Russia and China are circling us, and we've got to catch up.
Desi Ferguson?
Yeah, I guess if there's one wish I had is that we could not other the region so much. I think it's kind of like still thought of as this like frontier that's so far away, that's like just still emerging on this. I appreciate that, but it's just not reality. I mean, there is activity happening right now today. And so I would encourage, if you all have the opportunity to go to Alaska, go to the Arctic, go see how vast the landscape is and how tricky the distances are, but really how strategic the terrain is, quite frankly. It's really, it's important for us all as Americans to recognize the strategic jewel that we have as an opportunity as an Arctic nation, and to be leaders in ensuring that we are keeping the region stable and peaceful, but also protecting our interests.
Mike, you can count on me for a 2-second answer. I'm for awareness, funding, and Arctic Command.
I want to thank my distinguished panel up here for their wise words, and just to give my disclaimer again, right? All opinions I express were my own and do not reflect the views or policy of the Defense Department, the Navy, or the U.S. government. Thank you, everyone, for your attention.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. It's a pleasure.
All right, thank you to our panelists for that session. We're now going to take our second coffee break of the day. We'll reconvene right back here at 3:15 for a conversation on technological innovations on the battlefield and how that's improving the capacity of the warfighter. After that, we'll move forward with our final fireside chat with Secretary of Energy Dan Brouillette and Vice Admiral McGee. Oh, Lieutenant General McGee. for. All right, everyone, and welcome back for the final stretch of this year's Veterans Advanced Energy Summit. We're going to kick things off with a quick panel on technological innovations on the battlefield before moving to our final fireside chat of the day. And it's my absolute pleasure to introduce this first session, our sixth session, actually, which will be moderated by Deborah Kagan. Deborah is a senior advisor at the Atlantic Council's Eurasia Center. She's also a distinguished fellow at the Transatlantic Leadership Network. And I would also be remiss if I didn't mention she has been a huge help as we at the Global Energy Center have begun thinking about a lot of these issues associated with the nexus of energy, energy security, and defense planning. She is joined by an esteemed group of experts, including Captain Newt McKissick, Dave Belote, and Joe Miller. I'll introduce them all briefly. Captain McKissick is Senior Military Advisor for the Defense Innovation Unit's energy portfolio. Dave Belote is Manager, Partner, and CEO of DARE Strategies, LLC. And Joe Miller is the President of BWXT Advanced Technology. So let's welcome them. And Deb, I'll pass it to you to kick us off.
Great, thanks so much. So what we're hoping to do here today is to have a couple questions, and then I want to engage our panelists in a discussion and have them talk to each other as well as others here. And so I want to offer a few thoughts just to start us off. The first two industrial revolutions occurred over 2 centuries. Think about that. Now we're witnessing an industrial revolution every few months. But in the modern battle space, for those of you who've been watching Ukraine, where wars are being fought in every conceivable domain, we are witnessing a technological revolution every 2 to 3 days. It is imperative as we move forward that to facilitate how to prepare our troops, that we recognize how disruptive and how to prepare them for encompassing these conflicts are, and how they're multi-domain, they're rapid, and they change daily. And why we will have to provide energy solutions that are not connected to old-style grids and long-range transport of fossil fuels. This is a strategic challenge that needs to be addressed now, because we no longer have the kind of time we used to have for 5 or 10-year plans to find solutions. And that, I think, is going to be a critical part of our discussion today. How do we move with great speed and alacrity? We must recognize that everything we do as a fighting force will have an energy component to it. How we generate that energy, how we make it more efficient, more resilient to withstand not only climate, but the constant evolving changes in the battle space will determine whether the United States can continue to be the premier fighting force in the future. And that is why I'm so honored to moderate this panel today, because the gentlemen here are kind of like me. They're pragmatists. They don't want to talk in theoreticals. They want to get things done to change the dynamic. So they're meeting them head on with solutions, and we're going to hear some of that today. So I'd like to start with Captain McKissick, if you don't mind, because I really like to get that Pentagon perspective here about why is the Defense Innovation Unit different from previous Pentagon efforts to address these challenges? What is unique about this unit that makes it more expeditious in everything from how you do funding, contracting, your reporting chain, and how you work with the private sector to achieve solutions?
Thank you, Deborah, and thank you to the Atlantic Council for all that you do to bring awareness and to bring some real energy and traction behind these really challenging problems. I really appreciate also how you started and framed this, Deborah, with the talk about the technological revolutions that have taken place. And I'm a student of history. And as I look back, one of the books that has shaped my thoughts on this is Freedom's Forge. And it talked about essentially how we won World War II. And it wasn't solely the heroic efforts of great Americans and soldiers, sailors, Marines, and airmen that did heroic things. It was the confluence and the contribution of the industrial might that the United States was able to harness, and the innovative technologies that they were able to inject into that battle space at the right time, and that made all the difference. We find ourselves in a very similar scenario today, just at a far, far accelerated pace. In 2015, Secretary Ash Carter recognized, so I think it's important also to realize how this organization got stood up, where we are, who we are, and then where we're going. So in 2015, our philosophy as the Pentagon was about efficiency. We were under the Budget Control Act. We were looking at everything we did was how do we reduce the costs associated with doing the business of what we've been charged with. And there was some real animosity between Silicon Valley, between the commercial sector and the Department of Defense. And you think through the Snowden and Project Maven and Google and all of those things. Secretary Carter initiated and stood up Defense Innovation Unit then to build a bridge. And we call that DIU 1.0. Just plant a flag in the Valley and say, hey, go and make some relationships. Figure out what they're doing right and how they're moving so fast and how do we get better. We move into 2.0, which is establishing a relationship now. Can we work together? Can we do some contracts, solve some problems, and through success beget success? We have been able to do some projects and solve some problems. Late 2023, early 2024, Secretary has now brought DIU back up to a direct report to Secretary Austin. So Doug Beck, who was a previous, he's still a naval reservist, but he is, was at Apple under Tim Cook. He is now the director of DIU. And his vision of DIU 3.0 is to partner with COCOMs, with service leads, and determine what are the major problems that exist and how do we get after the problems that we see today and move at the speed of industry, move at the speed of the commercial sector as opposed to at the speed of our traditional acquisition system. So that is DIU 3.0. Now I'll talk a little bit about how we do that and what our methodologies and what is different and why this is unique as opposed to, hey, there have been innovative task force in the past and how come they weren't successful? So we've looked at history and I'll tell you our process and what we are doing. We've been given some unique language within congressional language saying you can use other transaction authority, okay? So what that means is we can sidestep the traditional acquisition framework and the FAR-based methodologies within the business community of DoD and move to contract into prototype immediately, as opposed to sidestepping the entire requirements process. So how we do that is we essentially use this OTA capability. The COCOM, the combatant commander or the service lead says, here's my problem. They've done that through Replicator, they've done that through other projects, but they say, here is my problem, go to the commercial sector and get a solution. I'm not going to tell you how to bake the cake, I'm not going to tell you what ingredients to use. I'm just going to tell you, this is the solution that I need a solution to this problem. So our entire requirements process has now been solved because the senior leader has said so. The next step is we go through a commercial solution opening and we communicate the problem to industry and we say, industry to the commercial sector, here's our problem, how would you solve it? We take input, we give, say, 50 companies come in and we've got some that are working that I've talked to that are here. We get that opening, we get that pitch deck or inject from industry about how we would do it. We essentially take you to a Shark Tank type of methodology, phase 2, and say, we get with the leaders and say, this is how they propose it, and we're off to the races. At that point, we can issue a prototype OTA contract to start work. In an ideal world, that goes about 6 weeks into the process, and we're already issuing contracts. So that is something very different. And from a pragmatist, that is something that we can actually work with at the speed of the battlefield. We have gotten support from that congressional language. That's how we started. We've also gotten support from Congress in funding. So the 2024 ask to the appropriations committees was $115 million. They said, we'll do you one better. Or actually, we'll do you 10 better. Here's over $1 billion. You've been appropriated $1 billion plus in 2024 to get after this problem. So that speeds the ability of DIU to actually put this effort into action. $1 billion isn't going to solve everything, but $1 billion does help when I'm trying to get projects moving and projects started. We are eager to go out and with our commercial engagement teams to learn the capabilities that the commercial sector is producing. And there's a feedback mechanism and loop to, hey, what is actually being produced out there? What are the commercial solutions out there to problems we didn't even know existed or to even ask for? So there's a feedback loop from industry to DoD now that didn't exist in the past. It's not in research labs, though those have value and merit, but we're looking to operate at the speed of the commercial capability and at the speed of the pacing threat.
This is excellent. Thank you so much. And I think this is a good time to turn to industry here. And Mr. Beloit, I want to do that because those of us who have been deployed, we know the issues in the battle space in terms of getting the right kind of fuel to power the fight. And we've seen failures where we didn't have that. And so you work in a great place on wind and solar. And I think it would be really interesting for me and the audience on how you do this for these long-range operations.
Well, truth in advertising at the beginning, everything that I have tried on the entrepreneurial side or these unique technologies, none of them have hit yet. So still out there trying. I'm a retired F-111 and F-16 pilot, one-time commander in Nellis Air Force Base. My group command was at Fort Hood and in Baghdad, and so I was first introduced to operational energy because I was responsible for all the battlefield airmen in Iraq. This was back 2004, 2005, first set of Iraqi elections, second Battle of Fallujah, and my team was responsible for all of the comms throughout the country, ground comms that kept JTACs, Joint Terminal Attack Controllers, talking to men and women in aircraft. My exec was a personnel officer, and he was out just doing duty on a convoy, and IEDs hit both ends of it, stalled it in between Baghdad and Fallujah. They were out there for 8 hours just protecting a bunch of petroleum. So we heard Assistant Secretary Berger talk earlier about how many Marines and soldiers died or were maimed simply protecting petroleum convoys. So I saw there, man, we need something behind the fence that is going to generate energy. We've heard about smart grids, microgrids, et cetera. My last job on active duty, I was the commander of Nellis Air Force Base out in Las Vegas. And I was also the commander of Creech Air Force Base. This is 2008, 2009. All of the ground control stations for the Predator and Reaper remotely piloted vehicles that were being flown in Iraq, Afghanistan, and Somalia were flown out of Indian Springs, Nevada. And it was, the backup power was all diesel gensets. And I'm not an engineer. I was a government and foreign affairs major who had the good fortune of talking to an Air Force recruiter during the Reagan buildup. And, if you fogged a mirror, you could go to officer training school. So off I went, got to go fly. But I'm talking to the power engineers, and they say, well, if we were to have to run these ground control stations for 5 to 7 days on the gensets, we would probably have about a 0.7 to 0.8 probability of being able to do that. And I'm thinking, wait a second. I knew that if a lightly armed Boy Scout troop with Leatherman tools and baseball bats jumped the fence behind the Indian Springs Casino and knew exactly where to go, they could have cut the power. And we couldn't keep it going with diesel gensets, so I was first introduced to the idea of behind-the-fence solar or wind. If we come back to some of the bureaucracy stuff, I was hit in, I'm a recovering Pentagon bureaucrat, joint staff as an 06, and then SES level highly qualified expert in OSD. Anyway, we didn't have that capability. I finally escaped the gravitational pull of the Pentagon, and I am out talking to people to try to solve these problems. Well, one of the first failures that I couldn't get funded, there was a guy out in Bozeman, Montana, who had an idea to put a 5 kilowatt wind turbine and about a 10 kilowatt solar panel in a containerized shipping unit. And he actually took one to Afghanistan, and it worked. And so you've got a little 5 kilowatt, and I went to Bozeman. He had it powering Bozeman High School. That was his prototype. He did not have the patience to deal with the DoD bureaucracy. And so he's basically, his company is a residential solar installer, and we couldn't get off the ground with that particular idea. Second idea that is finally about to be deployed in India, we started 10 years ago through CERTIP ESTCP, Strategic Environmental Research and Development Program, Environmental Security Technology Certification Program, a couple of pilot programs run through the Assistant Secretary of Defense for Energy Installation and Environment. This was a really, really cool thing. Concentrating solar that the storage is in ceramic pellets. And so you are generating, electricity direct from the sun, and then overnight you are blowing air through this superheated ceramic device that gets it into a turbine, and you're generating power. We could not get that to anywhere close to a trial. So getting into the idea that DIU is producing, we've got a lot of great entrepreneurs out there with really cool ideas. We've got to get them past the Pentagon bureaucracy. And again, I say that with love as a recovering Pentagon bureaucrat. These men and women who are in the Pentagon they are smart, they are focused, they are patriotic. They don't have the time of day to devote to unique ideas. And so that's the problem we need to solve.
So let's pull that thread a little bit with Mr. Miller here, who you're looking at a technology that a lot of environmentalists fought against. I always call this, cutting off your nose to spite your face here. And even the head of the IAE had said 2 years ago that 50% of the technologies that one would need to meet climate goals have not even been invented, and 50% of them aren't going to be invented if you throw nuclear out. So we're being realistic here today. So let's talk about the small nuclear reactors and portability and safety and security, and how this can also be an integral part of the future of the battle space.
Yeah, thank you, Deborah. And you're right, the portability and transportability of power-dense systems is absolutely crucial. That's how we've been able to combat and keep peace worldwide since nuclear submarines were invented and deployed. Having that strategic deterrent has enabled the United States to keep peace worldwide. And we think about how nuclear energy can help in the future with all of the new inventions that's all very power hungry. And nuclear energy provides energy security, and energy security is national security, not just for the United States, but all of our partner nations, all of our allies. And so the good news is the Strategic Capabilities Office has invested in nuclear technology, and that nuclear technology is called Project Pele. We've been working on this project for 4.5 years. The first 2 years were competitively awarded to BWXT and 2 other companies. We ultimately won the contract to build the Project Pele reactor, and as the prime, have the balance of plant, the control system, everything that's required through our partners in Northrop Grumman and Rolls-Royce Liberty Works. So this system is being built now, and this system fits in a 20-foot ISO container and generates over 1 megawatt of electrical energy, much more thermal energy. You convert that megawatt plus of thermal energy to electrical energy through 3 other 20-foot ISO containers. So you have 4 boxes. 4 boxes power over 1 megawatt for 3 years without any logistical tie. You don't need fueling, you don't need all of the assets abroad to protect all these fueling chains, and it provides a capability that's desperately needed. Because a lot of the mission scenarios now say, assume energy is always available, and then go do your thing. Well, we can't assume energy is available because they're very vulnerable targets. We talked about the casualties that exist because of protecting these diesel chains. We talked about casualties that exist because we're focused on protecting tank farms that hold diesel, and diesel is gonna be required. It's gonna be required for decades. But how do we ramp on more power dense systems to deploy energy to fulfill all the obligations that we have worldwide and to provide enough power and energy for what the United States needs to do, what our allies need to do, and how do we stop the encroachment of grid takeover by the Russians and Chinese? Because that's what they're doing. They're inventing nuclear all day, every day. Russia has been a prolific nuclear country just like the US has for decades. China's coming on very strong. They're investing in multiple prototypes, nearly a dozen prototypes. We're investing in 1 in the United States. So it's happening. And what happens is countries and islands and civilizations need electricity. It's not about money and food as much as it was in the past. It's about electricity. How do you get power to these remote locations? And so our adversaries are offering power for grid takeover. Once the grid's taken over and the power is consumed and operated by our adversaries, we know that this starts to put us in a very precarious situation as the peacekeepers worldwide. So SCO has done a very good job of making sure this program is moving forward, making sure it's done the right way. We're working with the Department of Energy. There's a regulatory body that's focused on this all day, every day. There's the Idaho National Lab focused on this all day, every day. And then BWXT is focused on this all day, every day. And we know what it takes to deliver nuclear reactors because we've delivered over 400 of them. In fact, every submarine, both fast attack and ballistic missile submarines and aircraft carriers have our products on board that provide all that energy. And the new reactors provide energy for each one of those submarines for 30 plus years of operation. So we know what the consequence of nuclear is. And we know how to track each component, each manufacturing process, the delivery of each one of those reactors, and make sure they operate safely, and they do. There's over 100 of those reactors operating safely all day, every day. And we don't hear about them, and that's a good thing because of what they do. So pushing forward into the future, I think it's really important to think about the domains, much like Admiral Rickover thought about the warfighting domain underwater, and think about the terrestrial domain and having the power that's required before it's required, using nuclear energy. And the same goes with space. We're also building a reactor for transporting a spacecraft across the cislunar volume for DARPA, because we know that's a future warfighting domain, and you can't do it with solar panels. You have to do it in space with very power-dense systems, and nuclear energy is one of those power-dense systems that the government's looking at.
So I'd like to now open this up to any of you to comment on, but a couple of thoughts based on what you said. The first is that we don't have the timelines we used to have. I go back to Ukraine because I spent a huge amount of time doing that. But the dynamic of that battle space and the multi-domain aspect of it is different than anything I ever saw. And you blink your eyes and it changes. And so the speed issue to me is critically important here. How long is it going to take to get from prototype to actual deployment? How fast can this happen? Does the DIU allow for failure? You can't have innovation without some failure. And in the past, the Pentagon used to sort of, you fail once and they throw the baby out with the bathwater. And I just don't think that's going to be a good way to approach it now. So let's talk a little bit about those intractable challenges of the people who are, and I'm a graybeard too, so I can insult them, that the graybeards are still thinking, even a decade ago, and they're not thinking of the future of how this is going to happen. So how do you get these great solutions? What is the relationship between private industry and the government that has to go forward so that you can move from idea to prototype to actual deployment. And how do you do that at light speed? So whomever wants to talk first, please jump in.
Well, you've got to get the bureaucracy to stop acting like a bureaucracy. You need to understand all of the different things and then hit the, what Clausewitzian Schwerpunkte, hit the things that are going to really make a difference. Newt mentioned, some of the reading he's done. Many, many years ago, 25 years ago, I was a SAS grad. And a couple of the key books that I remember, Winning the Last War, all of our generals and admirals got where they are because they were successful at what worked just a few years ago. And so you have to realize that it is far too easy as human beings to lean back on those issues. Another critical book in my thinking is Graham Allison's Essence of Decision. And that was written, 1970? And it gives you different ways of thinking, pure politics, bureaucratic politics, and unfortunately, we are influenced by politics. I did 2 years in the Pentagon in the George W. Bush administration, 2 years in Obama. And back then, we had thoughtful conversations across the top of the political bell curve. That doesn't happen as much anymore. People retreat to opposite ends of the political bell curve and scream across the top at each other, and that gets in the way. So understand all of those things, then bring these good ideas. I'm thrilled hearing what you're talking about. And I want to introduce a group to this potential Shark Tank. Someone who heard me talk like 10 years ago when I was just coming out of the Pentagon said, hey, we're trying to do this thing with perovskite. And it's a thin film, new type of solar. And you can fold it and you can roll it up and you can put it in a backpack. And then you can pull it back out, and it still retains its efficiency. And I'm like, holy smoke, that is exactly what I would have loved to have had in 2004, on the outskirts of Fallujah. Well, we've got to find ways to get those ideas to you and your compatriots and avoid the bureaucracy and the rancorous politics just to solve the problem.
And if I could just add one more point here, and I saw this repeatedly over the last couple of years vis-a-vis Ukraine and even Gaza, where the old expression of most people are fighting the last war they fought. And I'm sorry, but counterinsurgency has absolutely no relevance very little relevance for what we're looking at now. So, and that, unfortunately, is the mindset of how you bring energy to the battle space as well. So if we can just really focus on that too, how do we get past that bureaucratic, stubborn streak of telling someone that it doesn't work this way anymore, and here's how we have to turn the corner?
Well, I'd like to offer that I'm really encouraged about where I sit in the scenario, because I'm a recovering budget analyst, 2 tours in the Pentagon, one of them being on Capitol Hill. So I definitely understand bureaucracy. And I spent my time there during like 2015 when we were going through sequestration and the Budget Control Act. And it was about, life was about how little can you spend? How efficient can you be? And that was the North Star. That was the priority of the Department of Defense. It was not effectiveness, it was efficiency. And we had the luxury at that time because this technological reality, we were fighting a 1970s war. We were not fighting a 2020s or looking at a 2030s war. We do not find ourselves in that scenario. And I'm really encouraged because I've got to spend time with some leaders, 3 and 4 stars who get that. From leaders like Secretary Berger, who you heard from earlier, that are pushing us. I've got a secretary pushing DIU to move faster. And I'm now when I go and I brief 3 and 4 stars and I tell them about what DIU does, it's really interesting to see these guys and gals who have come up in this bureaucracy, and they buffer for a moment and they go, that makes too much sense. Why has that not been the way? And there's a real recognition that the acquisition architecture is not going to meet the needs of tomorrow. Not that there's not a place for it. Not that they're not fine Americans that have been doing great work. It's just that it cannot move fast enough to harness the capability gaps the capabilities and address the gaps that exist today.
Do we need an act of Congress to change this? Like
We already
the old,
have it.
Like,
To be
so
honest
you
with
have,
you, we already have
the
it.
legislation.
Legislation is on the books. Now, it is about utilizing, and I'll tell you what was really interesting. When DIU discovered the language, congressional language, that allows us to do the other transaction authority, that was not written for DIU. That was written for NASA in the 70s. That language was on the books. We just recognized it and said, okay, here's a get out of jail free card. This is a way to cheat the system. So I find myself, from being in a budget analyst world to in the bureaucracy to the antithesis of that now, going, how do I kick down every door that I used to try to lock? Or how do I knock down every wall that I used to build? And it's not that those systems weren't put in place for good reasons, but I think that there is a real recognition that, and through things like what is going on in Ukraine, what is going on in the Eastern Med, what is going on in the South China Sea, we do not have the capabilities to look at this and observe it for 20 years to try to figure out what we're going to do. It is going to smack us in the face tomorrow. And there's also things, that from the energy sector that are driving us to a decision point where we can't sit back and look. There's the development of AI and the power demands that is going to have. There is the inclusion of electric vehicles and what that is going to add to the system. There's the recognition through natural disasters and things like the big freeze in Texas of, hey, this may take you off, and what is the result of that? Being offline for a long period of time. And the culmination of all those has really woken up a lot of the leadership within the Pentagon, within Capitol Hill, and pushed us. And the development, the resulting is what DIU was established to do, is to go to leaders like you who have been doing this, go to industry and say, how do we partner with you? How do we lower the barriers of entry? Because I've had some really interesting conversations about, hey, it's just too damn hard to work with the government. Yeah. And if I'm dealing with a startup technology that is bringing, time travel to bear, but I can't get them through the front door because, the bureaucracy is just too damn hard. Yeah. So hearing from industry going, what do we need to do better?
Yeah, I think I think it's working too, Newt, because both projects that I just talked about are OTAs, and those contracts did happen pretty rapidly. I mean, nuclear plus FAR equals infinite contracting process, right? And so I think the government's done a good job, both DARPA and NASA for Draco, and then SCO for Pele program. And then what you're doing with the DIU Army initiative, I think is really rewarding to see that, because back to Deborah's point is, getting these new power systems prototyped, I think, is the first goal. Once you get them prototyped, then you understand what the performance can be, how you deploy each one of those products, and how you rapidly, motivate industry to go out and invest in capital, invest in different infrastructure that's going to be required to mass produce each one of these products. So it can start with very small things like sensor systems and drones and AI, but it can also be very useful for energy-dense products and projects like Dan and I are working on. So I think the OTA is working, and I am optimistic that it'll continue to work, but we can't lose focus. That's the biggest issue that we have for long-range prototyping programs, is losing focus and deciding to change the requirements or change what the battlefield needs are in a monthly or even a yearly standpoint. So keeping focused on how we get energy in the battlefield, I think, is absolutely crucial, because that is the infrastructure that's most required for the future. And using the OTA process, I think, has been pretty effective, at least the last couple of years.
I have two questions to follow this on, because it's getting interesting. The first, I'm glad you raised NASA, because I think we made it to the moon faster than it takes, I won't name the service, to sign an ammunition contract. So, but let's look at this. Do we need to redefine what long range is? Do we need to redefine, because long range now, the way it used to be defined, something's going to be OBE. because of the technology. And particularly in the energy sphere, that technology is just light speed, right? So do we need to redefine that? And then how do we build in mechanisms, be it software or something else, into those systems so that if they need to change, if they need to, if these energy sources are the way we deploy them are going to get jammed or something like that, is there a countermeasure? Is there an EW countermeasure on this? And how do we build that into the system so that we're not retooling everything from scratch?
Well, so on that point, what I would say is two things. I'm hesitant to try to make a definition of timeline and things like that, because as we have observed, the timelines are consistently shrinking, right? And I don't know to what the infinitum of that is. I don't know what the end, so if I say, okay, hey, instead of 3 years, we're going to do 1 year or 3 months. Well, why does it need to be so slow even at that point? As we've seen in Ukraine, things are changing daily. So I'm resistant to putting a boundary on that, because I think anytime we put that type of regulation, it's a limiting factor, not a springboard. The other thing is you talked about how the requirements, so do we need to bake that in? What I'm really excited about our model is that doesn't exist, because I presented you a problem. We're writing a prototype contract for you to solve the problem. I didn't tell you how to bake it. I didn't tell you what materials to use. I didn't tell you how the process works. And that's where we see these giant acquisition processes like Joint Strike Fighter or whatever. We go in there and we meddle with the process at some point, or we say, hey, I need you to move it from here to here. I need this widget over here. Well, that reworks everything. So all I've done now is say, here's the problem, go solve it. So it's a design build contract, not a design bid build. You're not telling me how you're doing it. I'm not locking you into that. You are solving the problem the best way that you can. And then we're going to decide whether that prototype meets the criteria, and do we want to move further with production OTA contracts to let you build, because now you've competed, you've won, you're now off to the races, and you don't have to recompete. You've got a solution. If we want to buy it, game on.
Yeah, well, and also you've added in the commercial element to this too, right? How do these become commercially viable? So the cost of deployment isn't solely on the government, which I think is really intelligent, because energy is just as important for the government purposes, especially power dense energy, as it is for the civil use cases. So we see a lot of industrial end users coming to us and asking us when they can have microreactors for mining operations and remote oil extraction, things of that nature too. So it's almost a twofer that you get when the government leads on things like OTAs and rapid deployment models, because that rapid deployment model starts to become really appealing to different companies that have capital outlays of 5-10 years, and they need to see some return on investment in a shorter time frame than normal. So I think you do get a twofer when you behave, when DIU behaves that way, because you're not setting requirements that may distract from other use cases that are out there to help supplement not just what the government needs, but also the gross GDP, and also injecting new vitality into industries in the U.S.
So let me be more specific here, and I'm sorry to point at you here, but so if I were to say to you, what's your approximate timeline from your prototype, from your innovation to your prototype to your actual deployment, for some of the ideas and the work that you're doing now to industry?
In history, it's more than 10 years.
Right.
I've been involved with the SunZia project, and just to get a power line around White Sands Missile Range took 16 years to get permitted, and that's so you can get wind energy from eastern New Mexico to Phoenix and LA. I think, just thinking out loud, we need to relook at the requirements process, because you've nailed it. You've got the COCOMs coming to you and saying, please solve this problem. Right now, when I am dealing with folks in the Pentagon, and I came up through the 5 world, perhaps it's a difficulty that we're still in a Napoleonic structure. For Napoleon, it was only the 1 through the 4. But in my strategy and plans world, I sat in the 5 and we talked to the folks in the 8, and you just admire the problem forever. Okay, well, let's set a requirement. And when we go, with these ideas to OSD, they say, well, the services set the requirements. And so that is probably where we have to drill in. If we want to speed the Pentagon process, is figure out a way to make requirements match the problem statement, which we don't have right now. But unfortunately, all of the stuff that I've been involved with to date has been in the 5 to 10 year process. So, and we've got to, make that 5 to 10 weeks.
So isn't there a piece here where you talked about requirements from the COCOMs? And then we talked about the services, and we know the services don't always have identical contracting processes and the like. So let's look at this. What if you have a COCOM that says, I need a solution deployed in this battlefield where I am? Let's look at this. 1.3 billion people are without electricity on the planet today. And many of them are in parts of the world where we are deployed. And so we can't depend on their resources to power our forces. So just take that data point, move forward, and a COCOM says to you, I need something out here now that my enemy can't target immediately to do this. Otherwise, I cannot do these operations in a way that you want me to do them. So where do we go from there? How do we take that, that sort of speed where the COCOM wants us, because we're talking about lives here, and then get the services looped into this so that they also understand that it should not take 5 to 10 years from thought to deployment anymore. And I know that's what you're saying, but how do you square that circle?
Well, I think that is the process that's being implemented today, is to do exactly that. We've got projects in the Arctic that are dealing with Arctic battery technologies, microgridding capabilities, and how to power those forward operating bases. So we've got a project there. We've got development in hydrogen at the edge, development, and putting on ships and shore. We're looking at large battery systems for installations to be that tie-in between whatever production capability that exists, and how do we tie in all of that excess that we might be able to produce, whether it's wind, solar, nuclear, hydro, whatever the production capability is, natural gas, whatever, and how do we tie that in to be that stopgap? So a lot of those problems have already been said, and it's been really amazing to watch the response from the commercial sector to providing solutions for this. And one thing that I just want to put out there that I'm so excited to be here is because these are really damn hard problems, right? If it was easy, it would have been solved. And there's no group of people that is better suited to get after it than veterans. Because people in this line of work with this background understand that the difference between risk being, hey, what if I fail? Or what if this startup's not successful? That's not a life-ending problem, right? You've all experienced, far riskier scenarios than that. So your tolerance for risk may be a little different, but your audacity and your ability to go and tackle these problems. And that's the veteran mentality, and that's why I think that this group is so impactful, and that's why you all probably are so successful in your organizations. And I would love just to continue the conversation and to see where we can go from here.
So I want to take this just a little step further. I'm notorious for throwing, smoke bombs in the middle of places. But so you talk about risk, and I agree, innovation has to have risk. Are you going to start approaching this from let's deploy this now and see how it actually works out in the field? I had this conversation on weapon systems recently about, isn't it better to test something out in Ukraine than it is in White Sands? It's a quantitatively different operation. So what on the energy sector, and how do you work with private industry so that you're sharing that risk so they're not just eating the risk all by themselves? You know, how do you cover industry to make that investment go forward without them thinking they're going to lose their shirt on this? And are you willing to sort of put that out there, knowing that you're still experimental? Very similar to, I think, Navy did this with some lasers for counter-drone technology on some of the ships in the Red Sea, in the Bab el-Mandab. So how are we set up to do that, and how do we share that risk with industry?
Well, there's task forces, Task Force 59, that has been out there for dealing with the drone technology. There is a real recognition and desire from the fleets, from the combatant commanders, like, give it to me, let me put it into theater and see. So there is certainly that happening. There is learning that is taking place in Ukraine. Make no mistake that there are things that we're doing that are learning from that. We've got embeds that are on boots on the ground there to take those lessons back to industry.
So we have about a minute left here, so I'm going to ask our gentleman from industry to do any closing comments you have here.
Yeah, I'll say from the COCOMs, your original question about the COCOMs, they all have very similar requirements for energy. And so since the requirements are similar, getting budget, getting the services to invest to that budget, I think needs to be centered around OSD. It needs to be centered around organizations like SCO and DIU, because once you solve the energy problem for one of the COCOMs, that solution can be used for several other COCOMs. And so centralizing energy, I think, is more important than other weapon systems and things like that, because the needs and the use cases are not unique or as unique. So solving that problem at a centralized level and then deploying that in the priorities that the U.S. government sets, I think, is absolutely crucial.
And build simplicity into it. Don't forget what it felt like to y'all if you were at a FOB, Afghanistan, Iraq, wherever. We can't bring out something that the specialist or the airman first class can't work. So if you are going to solve this and you're going to look for interoperable, remember Murphy is around every corner, and build as much simplicity as you possibly can.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you all for listening in today. Appreciate it. Thank you. I think we're getting the high sign. Thanks. This is exactly what I wanted.
All right, thank you, Deb, and thank you to our panelists for the really insightful session. It's not easy to slog through the 3 o'clock hour. And with that, it's my pleasure to welcome to the stage our final fireside chat as part of the 2024 Veterans Advanced Energy Summit. We'll have a fireside chat with former Secretary of Energy, the Honorable Dan Brouillette, and Lieutenant General Joseph Magee, but to lead that conversation will be Ali Rogan. Ali is a correspondent for the PBS NewsHour and PBS News Weekend, and received a Peabody Award in 2021 for her work on NewsHour's series on the COVID-19 pandemic. So with that, I'd like to welcome Ali and Dan Brouillette and Lieutenant General Magee to the stage, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. I think we're between all of you and some cocktails, so we want to get right to it and make it worth your while. I know it's been a really fascinating, thought-provoking day, and I know that with this panel, we're going to finish out strong. With me is Dan Brouillette, who is president and CEO of the Edison Electric Institute, the association that represents all U.S. investor-owned electric companies. Prior to joining EEI, Mr. Brouillette served as president of Sempra Infrastructure, which specializes in the construction and operation of liquefied natural gas, export terminals, pipeline networks, and renewable electricity generation facilities. And prior to that, he served as the 15th U.S. Secretary of Energy. And Lieutenant General Joseph J.P. Magee, Director for Strategy, Plans, and Policy, J5, on the Joint Staff. He is responsible to the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff as the nation's highest-ranking military officer and principal military advisor to the President, Secretary of Defense, and National Security Council. Prior to becoming the J5 Director, Lieutenant General Magee served as the Commanding General of the 101st Airborne Division in Fort Campbell, Kentucky, and to whom I will heretofore be referring as JP. Only because he asked at the time.
I said it was okay.
He said it was okay. Otherwise,
Otherwise, I wouldn't. I first want to direct a question that I invite both of you to take. We're seeing in real time how climate change and energy needs are affecting national security. The victims of Hurricane Helene have been left without power, among other necessities, and thousands of National Guardsmen and women from different states have been deployed to support those recovery efforts, including in states that we didn't think were going to be affected by Hurricane Helene. These types of record-breaking disasters are becoming more common, so how do they affect planning in the military and in the energy sector, and how can both help to improve the response to future disasters?
Go ahead, sir. Well, look, I think there's clearly a nexus here. When I think back in my time, which was very short in the Army, way back when, about 5 lifetimes ago, and I'm so honored to be sitting next to a general. Back when I was in the Army, they wouldn't let me within, 100 miles of a 3-star general, so it's quite an honor for me to be sitting. Look, I think, no one does this better than the military. And what I mean by that, no one understands resilience hardening better than the military. And, in the private sector, in the utility sector in particular, we are going through a series of capital investments that are doing much of the same work that the military has led for years and years and years. Hardening, adaptation, resilience of a transmission grid, of a pipeline network. Those are all important things that we need to do as American people, and our industry is doing it. But we've learned much of what we are doing today from the experiences that the general and others have shared with us over the years. We have signed MOUs with EEI and the Department of the Navy, as well as the Department of the Air Force, to do a lot of this work. We're seeing a lot of the technologies that are coming online today that have been part of that joint process. We are excited to see, for instance, Project Pele and some of the nuclear technologies that have come online, the smaller reactors being installed, or at least have the potential to be installed on military installations. All of this work is coming together and helping us to adapt to a changing climate, to adapt to a growing demand for electricity, both here in the United States and other parts of the world. So it's a very, very close collaboration, I would suggest, between the civilian utility sector, civilian electric power sector, and the United States military.
And I certainly want to talk more about that, but JP, I wonder if you have any thoughts on this, on the fact that the energy sector has taken a lot of the cues from the military. I wonder how you see it.
If I could, maybe I'll frame it, what's happening with the energy sector and working with the military in light of all the global events that are happening. Because I think, as we were talking before we came in here, we really are living in times that maybe sometimes, because we're watching this happen day by day, we don't quite recognize the import of it. So, right now in Ukraine, the largest war in Europe since World War II is raging, and tens of thousands, if not more, hundreds of thousands have been killed or wounded. Okay, that's unimaginable a couple of years ago. In the last 5 months, Iran has attacked Israel with 2 waves of ballistic missile strikes. Again, if you had mentioned this 3 years ago, people would say, that's something that's never going to happen, and couldn't imagine. These things are happening simultaneously. So that's a bigger context around which all these weather-related impacts are driving stresses upon our forces. And so I'd say the military's always taken the environment into account. They've always taken the weather, because we operate 24/7 in all weather. But certainly all of these events, Hurricane Helene, which has now pulled about 1,000 active duty forces into North Carolina to support that, plus all those work in the National Guard, I think it's just going to continue to put increased demand on the joint force on top of all the other world events. And so we add that as an additional stressor to all of our requirements we're trying to juggle around the entire world.
Dan, you mentioned the lessons that the energy sector has learned from the military, but flipping that question around, how do those innovations in the energy sector help the military to be more resilient?
Well, I think, you think about the critical infrastructure in the United States. So all the military installations, with the exception of perhaps a handful, are served by private utilities here in the United States. So understanding that critical nature and the importance of that infrastructure is something that, the military, I think, has come to the civilian industry to learn more about. I got a chance as secretary to visit a few, and when I looked at the resilience at some of the installations, candidly, it made me a bit anxious, to say the least. When the lights go off at an installation, I know the general has commanded organizations like the 75th Ranger Battalion. If they lose, regiment, if they lose power, they lose lights, and they have to deploy on moment's notice, we're going to have a problem here in the United States. So I think that the military has learned the importance of energy while it is, in garrison. They clearly understand the importance of energy when they're deployed, and they have incredible abilities there, to set up mobile power stations and whatnot to keep the front line, the tip of the spear, fully powered. But it's here in the United States, when they're back in garrison, when they're back home, that we're beginning to see a closer and closer relationship between the civilian and the military community.
And to that end, Dan, if I can stay with you, you have spent time in the military. You've spent lots of time learning different areas of the energy sector. What skills do you think veterans bring specifically to these issues? Why are they so well suited to be a part of the energy sector, especially those who've served as first responders? Yeah, well, I think all of the lessons that you learn, even as a junior enlisted person, Private E1, as I was when I went in the military. The leadership lessons that you learn very early, and you're doing this at a very early age, they stay with you for a very long time. So when people leave the military and they come to organizations like EEI or one of our member companies in the utility space, that's the first thing that we notice. They tend to be more mature. They tend to be ready for advancement very quickly. They tend to be ready for leadership positions within our companies very, very quickly. So we appreciate that, and we look to that community for a pipeline of talent coming in. The technical skill sets, though, are also very, very impressive. If you're trained by the Army or by the Navy or by the Air Force in things like cybersecurity, we're going to be looking at you if you choose to leave the military, because that's something that is becoming more and more of an issue for us. It's, the adversary does not sleep, as the general said. So it's a 24/7 operation for us. Those are technical skill sets that we look for in our industry.
But you're only looking for those after they've extended tours in the military. After
he doesn't want to give them up. He doesn't want to give them up. And we look for folks. The U.S. Navy has hands down the best nuclear program in the world. And if you're trained as a Navy nuke, you have incredible skill sets that we're going to be looking for as well on the civilian side. So, that talent pipeline that we see coming out of the military is absolutely critical. But leadership skills, technical skills, and just the ability to act in the general mentioned the hurricane in North Carolina. We have roughly 50,000 utility workers from 41 states, I guess now, I misspoke. It used to be 27, that's why I had 7 in my head. We're now up to 41 different states that have supplied over 50,000 workers. And these are first responders. I mean, they show up literally right after the storm has moved through. So they're moving toward the damage, toward the incident, not away from the incident. And it's that culture, it's that leadership, it's that understanding of a mission that is so important to our civilian industry as well. And we look to the military for that sort of training and that upbringing.
I'd like to pick up on something that Dan mentioned and ask you, JP. We've seen in theaters abroad energy infrastructure come under, be vulnerable, come under attack. And I wonder, how does that play into, is that playing a growing role in the mission of the military right now, defending these critical sites, particularly as we try to diversify our sources of energy?
Absolutely. I mean, you can certainly imagine us deploying to a number of locations where we would be relying upon the native energy infrastructure. It would be critical to the things that we're doing. The military has a great generative capability to be able to deploy that and do it, but it's always best if we can get it from the country where we're operating in. Although in any of these locations, just like within the United States, as the Secretary was discussing, this idea of resiliency and having multiple different layers of it is critically important. And so we see that whether we're back here in the United States or whether we're deployed someplace else.
And I'd like to ask you to talk a little bit about some of that resiliency and redundancy that these bases are building into their mode of operation. I know that you've seen much of this firsthand.
Well, as a base commander in my last job, I was at Fort Campbell, Kentucky. I had a chance to really experience this, and the Secretary's right. A lot of our energy was coming from on post, which is a great construct, but it wasn't the only way we got it. And so we were determining alternate methods, whether that was generative capacity that we had, whether it was a solar farm that we had established there, or other experiments that we were running to try to see how Fort Campbell could be energy independent. And I think we're in early stages of this across the entire Army or the DoD, but I think increasingly we're looking at trying to have resilient systems, maybe with excess capacity, that might be able to contribute back to communities as well, in case it's not all needed.
Yeah, that seems like such a fascinating element to me, the fact that you're developing these resiliency measures, but you can also give back to the community that you're in.
That's right.
At the same time. It's truly incredible. Dan, I'd like to ask you, let's talk a little bit more about the threats to military and civilian critical infrastructure here in the U.S. How is the energy sector helping support the protection of those assets as they become more of a potential vulnerability?
Mm-hmm. Well, I hope there aren't any kinetic threats anytime soon. What we see, perhaps more often is what we mentioned earlier. The cyber threat seems to be, very real and growing each day. The industry, I think, has done an admirable job of protecting the assets. I mean, we stay on top of the latest technologies. We are very aggressive in deploying those technologies, and as I mentioned earlier, bringing in the best talent to help us. The application of AI, looking at some other unique applications of things like quantum computing. We're looking at everything we can put our hands on in order to protect this infrastructure. Because as we've seen in Europe most recently and other parts of the world, energy really drives everything that we do. If we lose a pipeline here in the United States, we all know what happens to retail gasoline prices. If we lose power, obviously lives are impacted. As I like to tell folks when I speak to them publicly, it's energy makes up roughly 5% of the gross domestic product, if you will, the nation's GDP. But importantly, it's the first 5%, because everything else you do depends upon the provision of that energy. If you just think about your personal life, try charging your iPhone without electricity. Try paying your credit card bill without access to Wi-Fi. The things that we do, we have become so dependent upon this technology and upon electricity in particular, that it's important that we protect it. So those are the things. I mean, really, cyber is the thing that I see as the most acute. As I'm from Louisiana, so from New Orleans, it's the alligator closest to the boat, and that's the one that we tend to pay a lot of attention to.
And I would just say, I think in the military, the National Guard's got a great role to play within that in terms of being able to identify, do surveys and reconnaissance of critical infrastructure within the states under the authorities they already have working for the governors. And I think they've got capacity and a willingness. I remember when I worked at Army Cyber watching what California was doing with the California National Guard, where they were doing a number of important pieces of work to determine exactly what the lay of the land of these networks were, how they were interconnected as a baseline to be able to make them more resilient and better defended.
When you talk about cyber, I am curious, and I wonder, this is not something that I let either of you know I was going to ask about, but it just brings it up. The fact that we're relying so much more on AI, we're relying on data centers, which are taking up an increasing amount of real estate around the country, an increasing amount of infrastructure that's required. How are energy companies dealing with these challenges? Because somebody's got to keep the lights on in these data centers.
Somebody's got to keep the lights on. Yeah, no, it's you're absolutely correct. I mean, for us, I'll just call it for ease, simplicity, a three-legged stool. I mean, for us, the challenge is to make the system resilient and reliable. It's to make it clean, and importantly, it's to make it affordable. So it's really a three-legged stool: resilience, environmental stewardship, and affordability for consumers. And that's been a challenge that we've had for 100+ years, but I think the industry does a really good job with it. As we think about those data centers that you mentioned, it's increasing the load here in the United States, or has the potential to increase the load by an enormous amount. I've read some reports that said data centers alone could comprise roughly 10% of the nation's electricity capacity. It's an enormous amount of electricity. It's an enormous load, but it's not unprecedented load. And that's something that I think the American people need to understand too as we read these stories. We don't get too anxious or worried about our ability to do this. We know how to do this. There was a time in American history back in the 1950s when we used a process known as gaseous diffusion to enrich uranium to make nuclear warheads. And that was done in about 2 or 3 different facilities here in the United States, Oak Ridge, Paducah, Kentucky. That process alone consumed 10% of the nation's electricity grid. And, you know, we learned how to meet that load very effectively. TVA, private entities around the country, developed generation, built transmission, built things, built infrastructure to allow us to meet that. And that's what we need to do again today as we think about AI, think about the importance of keeping that technology here in the United States. It's going to be important that we address things like permitting. Can we build things here in the United States? If we say yes to that, then we will meet the load, we will keep the lights on, and we will do it in the cleanest manner known possible.
JP, I'd like to ask you about how climate, which obviously is inextricable from energy when we talk about it, is affecting areas of operation. We had talked about the Lake Chad region, which I think is a fascinating example of how climate change is truly changing the literal and figurative terrain.
It's an interesting case study of how all of these changes are impacting actually just the Earth and where we operate in terms of military operations or how governance is looked at globally. Lake Chad Basin, the amount of water between 1960 and now, I mean, in 1960 there was a full-blown massive lake there in the heart of Africa, and now it's gone. And so imagine over that period of time, all of a sudden, that huge expanse of land never being part of anybody's land boundaries, never being part of any of their jurisdictions, never being part of the way this area was governed. So all of a sudden, in this critical region in the Sahel, you've now got a vast ungoverned spaces and what flows into there. Terrorism, criminals, others who use this ungoverned space as an opportunity, all created by the fact that, again, 30, 40 years ago, there was water in the lake there. It was uninhabitable, but now it is. And so I think we're seeing this, that's a huge manifestation, but I think we're seeing more and more the impacts of all of these changes on how we're conducting our military operations.
Absolutely fascinating. We're going to turn to questions in a few minutes. So if you do have a question, please start thinking about it. I believe there's a microphone in the room. You guys have been here longer than I have, so you know the drill. And there will be questions solicited from an iPad as well. So for those of you watching online, you can submit questions. But I'd like to ask both of you to weigh in on the role that supply chains play in your industry and your institution. The fact that since COVID, there have been all sorts of disruptions to global supply chains, and there have been varying degrees of adaptation, resilience, response to those disruptions. I mean, we're seeing one as we literally speak with the strikes happening in ports around the United States. But what can the energy sector and the military do to become more resilient to these disruptions and also to protect the existing global supply chains if that is what the situation requires?
So I think we're seeing it play out right now in a really interesting fashion with what the Houthis are doing across the Bab el-Mandeb. Bab el-Mandeb, always identified as a strategic strait, leads into the Suez Canal through which 10 to 20% of the world's trade was flowing before the Houthis decided to start launching missiles at the ships that pass through there. I think what's really worth highlighting is because of a whole confluence of reasons to include, after COVID, there was much more resiliency built into the supply chains. The shipping industry has more ships. There was a brief adjustment. There was a few weeks worth of disruption, but effectively most shipping companies have just routed all commerce around Africa. However long that time difference was, 3 to 4 weeks was the only amount of the disruption of the chain that you felt. And then the other piece, and again, who knew these things? I didn't know until I came into this job, or you had to deal with this situation. Shipping costs for any commercial good is normally a penny or two on the dollar. And that additional routing around Africa only added an additional penny or two to every one of them. So it wasn't, a 30% rise in consumer goods and all of these. And so I think we're now re-examining the nature of strategic straits, what supply chains are, the global shipping industry, and how robust and resilient it is. And I think, we're seeing as the industries change, in the face of these challenges, where there are opportunities, where there are truly are risks. I would never suggest that not all straits are not significant. I would argue the Strait of Hormuz, through which a whole bunch of oil travels, is still, you know, tremendously strategic. But to me, at least, one of the things that was really fascinating is how resilient that global shipping network was and how quickly they adjusted to it with minimal impact to the economy, except for the economies of Egypt and Jordan and those who are directly related to the Suez Canal.
No, that's all true. I didn't think about it in that context. You're right. I mean, the additional shipping cost is at the margin, I suppose. You know, with regard to manufacturing capacity, I think that's really one of the things that we like to talk about, you know, in the civilian electrical business. You know, the production, the manufacture of things like transformers, other bulk power, critical components. I think it's important for us to develop that capability here in the United States. So much of that's moved overseas. And because of the doctrinal changes in places like China and other places, I think we're much more sensitive to where we're buying these products from than perhaps we have been in recent times. And that's a good thing. So I think what Congress has done to incentivize some of the manufacturing or make it easier here or make it more incentivize the production of those activities here in the United States, I think is a good thing. And we're going to be supporting that as an industry as well. So when we look at the infrastructure bill that was passed in Congress, or perhaps some components of the Inflation Reduction Act, those tax credits, we're going to be very supportive of some of those because we want to see those capabilities come back here to the United States to alleviate the supply chain risks that we currently face.
I want to conclude this part of the conversation with a more 1,000-foot question, which is, you know, you both represent very big institutions that sometimes can be hard to change.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't know. You know, that's I know that.
Never
you know,
in a million years.
The Lieutenant General has no idea about any of this. But how do you balance the institutional heft that comes with the jobs that you're in, with the need to innovate?
Well, you know, we're a little different, I suppose, obviously a lot different than the military, but nonetheless, you know, we're in a regulated industry. So I'll just speak to the civilian utility or power company industry. You know, again, that three-legged stool really does matter. It's, you know, it's the ability to do all of this, to innovate, to produce power, to do all the things that you need to do, but to do it affordably, because that's where the state regulators really have a, you know, an important role to play. They have to ensure that these costs are not borne by consumers in, you know, very dramatic fashion. So we tend to do things over a very long period of time. We look at these as these capital investments in decades, not in days or in weeks, and that's important for us to do as a country. You know, I do think that as I think about, you know, what has happened in this industry, it's amazing. I mean, when you take a look at what we've done here in the United States, for instance, we've grown the economy by roughly 20% over the course of the last, call it a decade, call it 15 years. And at the same time, we've reduced emissions from energy sources by roughly 17%. And that's due to innovation. So while we can say, yeah, it's a big, you know, organization and it's hard to move, and sometimes it is, you know, there's no question about that. It is quite nimble when it comes to certain elements of the energy business. And I'm very proud to be a part of it, very proud of what they've been able to do. And they've done it all while keeping the lights on 99.99999% of the time. Mm-hmm. So it's a great industry.
So 2 jobs ago, I worked for the Army in the field of, you know, how we develop our officer corps and our leaders broadly. And what we identified was that this idea of innovation and instilling this in all of our leaders is absolutely critical, because, you know, if we imagine a future in which we're fighting, you know, whatever the next war will be, we've got our vision of what it's going to be. We know we will be wrong between the reality of future combat and what we're projecting and training our people. And the element or the side that can close that gap most rapidly through innovative leaders who can read the battlefield, figure that out, and then drive those sort of changes are the one that's going to succeed. And this was years before Ukraine, but we're watching this play out on the battlefield in Ukraine. Ukraine, much smaller, much more innovative. Look what they're doing with one-way attack drones. Look what they're doing in a number of non-standard employment of the equipment that we have provided, you know, from all around the world to support that. And that element of innovation is absolutely critical to overcome the challenges of a future battlefield. Now the question becomes, how do you do that in peacetime? How do you do that with a large bureaucratic organization? And I just say it's hard work. It's really got to come top down. It's got to come bottom up, and there's got to be a mixture. And where it almost always has its most difficulty is in what we call that frozen middle, in the middle of people who don't want to change. And so you can have an innovative chief and you can have innovative soldiers at the lower level, but if there's something in the middle that's slowing it, and so there's a lot of energy and attention that needs to be focused on driving those changes across organizations that are not necessarily, they're just bureaucratic and slow, sometimes out of necessity, because you've got to be bureaucratic if you're going to be a 1.2 million person army. You've got to have something to run that. That also hinders sometimes your speed of innovation.
Let's turn to some questions online. Again, if you do want to ask questions, go to askac.org. That's askac.org. Let's start with a question from Christina Tamayo. What's the biggest obstacle to creating a resilient and economic grid? How can the military contribute to this effort domestically? We talked a lot about hardening military assets, and I'd like to hear what more can be done domestically.
Currently, I think the biggest obstacle is the processes around permitting here to get infrastructure built. I mean, that's been a challenge for our industry, and I'm sure for other industries as well. So it's something that Congress has begun to address. They had some first steps that were taken in a recent debt bill that they passed. And I know that there's a bill pending now before the Senate Energy Committee with Senators Barrasso and Manchin as the lead sponsors. Those are steps I think we have to take here in the United States to make it easier so that we can build out infrastructure. I'll just share one quick story. When I was the president of Sempra Infrastructure, we were building LNG export facilities and pipelines, as you mentioned earlier. And in the process of going to what is called a final investment decision on a major LNG export facility, I had to raise a few $1 billion in a short amount of time in order to get this project over the line and approved by the board and put shovels in the ground. Over that course of, 6 months to a year of raising that money, not once did I ever get asked by a banker, if we lend you the money, are you going to pay us back? They never asked that question. What they asked was, do you have a permit? Can you get a permit? And that was the basis for their confidence in our ability to get this project built. And it's just an indication that it is a crucial problem here in the United States. So I think, if we're willing to address that as a nation, if Congress finds, the consensus it needs to move those bills forward, I think we're going to be okay.
Would you like to weigh in on that, JP? Or shall we
It's
go?
a little bit outside my expertise, but I do think there is tremendous opportunities in the military, civilian, across the numerous installations we run as the Department of Defense, both here and around the world, to be able to build resiliency and efficiencies, I think.
CP Smith asks, true resiliency is achieved through layers of resiliency. What paradigm do you conceptually use to pressure test just how many layers of resiliency are needed? And who pays for those extra layers of resiliency?
Paradigm's a big word. E1s don't use words like that, so maybe I'll let the general start with that.
Lieutenant generals don't normally either. At least this one doesn't. So within the energy sector, I'm not sure I could. I'd have to defer to the secretary. But I just think in terms of a framework, we live in a world where if it can go wrong, it's going to go wrong. That's Murphy's Law, pretty simple. I mean, everybody understands that in the military. And I think you've got to take that at the higher levels, that you can't assume that one exquisite technological solution isn't going to have issues. It's not going to have to flip to a second or a third. And so I think that's probably the framework. Probably one level of redundancy, resiliency is not enough. 2 layers probably is, and then a rapid regenerative capacity once you identify, your primary and alternate issues.
The general's absolutely right. I mean, we see that in the civilian side as well. So, I mean, we think about things like renewable power, for instance. We're moving to a cleaner and cleaner production world of electrons. So we're using more and more renewable power, but we all realize that renewable power without appropriate grid scale, long duration battery backup will not provide all of the power that we need to meet AI demand or increased industrial load that is coming on. So we're working very hard to develop what's called base load or firm power, keeping these installations on that run 24/7 that give us the backup capacity we need when the wind doesn't blow and the sun doesn't shine and we're not able to generate those electrons with renewable power. So it is a very layered approach, if you will, to the production of electricity.
This question is from Anonymous. So love your book. We haven't truly had a major conflict where we've been challenged as a nation since World War II, where we had concerns about domestic attacks, rationing, and had to divert resources from domestic consumption to defense needs. How prepared do you believe our nation is to meet energy demands at home as well as overseas associated with great power competition and conflict? What practical and strategic steps can we take now to elevate readiness?
Yeah, I think that's. I got it. I think so.
I think that's yours.
I think that, yeah, I think that one's for you.
Well, it's a great question. Anonymous probably should identify him or herself because that's a fantastic question. And I think, it is one of those, as I talked in the beginning, we talk about the unprecedented nature of the things that are happening around the world. And I don't think anyone was predicting that, but I do think we need to start having conversations with, domestic leaders, governors, and others about what this potentially could look like. You take a look at, for example, what is happening right now in Ukraine and the way the Russians are aggressively targeting their critical national infrastructure, not just to break down their industry and not just to prevent them from being able to run businesses, but really to be able to break the will of the Ukrainian people to want to continue this fight. And that linkage is very strong, and I think the Russians identify, which is why you'll see every winter they pick up their strikes against critical national infrastructure within Ukraine to make it less hospitable for Ukrainians to reside in Ukraine. It's not unimaginable in a global war that an adversary would try to strip away these same capabilities to make us lose our will. And I think it's a little bit scary, and frankly, but I think it's a necessary conversation. But if you, again, look at what's happening in Ukraine, things like national industry, national will, the willingness to be able to fight and sacrifice for a conflict are things that we really haven't talked about at a national level since World War II. And I'm not predicting that we're right there yet, but it might be worthwhile to start having some conversations where these topics are at least put out there as potentials.
That's true.
This question, I cannot speak to the premise, so I invite you to weigh in on it as well. But John asks, how do you inspire urgency in strengthening the resilience of our energy systems, whether civilian or military, when markets remain so significantly stable in the face of the most significant war in Europe in 80 years, coinciding with growing hostilities between Iran, Israel, et cetera?
That's a great question. To think about that for a second. How do we inspire, did you say urgency?
Yeah, a sense of urgency, because it seems like the markets are, kind of plugging along,
I think that's a good thing, though. I mean, the fact that we have, at least here in the United States, open markets, which send important price signals, I think that's important. That stability is actually a good sign, perhaps not a bad sign, is my initial reaction to that. That doesn't mean that we shouldn't be vigilant and, thinking about, what the general just discussed and what others have thought about as well on a daily basis. But I see that stability, I see that sense of certainty over a long period of time as a positive, not a negative.
I would just, as the Director of Plans and Policies, I think all of these challenges become harder to surmount if we haven't thought through the plans or what the ramifications would be, or having a construct by which we would address some of these issues. And so creating a sense of urgency might be hard, but not creating a plan and not creating a common understanding of how we might execute a plan in case there was a need for urgency. Because in my experience, at every level I've been in the Army, it's always worse to create a plan like in the middle of the crisis as opposed to pulling something off the shelf that has been thoughtfully put together.
Absolutely. Anonymous asks, I'm not sure if this is the same Anonymous or a different one, but that there is huge diversity of the risks and opportunities in the energy sector and national security space. How do we prioritize, how and what do we prioritize in a world of rapid technological change and relentless political cycles? How do we cut through the noise?
How do we cut through the noise? That's another hard question. Look, I think we prioritize, in our space, in the civilian side of this, we go back again to that regulatory compact that we have with the American people. The agreement that we have in the utility space is to keep the lights on and to keep it affordable. That is first and foremost, and that's our priority. In addition to that, as I mentioned earlier, we do things in an environmentally sound and sensible way. So we combine that, but that is our North Star, and that is what drives our investment. It's what drives our our people day in and day out. That's the mission in which they have chosen to serve. So that really does become the driving force behind every decision we make or every plan that we put together.
And JP, the theaters that the military is operating in are constantly evolving, and warfare is constantly changing. From a broad perspective, how do you think of planning when the terrain, when the weapons, when the systems, when the fighters are changing all the time?
Well, I think, in those sort of constructs where it's going to be rapidly changing, you've got to invest in the things that are not going to change or are requiring to be able to be adaptive. And really, I think that speaks a lot to leadership, right? Like, because no matter what that is, whatever happens, even with the increased levels of autonomy we're starting to see with some of these things coming out of Ukraine, I think you're still going to have a cadre of leaders and people who are forced to conduct these operations. And so across the military, all the services, we invest a ton of work into the development of our people to get them ready for not just the jobs that they do in a technical fashion, but the next few jobs. And this idea that you're training a captain up to do the job of a lieutenant colonel, and then you've got that depth in the leadership ranks. So if that happens, they can fairly seamlessly move up and do that. I think that's foundational to all the things that we're doing in a world that's changing. And then you instill a sense of innovation. And then you try to have, those scouts out there who are seeing how things are changing so they can feed it back to, our organization so we can adapt in time. I think those are all really important factors. And then don't forget, though, the military doesn't exist just to innovate. And, daily we are doing operations around the world, and that consumes a huge portion of our energy and effort, as it should. And so this is always something we're doing generally on top of, sometimes in institutions that are really just focused on that. But it's always this combination of current operations, future readiness that we're trying to balance.
Yeah, and it's that split screen that really just, it's so stunning and fascinating when you really think about everything that is happening simultaneously. Dan, this question I think seems to be something that I'll pose to you. Ben B asks, in deregulated regions, the economics to make the necessary investments in infrastructure continue to be challenged while private equity-backed IPPs are looking to step away from fossil generation. Will deregulated generation deliver the capacity needed for economic growth?
It's a great question. We're starting to see some challenges in the deregulated markets now. What's called PJM in the Mid-Atlantic region of the U.S. There was a capacity auction there. For those who are not familiar how those work, in the deregulated, or what's called deregulated markets, people have auctions for electrons, and companies are separated, so you can't own both the generation and the distribution or the transmission elements of a network, so they're separated. And the wires companies, as we refer to them, buy electrons in an auction market. The last capacity auction that just occurred in that region, the pricing was 10 times greater than it was just a year ago. And there's going to be a new auction, I guess, coming in a few weeks or perhaps a month or so, a little bit more than that. And the expectation is that the prices will go even higher. Now, you can look at this from a market standpoint and say, well, those are great, important signals for people. Given the high prices, you would think that investment would come in to build more generation. That's true, perhaps more true in a classroom than it is in the real world. It's economic theory. I'm not going to argue with it. It's true. The challenge we're seeing, though, is what I mentioned earlier. It's nice to have the price signal up there, but you still have to get permits to build the generation. You still have to get access to things like natural gas to provide firm baseload power. And it's a dynamic that we're seeing play out most acutely in this part of that, the country. So in the Mid-Atlantic region, Pennsylvania, Maryland, West Virginia, parts of West Virginia. We're going to have to wait and see, I think, for another couple of weeks or months how this plays out. I am somewhat concerned that we're not going to get the amount of generation we need to meet the load that we talked about earlier. I think it's important for regulators in that part of the world to really study the market signals that are being sent. More importantly, to see what is the reaction to the market signal and then develop consensus really quickly, if necessary, to change some of those market structures. That's going to be important for them in that region. We have other regions of the country that are facing similar situations, what's called MISO, which is in the the middle part of the country, and then we have one out in California as well. Things are beginning to change very rapidly in this utility or power industry. We're just going to have to keep a close eye on it.
This betrays my ignorance, but are we talking about actual auctions like paddles and things like that? Like
sort of.
Yeah. All right.
It looks more like
Fascinating.
the stock market on any given day than it
Yeah.
does people standing in line with paddles.
I have another question that I think also, Dan, you might be best placed to weigh in on. But Jason Knapp asks, how can we create incentives for utility companies to build out power infrastructure in advance of critical demand? Again, talking about, anticipation. The goal would be to accelerate the process of setting up energy-intensive manufacturing facilities, such as those producing photovoltaic and battery cells.
Well, again, I think the industry does a great job of exactly that. So, the growth in the utility space or in electricity demand over the course of the last 20 years has been about 2%, 2.5% per year. So for relatively stable, and the reason it's been relatively stable is that we've been innovating to produce technologies around energy efficiency. So it's not just adding energy all the time. We use electricity, we use energy much more efficiently here in the United States today than we did 2 decades ago or 3 decades ago. But it's been relatively stable. So what we talked about earlier with this increase in demand coming on, and I've seen projections that are roughly 4.5%, perhaps even 5 or 6% growth. You think about that, what that means. That's 5 or 6% growth over a much larger economy than we had 40 years ago when we used to have 5% growth. So it's a big demand uptick. It's almost exponential in certain ways or in certain parts of the country. The industry has planned for that, however. These are not things that are completely a surprise to this industry. But again, because we're in a regulated environment, it's important for consumers to be able to afford those investments to allow this industry to meet that incredible demand that's coming. So, we're going to work closely with the regulators and have them balance the equation in a way that's effective for the consumers and for the respective service areas in which each of our companies operate. But I think the industry has done a really good job of planning ahead for this growth. So we'll meet it. We'll meet the challenge. We'll see it as an opportunity, and the country will thrive.
Richard Bell asks a great closing question for both of you. What risk or opportunity are we not spending enough time thinking about in our energy and national security planning?
You want me to start? Go ahead. I think when I think about risk, we can think about climate risk, we can think about economic growth as a potential risk. For me, when I think about this industry, it's talent. It's the pipeline of people coming into the industry. I don't think we're doing enough in America, either through our education system, through our technical training programs, to develop the talent we're going to need 2 and 3 and 4 decades from now. So to me, that's an enormous risk. And that's why I mentioned earlier, we look to the veteran community. We look to the military for that pipeline in many, many cases. And today, if you look at, I think the latest number, somewhere around 6% of the energy industry is comprised of veterans, people with military service in their history. In the electricity sector, it's probably closer to 10%. And we want to do a more aggressive job of bringing in that talent into our industry. Because if we're going to meet this demand, if we're going to develop the innovative technologies that are necessary for us to do this, it's probably going to come from people that have your experience, the military experience.
I'll just say very succinctly, I think one of the greatest opportunities is something that's happened right under our nose, and I think you all probably understand it, but a lot of people don't, which is we've achieved energy independence. We are a net exporter of energy, and what that frees up for us strategically in terms of dependencies under multiple different future scenarios gives us an incredible position of strength that wasn't existing. I think as early as 30 years ago when I was commissioned, that was not the case.
Fascinating. Well, Lieutenant General McGee and Dan Brouillette, thank you so much for a fascinating, thought-provoking conversation.
Thank you.
We live in a time where the energy system and the global threat landscapes are rapidly evolving, and I think that it's one of the reasons why the Atlantic Council is so excited to have the Veterans Advanced Energy Project and is looking to pioneer efforts into the broader aspects of energy and defense. which ultimately is powered by a great cadre of veteran energy leaders here and enabled by an incredible team at the Atlantic Council Global Energy Center and the events team writ large. So I want to take the time to thank all of our speakers and panelists for joining us today for several really incredible conversations as we discuss the role of veterans communities in securing a clean energy future, of thinking through the aspects of how energy and defense are so intertwined. As we reflect on the conversations here today, it's really clear that there's a confluence of energy security and national security, whether that's demonstrated in Ukraine or increasingly in new contested environments, whether that be the Arctic or the Indo-Pacific. U.S. leadership's critical. Our adversaries are not going to wait for us to get our act together. And so it's one of the reasons that we're really going to empower and think through the energy and defense space. We hope to do that with this community. We see parallels, and I think Secretary Brouillette was spot on when he called out some of these. The energy sector and the military are mission critical. They're 24/7. They're mission-oriented communities, and we want to really leverage that to think strategically as we bring more veterans into this space. As we wrap up, I'd just like to thank our sponsors. We can't do this without you, so very much appreciate your support and want to recognize the team that put this together. So to those in the Global Energy Center and to those in the events team, if I could ask the audience just to give a quick round of applause for the hard work that they did. Thank you again. This was a brilliant program. Many more to come here in Washington, D.C. And now welcome you to a reception outside. Again, encouragement for those on the virtual platform to join us next time in person. Thank you all for making it today.